Welcome to part 2 of my bookshelf tour with Pastor Jason Johnston. Last time we covered some of his major book sets, as well as a good chunk of his philosophy and ancient history sections. In this video, we'll be wrapping up the ancient history and moving into Jason's office, where he keeps the bulk of his theology, church history, and biblical studies books. Before we jump in, just a reminder, there are a bunch of free resources that go along with this video, including my classics resources spreadsheet and a collection of tips collected from all my previous bookshelf tours. You can also download all of the photos of Jason's library, and there's also a visual guide to help you navigate Jason's library, find individual photos, and find timestamps for all 12 sessions we did in this 4-part series. You can also sign up to attend a live AMA, Ask Me Anything, with Jason to ask him any questions you may have, and you'll also get the recording afterwards. Jason is giving away several books from his collection, so make sure to click the first link in the description to enter that giveaway and to get all the free resources that I just mentioned. Also, as a reminder, we're currently starting week 2 of the 30-day challenge. So remember to comment down below with the hashtag 30-day challenge when you start and when you finish this and the other 3 videos in this series. Lastly, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email me at timothy@timothykenny.com. Thanks, and now let's get into the bookshelf tour. All right, so we're back for session 3, and we're going to be quickly, before we go to the next set of bookshelves, covering this shelf right here, which was actually not in our previous session. So there's 5 shelves here, and I'm just going to jump back and reacquaint you. So we already covered this shelf, already covered this shelf, already covered this shelf, and we did not cover this shelf. And then this was at the very bottom.
Yes.
So Jason, what are the books here that really stand out to you?
Well, 2 of them on that shelf that I think are pretty important are the 2 3-volume sets. Of course, the first is there on the left, very well-known book by Edward Gibbon, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And this work, written, you'd have to look it up, like late 1700s, I believe, pretty significant in its interpretation of the history of the Roman Empire. I remember years ago checking it out from the library. I think it was the late 90s. And I was totally confused because I didn't know much about the Roman Empire. And he expects you to know a little bit. I think he begins around Trajan's reign, so 2nd century. And he's just assuming you know a lot. And I gave up pretty early back then. I put it aside and did other things, and eventually came back to it through a course taught by Leo Damrosch in the Great Courses. There's a course on this book, 24 lectures. It is really good because it follows through 2 things. You're getting a big overview of the period from the 2nd century AD until the complete end of the Roman Empire, like 1453, I believe, is the fall of Constantinople. But you're seeing it through the lens of an 18th century researcher. And so Leo Damrosch does a really good job showing you how Gibbon put together his work and how original he was as a historian, what sources he pulls from heavily, where his sources run thin. Really cool, because I remember at one point he talks about how Gibbon went broke buying this huge set of Latin inscriptions that was published in his time, and just little things like that are really cool. But the main thesis of the book is that the reasons plural for the decline and fall of the Roman Empire were twofold: barbarism and religion. And he was certainly a man of the Enlightenment. So those 2 things came easy to him in terms of kind of enemies. He does view the 2nd century, early 2nd century, as like the golden age of humanity. And if we could only get back to then, everything would be great. But it's pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot to say about it. I did go back. I've never read the entire thing, but I've gone back and read chapters. And I feel way more comfortable now than I did in the late 90s. And I'm like, wow, I know what's happening here. This is really cool. And it's a pretty foundational book in terms of just modern historiography and how people have written about the Roman Empire since. Like,
Can you explain what you mean by, could you explain what you mean by modern historiography?
sure, yeah, just the idea of being pretty, trying to be objective, trying to base your interpretation on purely the gathering of facts rather than having like an idea that you want to prove and thinking, well, how do I prove it? And so that might have been, I think, unintentionally what a lot of earlier historians would have done. They thought, I want to prove this, or kind of explain how we got to where we are today, how my movement that I'm a part of began to exist and why it's so great. So let me show you the roots of it. He's trying to be objective and empirical, and so he's always been a model, I guess, in the English speaking world of how to do history. He's still influential. Not that so many modern historians are going to Gibbon for their facts. There's a lot of work been done since then, but he's kind of like the foundation of the house when it comes to, I'd say, English speaking modern historiography. That's just my opinion, what I see. But
yeah, I was going to say, in terms of the dates, his volumes are published right sort of when the Declaration of Independence comes out, July 4th, 1776, and then his third volume is right around the end of the Revolutionary War at Yorktown in 1781. So that's sort of a critical period, and I put some stuff into ChatGPT, and I just want to read out a couple things. Many warnings about warning against imperial decay. Many American revolutionaries, especially the founders and thinkers like Jefferson and Adams, saw themselves as new Romans, conscious of the need to avoid the moral and civic decline that Gibbon portrayed as leading to Rome's fall. Gibbon's, and then parallel commentary on empire and republicanism. Gibbon's warnings about autocracy, corruption, and religious zeal could be interpreted as a British critique of empire. Just as Britain itself was struggling to hold its colonies, American revolutionaries read and debated Gibbon alongside other Enlightenment writers like Montesquieu, Locke, and Hume.
Yeah, I could see that. He definitely, all these histories, they were always written in their own historical context. It's not that, at least at that time, you'd have many authors thinking, I just randomly want to study some phenomenon. They are trying to relate it to a problem that exists in their time, seeing maybe a solution to problems that can come from learning about an earlier period. So yeah, it would have been very profound. And there is another course in the great courses if people are interested about it. I can't remember the exact title, and I've not listened or watched this one, but it's how classical antiquity influenced the founding fathers. It's like something like that. And I thought, man, what a great idea. I look forward to watching that one someday.
Yeah, I was thinking, the deists amongst the founders, and to what extent could you say some more about this debate about is Christianity, did it cause the decline, and is it fundamentally does it cause decline just in general? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of people, I think, beginning with Gibbon, they don't realize they're echoing Gibbon when they say that this great Roman Empire began to end because of Christianity. I don't think that. When you study the Roman Empire, things begin to fall apart in the 3rd century, the 200s. And it's a period called the 3rd century crisis. It's a complete mess. Actually, there's a book right next to Gibbon to the right, The Roman Empire from Severus to Constantine. And that covers that period. It's a mess. So you do have some stability return with an emperor named Aurelian around the 270s. but then he dies, and there's still some chaos, and so Diocletian thinks they're trying to manage just a huge area, and they start to realize it doesn't work to just have one man directing an empire that's so vast. Dude, they're having so many problems on the periphery. And so, especially the Eastern Empire, they're putting all their resources out there to protect the frontier. And over time, you just can't do it. You just lose ground. You start hiring the very people from that area to fight on your side. It just becomes a mess. So I'm just saying, my point is, you see the decline start before Christianity. And there's a few moments of greatness, like Diocletian has some governmental civic greatness. He has some good ideas. Let's have 4 emperors instead of 1. Constantine is pretty good at what he's doing. He tries to get some stability, but of course he brings in Christianity as well. And it's hard to say that Christianity would have been something that would have accelerated the decline from my perspective. I'm not saying I'm smarter than Gibbon or I've studied more than Gibbon, but I just look at it and I think it really did bring some stability and unity to a very conflicted and challenging time. And so then by the time you get to the 400s, though, you just don't have any good leadership. And there's a battle in, I think, 378 under Valentinian, where they, like, a huge chunk of the Roman armies wiped out on the Eastern European frontier. And it's like, after that, there's just no hope. And so I think it's kind of simplistic to just say, religion. Why would that be? I mean, you can't just use the term religion. They were already religious. So what he means, of course, is Christianity. And I think it's kind of hard to argue that, especially when you see the influence that Christianity has on some of what we call the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages would have been incredibly dark, except for Christianity, which promoted learning and philosophy, maintained philosophy throughout the early Middle Ages. I don't know. So I don't know if you have anything to share about that. But I don't really see it as a direct cause.
So a couple of things. It sounds like you're saying that the primary cause is a lack of good leaders.
I think that's pretty easy to trace out. But I think it was like a no-win situation. I don't know which leader could have maintained the situation as they got more and more complex scenarios with the barbarians on the frontier. It just seems like a no-win situation. I've thought that many times. Like, I don't know what they were supposed to do in these circumstances.
We also previously talked about providentialist history.
Oh, sure.
Versus, you could say that the modern historiography here, maybe you could just draw a contrast there of what, I don't know if there must be many providentialist historiographies of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, but maybe you could sort of contrast those two perspectives.
Yeah, I think if you're a providentialist, seeing the hand of providence, the hand of God guiding this, that's absolutely true. But at the same time, you would argue that God uses means, that it's not just he snaps his fingers figuratively and the empire's done, and that's how providentialists would think. You would believe God is using some sort of means. And so I do think personally that, yes, it was ultimately attributable to God. I think it's very interesting to me. It's one of the most fascinating things to me in the history of humanity is that the Roman Empire becomes Christian and then collapses at a later point, because it was under the Roman Empire, of course, that Jesus is crucified. And so you have this total reversal. In a sense, you have under the Roman Empire, the Son of God ends up coming incarnate, and he's crucified. And who's going to be the victor in that? Of course, he's the victor through the resurrection in the biggest sense. But historically, who's going to be the victor? Well, he ends up being the victor because they end up submitting to him. And that's actually, if you look over at the Codex of Justinian to the right, this is a law code that Justinian, Emperor Justinian, who's now in the East, 527 to 565 AD, he's collecting all of the laws that he can for convenience, because laws were very spread out and not unified. And so he collects all that he can. The very first one in volume 1 is in 380 under Emperor Theodosius. He collected a law that was the law that says Christianity is the only legal religion allowed in the Roman Empire. I mean, just phenomenal to see this. You're like, okay, how did that happen? That's a huge deal to think about. They go from persecuting Christians, ignoring Christians, persecuting Christians, and then later submitting to Christianity. It's a pretty big move. And then not only allowing it, then saying it is the only legal religion. It's pretty surprising. And I think in one sense, it shows a victory on the part of Christianity that, maybe a secularist would like to acknowledge. They'd say, it was something other than a victory, but it really was. And then to see that it declines and it falls. The thing is, we say it declined and fell. At the time, I don't think very many people were thinking, oh, the Roman Empire just ended. That didn't occur to them. You have, of course, the empire continuing in the East, now in Constantinople, which is where Justinian ends up. So that gets us back to Gibbon. Let's think about Gibbon. He originally was going to write a story of how the Roman Empire had a decline and fall. And he was only planning at first to write it about the Western Empire, focused in Italy, focused in Rome itself, later in the city of Ravenna. But he only wanted to write it up to the year 476, because that's the year that modern historians look back to and say that's when the Western Empire fell, because the final emperor, a young boy or young man named Romulus Augustulus, was pulled off the throne by a barbarian. And that day was not a day when Romans said, oh man, we just lost it. Can you believe the Roman Empire's gone? They had been observing a decline for a while before that. In 410, famously, the Goths raided Rome. And St. Augustine wrote an entire book to explain why God allows things like this, because people were asking, if we're Christian now, how is it that God would allow barbarians to enter our primary city and take it over, causing many of us to flee? And he writes a book explaining, our home is not here as Christians. Our ultimate home is the kingdom of God. That's where we're citizens. And so I'm just saying they'd already been wrestling with this for a long time. And it wasn't immediately clear that it was over. They just saw things getting worse. I think it'd be like if you could see American history from a bird's eye view, from our beginning to our end, whenever that is, it could be that some later historian says, oh, everything ended in the year 2020, because of X, Y, and Z factors coming into play. Well, we would be unaware. I think a lot of people would agree that America has declined in many ways. And I'm just speaking hypothetically for people to have a thought, a kind of a thought experiment. But just as much as it doesn't occur to us that that America is done, it's not done. It didn't occur to them. And so there is a later leader named Theodoric, and I had there's the book right next to the Codex of Justinian, Theodoric and the Roman Imperial Restoration. He was not related to the Roman Empire emperors in any sense. He was a barbarian, but when he's ruling and reigning, I think around the year 500, early 500s in the West, he was just treated like an emperor, and he would wear the purple. People did not think Theodoric's not really a Roman emperor because he doesn't have a direct relationship to them through his family line. And so my point in saying all that is they didn't even realize that anything had fallen. It was just a slow transition from one generation to the next. And it's pretty complicated to just kind of talk about briefly, but it's kind of a way that we have of organizing things. Now, of course, we would look back and say, yeah, something certainly happened where the Roman Empire was one thing and then it wasn't that thing at a certain time, no doubt, but it was very slow, not that observable. And again, what means were used to attain that through providence, I think, overwhelming circumstances on the frontiers and leadership that couldn't really handle it, and the dynamics of the barbarians on the outside, it was pretty unmanageable.
I just
And keep
yeah, go
rambling.
ahead.
You want to keep going forever about it.
Yeah. Well, I just I was looking up the book you mentioned that Saint Augustine wrote. Yeah,
Yes,
De Civitate Dei contra Paganos, the city of God against the pagans. And the against the pagans part is usually left out when people refer to that book.
yeah.
We were talking about previously about these contra books, and it's interesting that it's really, and I put this into ChatGPT, and it largely seems to agree with this, which is that Gibbon's, I'll just read this out. Yes, Edward Gibbon can be considered critical of Augustine's City of God, both in tone and argument, though not always directly. Gibbon's intellectual project implicitly challenges Augustine's theological explanation of Rome's fall by substituting historical causality, Enlightenment rationalism for providential history. City of God says moral decay and divine judgment was the cause of Rome's fall and a redirection towards the heavenly city. Gibbon says political mismanagement, internal decay, loss of civic virtue, and rise of Christianity was the cause. So it's almost as if, and I don't know this to be true, but Augustine is sort of saying that paganism was the cause of the moral decay, and God was judging that and caused Rome's fall as a divine judgment, sort of like Sodom and Gomorrah and some of the other things we've talked about.
Yeah, that's fleshed out even more. So Augustine has a student named Orosius, and he writes another history. You might look up Orosius. I don't have Orosius, but my understanding is he wrote Orosius, and his work was trying to explain like the rise and falls, various rising and falling of empires throughout history, and finding their own place in that because there was an obvious decline. I can't remember the name of his book, but there is a lot of work that gets done.
Historium Adversum Paganos Libri, 7 books of history against the pagans.
Okay.
417.
Yep. And so that's been a common explanation. I mean, from Christians for any kind of calamity, there was some kind of wickedness, and this was the judgment that came upon that. I think it is interesting, though. So when you talk to people casually about the fall of the Roman Empire, I don't know about your experience. I hear this a lot. People who don't really know a whole lot about the Roman Empire, they'll say Rome was just rotting morally, and things had gotten worse and worse and worse, and that's why it fell. And I don't see that at all. Things were pretty bad in the first century. If you're just looking for like depravity, you can look at Emperor Caligula and some of his disgusting traits, and just the way that pagans were. But by the time it was over, things weren't totally morally corrupt, in terms of morality, Christian morality. If somebody is approaching it from that perspective as a Christian, it was actually better than ever. You did have leaders trying to acknowledge God. You had monasticism kind of being seen as like the best way to live by most people. If you were doing the right thing, if you lived as the best kind of person, you'd be a monk. And so you have just people, it's not as bad, So I did read Augustine's City of God. It's 20 books. And he does talk about that, the moral problem. But I've kind of wondered, like, what does he mean?
Mm.
Is there were still, like, the final pagans were kind of putting up their fight. They wanted to maintain, like, the altar of victory, which was a pagan altar in Rome, and there was a big dispute about that. I don't remember when that was, somewhere around 400. Um, but yeah, I look back and I'm like, I don't. It doesn't seem like it was that bad.
Yeah.
And I think to try to find reasons, like, I know why God did this. I think we often are very simplistic in that. I think, like we've talked about before, the Jeremiads, in early America, the reason that for this drought is because we haven't prayed enough or whatever. I'm often like, I'm not sure about that. Sometimes things happen and there is always a reason, but we don't know why. The reason's hidden to us. Like, I had mentioned that I had been going through the book of Genesis, and I think with the story of Cain and Abel, it wasn't immediately evident why a good man like Abel would have been killed while he's doing the right thing. And I think to rack your brain, like, well, Abel must have been killed because he was just really bad. That doesn't make any sense. The point of the story is that he was doing the right thing and was killed. And so I think, there's just times in history where things happen, people die, suffering enters, empires decline and fall. And I think to try to figure out exactly why is pretty challenging. You might be able to get some clues, but it is a bit simplistic, in my opinion. Just say, just people were bad.
I think the book of Job is a good, almost, I sort of think of it as almost the ultimate kind of explanation of, if otherwise sort of unexplainable, why do bad things happen to good people?
Yeah, because intentionally in that book, Job never gets an answer. He never hears why it happened. And that's very intentional, because the answer to the question why is, like, in a sense, like, it's none of your business, or don't worry about it. God's smarter than you. He's wiser than you. And so you don't need to know why. And that's pretty difficult for most people. We want to have that very clean cut answer. So anyway, back to the fall of the Roman Empire. Yeah, I would say, of course, the hand of God is behind it. Various means were used, but to say I know why would be pretty challenging. I don't know how I would say that with confidence.
I mean, I always liked the sort of frame story of Job, which is God and the devil are sort of testing the devil thinks, hey, Job is gonna turn on you when you take everything from him, and so his love isn't true.
Yeah,
It's just based on good things happening, and I think that's what Augustine was getting at with, if you think worldly success is what's important, then it's not just a punishment, but it's also a forcing the city to, or the people of the city to redirect their attention towards the city of God. And God is sort of forcing them to abandon the worldly things that they shouldn't be distracted by.
Yeah.
And that's a very counterintuitive thing for worldly people to understand, why that would be a good thing. But it's sort of like taking candy away from your kids because they just want to eat their Halloween candy forever.
That's a good analogy. And thinking about Job, like he never even knows about the whole conversation between God and the devil, and I try to talk to people about that. I bring that up quite a bit. People, we all want answers as to why bad things happen. And I love how there's just that really clear story where somebody had far worse things happen to him than you're having happen to you, and he never knew, but he had faith. And in the end, it was okay. And then I tell people, if you have faith, in the end, it will be okay, but that's in the future. And it's hard. You're right.
Sort of like the King Solomon we talked about also with the two mothers battling over the child.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good connection.
So are there any other books or anything else you wanted to say?
No, not really. Well, next to the Codex of Justinian, there is this one little, if you could zoom in, it's the Chronicle of, I never say this out loud, I just read it. Hedatius and the Consularia Constantinopolitana. Anyway, those are just, so the reason for that, I got that really cheap one time, but it's a pretty expensive book. And it's just one of the few records of that time period. Once you get to the end of the 400s, you have very little literature being written. And so it's not like you can just pick up some contemporary record of those final decades of the Western Roman Empire and say, I'm going to read about it. Like, you have very obscure references. So these are just barren chronicles, recording with here's what happened this year, here's what happened that year. And I just thought it was really interesting. It's not like a book you could really read. It has a good introduction and stuff, but it's more just something that's fun to look through.
Was this like a monk?
Go ahead. What's that?
Was it a monk?
I would assume, but I'll bet the author's unknown. A lot of the time you don't know who the author is on these chronicles and records, but it could be. I can't recall now. I remember what it looks like. I remember being slightly disappointed that the information wasn't more interesting. But like I said, I think I got that for like $10 or something. Some kind of a freak deal.
What I'm getting from AI is that it's roughly 468. Hedatius, a bishop in Roman Hispania, chronicling the collapse of the Roman West, local Visigoth violence, religious turmoil. What I actually put in is, what are the most famous books that are called chronicles? Because you see that word a lot for these early things. There's Eusebius of Caesarea, the Chronicon 303. There's the Orosius Historiarum Adversum Paganos Libri. There's Bede, Ecclesiastical History of the English People. That's a really important one. And I feel like maybe we talked about that. He introduced the AD dating system. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is another big one. Isidore of Seville, Chronica Majora 615. So yeah.
Yeah, so some of those were written that you listed, they're written just to be actual literature to read, and others are written as just almost like court records or something. I mean, oftentimes a chronicle is a reference to some sort of court record. So you're just getting like little descriptions, we had a famine this year. This guy invaded this area and lost a battle or something, And so, yeah, they're very different. Let me talk about go up a little bit, unless you want to talk about Procopius. So Photius, the Bibliotheca, have you ever heard of this before?
No.
Okay, so this book, this is a snippet of Photius's Bibliotheca. I think he was writing, you might look it up like in the 900s or something, but he wrote one of the most amazing books that exists. He read a ton of history and ancient books before him. And tell me when you see what year he was in. Somewhere around the 900s, I believe. And what he would do is he'd read the book, and then he would write a summary of the book and his own thoughts about the book. Here's why he's so great. He read a ton of books that don't exist anymore. So he's really valuable for historians to go back and find out what books were saying that no longer are extant. They don't exist anywhere anymore, because people don't realize we've lost a ton of literature from the ancient world. I bet we've lost 80 to 85% of what was written in antiquity. And so he had access to a lot of stuff we don't. Did you see what year he was living in?
Yeah. Photius of Constantinople, 810 to 893.
Okay.
I just have a couple sentences, if you don't mind.
Sure.
One of the most learned men of the Byzantine Empire compiled the Bibliotheca, also called the Myriobiblon, a remarkable work of literary criticism, summarization, and intellectual preservation, one of the most important documents in the transmission of classical Greek literature and scholarship. It's a massive compilation of 280 plus book summaries, critical evaluations, and excerpts from earlier Greek authors.
Yeah, and here's the bummer about Photius. His Bibliotheca is not translated in full in English at all. And so the one, see, it says Dumbarton Oaks there. It's a Dumbarton Oaks study that was published, is like an introduction to the work with some snippets. The other is, to the right of it, is one that's just like excerpts that are significant, but it's far bigger than that. And so there is a way to get it. It was published in the Patrologia Graeca series, which is that large set of church fathers. And Patrologia Graeca, I don't remember, it's like maybe 170 volumes or something. He's one of those. So yeah, we'll get to that soon. That's a different set.
Yeah.
But the Patrologia Graeca is just in the original, just in Greek. The problem is, even if you know Greek, I mean, I know Greek to read the New Testament and early Christian writings, but if I look at Photius, I'm pretty confused. I read through a paragraph of him not long ago by looking up that particular volume on like Google Books or something, but it was not very smooth. I remember he was writing about Gregory of Nyssa and something he said, but I was like, man, it would be so great if this was just translated so you could read it smoothly. I love stuff like that. And I think a lot of other people do. It's fun to know what has been lost. Do we have any access to lost works? We know what exists, and a lot of it's very significant, but what books have been lost to history, and what could we know about those books? And so he gives us a glimpse into quite a few. And sometimes when you're going through the Loeb series, they'll be drawing from him if there's a section of an ancient Greek work that's been lost. This happens in Dio Cassius for sure, who was a historian of the early 3rd century of the Roman Empire, and parts of Dio Cassius are no longer around. If you find a manuscript of Dio Cassius, it doesn't include this part, but Photius had preserved certain sections, so they'll include Photius's summaries, which they call epitomes, in the Loeb Classical series. And so he's very significant, but it shocks me, like, why has nobody translated the whole thing? The good news too, I did like cut and paste that page that I was looking at Google Books from Photius into ChatGPT, and I said, can you translate this for me? And it translated it. And as I compared the two, I was like, okay, this is pretty accurate. I could tell. And because Photius has a very different style. He's writing in a very different era of the Greek language, but it knew. And so I thought, there's hope. Maybe someday AI is just going to be able to translate a lot of books that people don't have the time to translate, and we're going to have a ton of access to this stuff.
Do you have any other of these Dumbarton Oaks studies books, or is this
No, I don't. I think there's quite a few.
Yeah, it's a lesser known. Dumbarton Oaks has all this other stuff they publish outside of the gold, the Harvard University Press one. So
yeah,
that's cool to see you have one of those. So, okay, anything else on this shelf before
nothing significant there. I mean, it's all great.
All right, so finally we're on to your Christian stuff. So what do you want to start with here?
Well, we could talk about, this is quite a shift, because where we're going now with these shelves are to my office. And so these are, the rule that I have is anything in my office has to have some kind of connection to ministry. And a lot of people probably would look at it and be like, I don't see the direct connection between that and ministry, but I also have to think about space. So the books that we've looked at my house don't have any clear connection to like any kind of daily ministry, lesson writing or anything like that. Sermon writing. I'm not going to draw much from those, but these ones do in some sense. And so the way that I have my bookcases set up at this point is this is all going to be history of Christianity along with the writings of authors who were writing at that point in history. So it's in kind of a chronological order overall, except the medieval period is not here. That's at home. We'll get to that later. So that very first shelf is just a beginning of general Christian history, which is really important, obviously, to understanding. Even if you're not a Christian, this is really important in understanding world history. How did we get to where we are today? We didn't all just pop into existence, without anything influencing us or our culture. Christianity, I would say, has the biggest influence on the West of any other factor. That's my opinion. But the first set there is a really easy to read set. It's written so anyone who's a Christian would really benefit from that set, called 2,000 Years of Christ's Power. So obviously right there, the author is trying to say that the history of Christianity is not just something that we're going to study from a distance and observe just the facts and figures, but the assumption there is that providentialist Christ is the one behind Christian history and maintaining his church, which goes back to a teaching of Jesus where he says in Matthew 16 that he says, I will build my church and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. So there was this foundation that Jesus begins the church and it never will end. Nothing can bring a death to the church. It will have problems. It will have warts. There will be sin in it. And that's not a surprise. He said there would be, but overall the direction of it. So that set by Nick Needham, he's a wonderful scholar, very accessible. Anyone who just says, hey, I don't know a whole lot about Christian history, but where would I start? Now you say, well, that's 5 volumes. That's a lot. Well, just start with the first. And you don't have to say, I'm going to commit to read all 5. Start with the first, the most dynamic period of church history, the very beginning. I think you're going to find it so easy and so enjoyable, you wouldn't mind continuing on to the rest. He only goes up to the 18, like maybe around the year 1800. Few avenues go beyond that. I wondered what he was going to do because Christianity gets very complex in the modern world after the Industrial Revolution. And I think he's done. I don't think he's going to write anymore. He's getting older, but even if he's done there, that's fine. He did a great work. And
it might be helpful if you could quickly kind of distinguish why sometimes people say Jesus and sometimes people say Christ, and because they're not, pure synonyms, they have a significance to that choice.
Yeah. So of course, Jesus is the actual proper name of Jesus. And so it's Yeshua, would have been the same as the name Joshua, but that was his name. And Christ is not his last name. People might think that today as Jesus' first name, last name is Christ. Christ is a title that's given to him by his followers. And it was a title that meant anointed one who's been anointed. But more specifically, that anointed one was prophesied in the Old Testament. So to call Jesus the Christ, you were saying he is the anointed one. He is the chosen one to be the king. You are anointed when you are acknowledged as the king. So he's acknowledged as the king, and or the Messiah is often how Christ would be translated into English, if you want to use a different word besides Christ. And so, yeah, I mean, that's why. It's interesting to think, of Jesus as a king. In ancient times, you would measure the year by what year it was of that king's reign. So if you read ancient documents, it was like in the 5th year of Artaxerxes' reign or something. And that's just how you knew what year it was. There was no standardized system. I think it's really interesting that when the whole AD system is the same thing, but what you're saying, if you say, oh, it's 2025, it's AD 2025 right now, you're saying in the year of Jesus Christ's reign, we're 2025 years into it. So it's funny how we're maintaining the ancient system of keeping track of the year by its relationship to a king. It's just from the Christian perspective, he's pretty much the final king. There's nobody else who's going to take his place. So we'll keep measuring the year of his reign as we have. I think that's an interesting thing to think about, because we usually just don't think at all about why we name the year what it is.
And there's also sort of, you have the various Caesars, and you have Caesar is a title, and it's sometimes people think, oh, that's like the first name of the person.
Yeah.
So, and at least from my reading of things, Christ is sort of and a lot of the words, like, this is part of why it's valuable to study the ancient Greek and the meaning of these and connotations of these terms, because the connotations of a lot of these terms surrounding Jesus were sort of analogous to the Roman Empire and the Caesar. So he was sort of this alternative king, this alternative empire, but not of this world. And I just got this from AI. The word EUANGELION.
Evangelion.
Good news was used for imperial proclamations before being appropriated by Christians for the message of Jesus. Mark 1:1. So when you get into the language, a lot of the original Greek, kairos is another one, and divus for divine, kyrios for Lord. So these are sort of in direct contrast to the worldly government that Jesus is sort of subterraneanly kind of opposing.
Yeah, it was a scandalous name. In the Roman Empire, the big threat was anyone else claiming to be a king. Now, Christ was a distinctively Jewish concept, the Christ, the anointed one, because it came from their Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament. But to them, they knew, to call somebody a Christ would be a pretty big deal in Judea, where the Roman Empire had some of their forces concentrated at that time. And so, it was a scandalous name. But a uniquely Jewish title, Christos.
And this is sort of the ultimate, the sort of final interaction between Pontius Pilate and Jesus, is the sort of Pilate's trying to get him to admit that he's claiming to be king of the Jews, but he doesn't want to acknowledge that, but also doesn't want to say against it.
Yep.
And then Pilate's final words are, "What is truth?"
Yeah. And so, of course, from the scriptural perspective, the response is, you're standing right in front of the truth incarnate, but he doesn't see that. But it's funny how his only concern there, and the concern of the Jews and the interaction with him, those who are trying to get him crucified, mostly this is in like the Gospel of John, chapter 19. It's all about the title. What title are you claiming for yourself? And is this going to be a problem? Pilate's biggest concern is, what's going to happen if there's a revolt on my watch? I'm going to get in big trouble. I've got to make sure there's no revolt. So if there's a guy who's seen as a king, that could be a problem. But I don't really see that he's doing anything wrong. So I don't know if I want to give him this punishment, because maybe he has followers, and then they're going to be upset. There's going to be fighting, and he just wants things to be peaceful. That's his biggest concern. That was every Roman governor's biggest concern, making sure there's no revolts. And so that his investigation is largely about the title. You're right. That set there, History of the Christian Church by Philip Schaff, is probably one of the most famous church histories in terms of what you'll see on people's shelves. It was written in like the late 1800s, I believe, started by Philip Schaff, and then his son Nathan finishes it. And again, you can see it's only partial. It's such a huge project to write a history of Christianity in its entirety. And so he only is able to go up to the Reformation period. But it's a really valuable set. I read that twice and I enjoyed it both times. And he writes in a way that's still clear. A lot of times we have a hard time reading books from the 19th century. He's still clear. He organizes information really well. And it's for us, if you're from an evangelical Protestant perspective, it's a period that is often overlooked. The medieval period is the biggest chunk of that set. But he does a good job trying to be objective. He doesn't seem to be writing to justify, himself or make anyone look bad. He certainly does insert his opinion here and there, but it always seems like it's in an obvious place, perhaps a corrupt pope who was sleeping with women or something, and he'll talk about that as he'll go ahead and call it corrupt. But it's really good, easy to read, and it was, I think, the first time I ever read a multi-volume set. I read that pretty early on in my reading about Christianity. So he edited this 3-volume set later, The Creeds of Christendom, and that's a pretty popular set too. You'll see that on a lot of shelves because there's a publisher named Hendrickson that a while back they published a lot of multi-volume sets. Oh, this is Baker. I'm sorry. Baker did that as well. Baker and Hendrickson both. Hendrickson published that one. They're up in Massachusetts. And they've done a lot of great reprints of valuable works with nice bindings. So the importance of creeds in the history of Christianity is that they're always answering that question of what does a Christian believe about X? And the earliest creeds have always been acknowledged as the most important because they were answering the question, what do we believe about God? What do we believe about Jesus specifically as God and man? And so they became really neglected in American Christianity. People started thinking, oh, I don't need them. And we had talked about Emerson, for example, saying, get rid of the creeds, just start over with your own heart and write your own creed as an individual. And that was a rejection of these creeds. And more recently, that's among Christians, there's been an acknowledgement of the need for creeds, because without them, you just have everyone making up their own idea of Christianity. And so once you do that, you really have no Christianity at all. There's no way to distinguish one thing from another. So, famously, there's the Nicene Creed from 325, which was really settling this issue of who Jesus was in the sense of his divinity, responding to a heresy called Arianism. And it's obviously valuable. So you'll hear today, a lot of churches might say, we affirm the Nicene Creed. And once you hear that, you're like, oh, good. Okay. I don't have to worry about, anything bizarre happening here. This is not what we would call a cult or some strange break off that invented their own thing. And so they're very helpful tools. And that set is a really helpful set. It has them in the original language and then English translations as well.
I don't know if you have any thoughts on Unitarian Universalism, and they were originally two separate things that then merged together, but they sort of have a creedless or largely creedless system, and no dogma is another way of phrasing it. So I don't know if you could, the Unitarians sort of took over Harvard famously from the Puritans, and that, in my mind, was one of the most significant sort of, in terms of turning points in American theology and just intellectual history. So that's, if you're thinking about, what are the Unitarians?
Yeah.
But maybe you could say something about their creed and how they factor into all this.
Yeah, they still have a creed. Everyone has a creed. That's the thing. And so, it's impossible to say I don't have a creed. You believe something.
Hmm.
Even if you believe nothing, that's a creed. You know, you have some statement of what you believe. And so going back to the Nicene Creed, which, really lays out the doctrine of the Trinity very clearly, Unitarians are initially kind of known for denying the doctrine of the Trinity, saying the Trinity is an irrational belief. And so we're rational, therefore we believe that there's a God, but we don't believe in a Trinitarian God because generally it goes along these lines. 1 and 3 are different numbers, and so we're not stupid. We don't believe 1 equals 3, ha ha. And so that's not the doctrine of the Trinity, though. It's not saying 1 and 3 are equal. That would be a contradiction. But yeah, so Unitarians, they kind of began with this rationalist strain out of the Enlightenment mindset that the Trinity is irrational. And so we've kind of gone beyond that. Jesus is a great man. He's a great teacher, but he's not God. And anyway, I mean, I don't know much more I could really say about it, but that still happens today very casually. A lot of people go on, watch a few YouTube videos, and you can find, I'll bet, thousands of YouTube videos that say, I have the truth about the Nicene Creed or the Council of Nicaea, and I know the Trinity is a pagan invention, blah, blah, blah. And the truth is that, the Trinity is not real, blah, blah. You can find a lot of people that watch those videos and say, oh, now I know the truth. But here's the question. The question that I always think is like, the Nicene Creed is going to tell you what a Christian believes. And so you can believe it. And if you believe the Nicene Creed, well, good news. The people known as Christians and you are the same. You're in the same category. You are one of the people known as Christians. If you disagree with it, well, you believe something, but you don't believe what Christians have believed. It was the statement, here's what Christians believe. And if you don't believe it, you can't really say, doctrinally speaking, you're a Christian. You're something, you're just not a Christian. And so the Unitarian movement, going back to that, that's why Trinitarians would say, well, they're not Christian. I mean, they never were, because the moment you deny the Nicene Creed, you're not in the category of Christian anymore. And so that's kind of their function. They tell you, do I believe what Christians have believed? Of course, later, creeds get multiplied and more nuanced and less compulsory. There are later controversies over the role of icons in worship and things like this. And they get to things that really aren't the fundamentals of the faith. And so usually it's like the creeds of the first 500 years of Christianity are seen as the main ones in defining who we are. And that's what you would have the 3 historic branches of Christianity in full agreement on, meaning the Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, and Protestant Christianity. They agree on those early creeds 100%. And so, as a pastor, my biggest concern if somebody's going from our church to another church is if they're going to a church that's outside of Nicene Christianity. I'm thinking, well, you're not going to a Christian church anymore. That's the biggest concern. And so although we're Protestant at our church, we feel at least the connection to the Roman Catholic Church, though we're obviously very different on really important matters. We're not so worried about the Catholic Church as we might be about like the LDS, the Mormon Church, because doctrinally speaking, we can't say that they're Christians. They're great people. We have a lot of LDS friends, but when it comes to what they believe, we cannot say that it's Christian, which often troubles them. We try to explain, like, we love you, but you just don't fit the definition of Christian because you don't believe in the God of Christianity, which we laid out in the year 325 very clearly, drawing from Scripture. So anyway, that's quite a bit about that.
You want to move on to the next shelf? Or?
Sure. Yeah, we could do that. So this is where I move a little bit beyond just general Christianity and its history. I just begin early Christianity, which is often something that's really important to people who just think about Christianity in general and how it's a historical movement. It's rooted in history. It's rooted in a historical event, Jesus coming, dying, rising in real space-time in history. And so people often think, if I could just get back to the earliest version of Christianity, it must be the purest form. People often think that. And that's why people often want to know, what did early Christians believe? What did they teach? And
Is that sometimes called primitive Christianity?
yeah, that would be a name for it, but that'd be like an older way to refer to it. Usually it's early Christianity. I've seen ancient Christianity used a little bit more often. That was what the Brill Encyclopedia is about. So that's a second encyclopedia on ancient Christianity. I had the Brill 6-volume one at home, and this is a 3-volume one, which is larger. I think it was originally written in Italian, and then IBP got it translated into English, and it's really an awesome set. So if somebody wanted to say, well, which one should I buy? I just want to buy one encyclopedia on early Christianity to answer some basic questions. I would recommend this one because A, it's a lot cheaper, but in a strange way, it's more complete. So the Brill one is only going to have articles that are really long, that are significantly long. This will include some shorter articles, that the IVP, Encyclopedia of Ancient Christianity. And the tough thing is, in the bibliographical section of that one, a lot of the works are Italian. So you're like, oh, I don't have access to that. I would be able to read it. But other than that, it's really good. There's a great section, for example, on Platonism in early Christianity in this one, but there's nothing like that in the Brill, which surprised me. But it's a really highly recommended set, generally affordable for people who want to go the extra mile. I mean, it's going to be hundreds, maybe 200 or 300, but it's a great resource. I read it all the time. Just pick it up and look through it, sew in an article. And
this looks like an Italian name for the primary author, or
yeah,
so
yeah, he's a big name in what's called patristics, the study of the church fathers. And then Thomas Oden. Actually, we looked at his biography. He was that man who had begun as a really liberal Christian, but then had that moment of coming into a new way of thinking and totally becoming a traditional Christian. And so he would have been involved in this version of the set. But it's really a great set. I would really recommend it. Let's see. There's the Cambridge Companion to the Council of Nicaea too, which is just a collection of articles. It's on the left. There's so many rumors just urban myths about the Council of Nicaea, and these come from like Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code, which is a popular novel, maybe 15 or 20 years ago. All these conspiracy theories involving it. And it really, you can know a lot about the Council of Nicaea, and you can find out that almost all of these urban legends have no truth to them at all. They're purely just invented. No historian believes them. One of the ideas is that they voted on books of the Bible at the Council of Nicaea. And so they gathered everyone together. Hey, who thinks Matthew should be in the Bible? And they raised their hand. Who thinks the Gospel of Thomas should be in the Bible? And 2 people raise their hand, but nobody else does. Okay, it's out. Like, there was never any such thing. They never addressed the canon of Scripture, the collection of books of the Bible there. It was primarily to address the heresy of Arianism, which was an idea that Jesus was a created being and he was not divine in the same sense that the Father was divine. And so other than that, it settled some issues of worship and order. But yeah, so that's a pretty accessible book, though. It's not hard to read the articles in there. And if anyone's interested, it would be a great starting point. But we could keep moving. I did like The History of Early Christian Creeds by Kinzig, for anyone who's really interested in their history and how they began, what were the primitive proto-creeds and things like that. But it's kind of technical. You'd have to know a little bit of Greek and Latin, just a little. You don't have to be like reading sections of the book, but it will refer to certain words over and over. But it's a pretty good book. for anyone interested in that. But let's see. Up here, so these are really awesome. I'd love to share a little bit. So I have some things out of order here, but there's this figure that two of the books is about named Papias of Hierapolis. And Papias was an early Christian, flourished toward the end of the 1st century. And he had access to so much in terms of his research. He went around and talked to as many people as he could who knew Jesus, who had seen Jesus. He recorded everything that he could find about Jesus, things that Jesus said that were not in the Gospels, and he collected them into 5 books called the Expositions of the Sayings of the Lord. And you would say, this must be the most valuable book outside of the Bible for understanding early Christianity. He was actually a disciple of the Apostle John as well. And so a really closely connected guy. But guess what? We have almost nothing left of these 5 books. He was seen later as a stupid man who was unintelligent, and nobody wanted anything to do with him. And the reason for that, this is really interesting, I think. The reason that he ended up getting a bad reputation and nobody wanted to copy his book anymore was because he was what we call premillennial. He believed that when Jesus returns, it will be before he establishes a 1,000-year reign on the earth. And so he believed this and wrote a lot about it. That became very unpopular to believe not long after him. Probably in the 3rd century, that becomes a disreputable position to hold. And then by Eusebius's time, when he's trying to make connections with the emperor Constantine, he begins to insult Papias, because you don't ever want to tell the emperor, hey, some other king's coming and he's going to dethrone you. So my point is, Papias was awesome. We have fragments of what he said that are recorded in later authors who would incorporate a sentence or even a paragraph of Papias in their book, but that's all we have. And so every time I think about Papias, I just think, oh, if only we had those 5 books, it would be so cool. But all we have is fragments.
And he seems like he's sort of analogous to Josephus, and your interest in him.
Sure, yeah. Josephus, obviously, from a Jewish perspective, we have all of his stuff. I never thought about that. He might be, in a sense, a Christian Josephus, but we don't have much from Papias. So, really an awesome thing. But Oxford published that recently, which is a collection of every existing quote of Papias from like 1400 and before. The problem with that, I read every page of that book, but the problem with it is a lot of them are repeated. And so you have a concentration of variety in the early centuries after Papias of people quoting him. But after that, you just have people quoting the people who quoted him. Mm-hmm. And so you have a lot of repetition toward the end. And the commentary that Carlson gives is just like, here's how it fit into this context, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, really good. Interesting topic to think about.
Do they provide translations?
Yes. Yeah, there are translations in there.
Yeah, I definitely need to take a look at this. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is good. Now, Shanks, too, he does a similar project, which is probably more affordable. It's just a paperback published by, I think, Pickwick Publishers. They're an academic publisher. And the Oxford one, that series, usually books are super expensive in it, but I paid full price for that because I was like, I'm not waiting. I want to read this. This is exciting to me. And it was probably like $130 or something. So might wait for a sale or find it used. So, but another thing too that we're right in the middle of, there's reading the Apostolic Fathers here. And then above that, there's a 5-volume set that it was republished on the Apostolic Fathers, which is the original language with lots of commentary. Who are the Apostolic Fathers? They are early Christians, the earliest Christian authors. that are so early, they're generally seen as having a direct connection to the apostles. And so these writings are valuable. And when you look at that, you say, well, there's a lot of writings. Like I said, that's actually nowhere near how small they actually are. The actual Apostolic Fathers would be contained in one of those volumes. But since there's so much commentary in those, like what you have in those books, those 5 books, is you'll have one sentence at the top and then a page full of commentary underneath in double columns. So there's a lot of work that was done by a scholar named Lightfoot, actually in the late 1800s. And the book next to it that just says the Apostolic Fathers by Holmes, that's actually the size of the Apostolic Fathers. But actually, that's double the size because that's bilingual. That's an English and Greek book. English, just like a Loeb Classical volume. And the Loeb Classical series does publish the Apostolic Fathers in 2 volumes as well. So when I first read the Apostolic Fathers, I was very naive. Again, it was the late 90s, and I thought, getting back to early Christianity will tell you everything you're supposed to believe. It will settle every debate we've ever had as Christians. It will tell you if you're supposed to be Protestant or Catholic or Eastern Orthodox. It will tell you, what we're supposed to believe about any controversial thing. And I remember reading them. I first read them in a Penguin volume, and I was like, these guys aren't telling me anything I want an answer to. What are they talking about? And what you realize is they're dealing with their own historical context, and they're dealing with their own questions, which were rooted in their own time. They're not asking the questions modern people are asking, and so they're not answering the questions modern people are asking. And so the important thing when you go back to books like this is to say, okay, I don't want them to answer my questions. My first concern is, what questions are they trying to answer so I can understand them better? And so you find out what questions they're trying to answer, then you can get it. And that's when you're going to get some value out of ancient works like this. And they're very valuable, but I find that Christians are generally uninterested in them. A good starting place would be either Ignatius or Polycarp. Ignatius was a disciple of the Apostle John as well, and he wrote 7 letters to churches while he was being taken to be martyred. And so very intense letters, exhorting people, encouraging them. Polycarp was also a disciple of John. He wrote one letter to the Philippian church, which is also written to in the New Testament, and a very joy-filled letter. Very simple. He's very similar to the Apostle John in the way he writes. But it's great stuff. You just have to want to understand it and kind of step back into that world of early Christianity. But they too kind of debunk this idea that, the Bible was written by rulers to control people. And you're like, how is that? These guys aren't rulers. They're persecuted. Both of those men were martyred, Ignatius and Polycarp. And so they're quoting the Bible, which was already written before their time, which is the end of the 1st century, the beginning of the 2nd century. And so they're quoting the New Testament. They're quoting the Hebrew Bible. It's all written by that time. And so just a little step back into these books kind of dispels a lot of the rumors that go around about early Christianity that, like I said, the Bible, I joked with a friend a lot in seminary. We kind of mock these ideas that people throw around. We'd say, oh yeah, Constantine, he wrote the Bible. And it's just a joke, mocking the ideas that people can come up with. It's absurd to think these things. The Bible really was written by the early Christians who were either the apostles or the close associates of the apostles. And anyway, they're pretty enlightening books. And I probably shouldn't say too much more about them, but let's look over to the right here. So Oxford has a series called the Oxford Apostolic Fathers, and they're commentaries on the Apostolic Fathers. They only have 3. I think the last one maybe was published in, I don't know, is either 2013 or 2017. They're not in a hurry to publish these. Probably not a lot of people doing work in the Apostolic Fathers, but they're really worthwhile I've enjoyed them, and just somebody diving in, finding out the argument, looking closely at the language, and what version of the Septuagint they're quoting or something is interesting to me. But you really get a deep dive into each one, and it's pretty valuable. So I don't know if we want to talk any more about that. Do you have any thoughts or anything?
No, I was just thinking about the analogy of the founding fathers of America and just like how they're sort of putting together this civil religion, this non-religious system. And I was thinking about the Federalist Papers also, of just sort of kind of figuring out what all this stuff means and how to turn it into doctrine.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And one of the big questions they're thinking through is like, hey, so the history of God's people, according to Christianity, would begin with God making this covenant with an ethnic people, the people of Israel, the Jews. But of course, now in those early periods, that early period of Christianity, they're thinking through, what does it mean that they generally are not believing in Jesus as the Messiah? And it's mostly Gentiles, non-Jews who are. And that's one of the big problems that they wrestle with. What does it mean that there are Jews who don't believe, but then there's all these Gentiles who do? Did the Bible talk about that? How are we supposed to interact with Jews? Are we supposed to copy any of the things that they were doing, or should we be distinct from them? And so really, that would be an example of what's important to them. They're not going to say, hey, here's an answer to the question whether or not the Bishop of Rome is over the entire church, which is an important question for the Protestant Catholic divide. They don't think much about the Bishop of Rome having authority over the entire church. There is a Bishop of Rome, but that's not their concern. So, yeah, but it is. You're right. That's a good analogy to the founding fathers. And they've been influential. Many of them have been influential throughout the entire history of Christianity. Some were not discovered until much later. Like the Epistle to Diognetus. I remember reading, if I'm correct, that was discovered in some papers that were being used to wrap fish or something, that were going to be used for that. And somebody recognized these as really old documents and rescued it. Yeah, I remember something like that. But that's a later one. The Didache, which is like an early Christian manual for worship and just conduct, was not around for a long time. It was discovered much later, I think, in a monastery, but it's really valuable. Some people think it was written as early as the year 70 A.D., and it just talks very plainly about right and wrong for Christians, what the hope of Christians is, and how you treat a traveling preacher. Should you let him into your house? And if you do, how long should he stay? And what if he tries to stay for a long time and mooch off of you? Well, you should probably kick him out easy. It's really interesting, just to kind of get a glimpse back into that world. So here's some more interesting stuff. So that book on the very end by Schnell, The First 100 Years of Christian History or Christianity, that's a good one. He's not coming at it at all from a conservative Christian perspective. He's German. The book was originally written in German, but it's been translated, and it's really good. But like I said, he's not. He doesn't believe in the providentialist view of history at all or anything like that. But he still comes at it from a perspective that is there's kind of like, if you're an evangelical Christian, you kind of get like the same stuff repeated over and over in the books published by other evangelicals. And so this is kind of stepping out of that. You're getting a really ultra academic look. He's going to just tell you things that you just don't normally hear that I think were really valuable, but you have to be a little bit discerning if you are a conservative Christian. I don't know what that, I mean, obviously there's the dove and the olive branch from the story of Noah and the ark. the picture, the letters next to it, alpha on the left, omega on the right, and then
Lowercase omega.
What's that?
That's lowercase omega, which you don't
Yeah.
see as often.
Yeah. Yep. And there wasn't as much standardization as we'd like in ancient writing. But yeah, then the Cairo in the middle, which is the symbol of Christ that Constantine said he was shown before, though, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. And he was told, in this sign, or with this sign, conquer. And his soldiers, according to various sources, put it on their shield or on their armor, carved it on there, and they won the battle. And that was a turning point for Constantine, where he says, okay, the Christians must be true. Their God gave me a victory in battle. But of course, it becomes now a symbol for Christianity in general. Cairo being the first two letters in Christos, Christ. And so they're imposed, the chi is imposed on top of the rho, the CH on top of the R sound. So yeah, a very cool symbol. I don't know where that's from. Like, that's a wall carving. Man, there's so much stuff. I don't want to bore people, but that Christian Oxyrhynchus book is really interesting, because Oxyrhynchus, Egypt, is an area where, I think we've referred to it before with the Select Papyri Loeb volume. It's an area where they've dug up a ton of papyri, which is just the ancient form of paper that they would write on. It was inner leaves glued together, and they've dug up so much that they're in the middle of translating stuff that they've been digging up since the late 1800s. But a lot of it's Christian. And so these two authors, who are Mormon authors, actually, they're Mormon scholars, they are very academic. They did a great job collecting every Christian document that so far has been discovered from the Oxyrhynchus dump. And because it is just a dump that they're digging up. And so you have scripture in there, personal letters from one Christian to another, writing to family or whatever, prayers written out. So it's a really cool glimpse into just a local city that had a lot of Christians in it in the earliest ages. Second and third century are the earliest, and I think it goes on into the fourth, perhaps the fifth. I don't know, but it's a fun volume to look through.
Can you talk a little bit about this red one?
Yeah, so that's Martyrdom and Persecution in the Early Church was like the standard book on Christian persecution. I think it was written maybe in the late 60s. I can't remember the exact year, but it was like the first modern definitive study on persecution. And I don't know how to describe his thesis. I mean, it seems like a very descriptive book, but he's very friendly to the idea that there was widespread persecution, though it was often localized, of course. It wasn't like the Roman Empire was like, hey, we have a goal at all times and all places to kill Christians, and we want them out of here. It was only localized and until like the year 251. There was an empire-wide idea that we needed to persecute Christians. But anyway, he goes through, it's a very, very real phenomenon. It was very widespread. At a certain point, comes to a climax under Emperor Diocletian. The interesting thing, though, is that thesis is like kind of overturned in academia now, where many scholars of Christianity, I would say non-Christian, secular approaching scholars, kind of minimize martyrdom and persecution and treat it almost as if it was practically non-existent, and that Christians later made it a big deal so that they could have heroes to look back on. But in reality, it wasn't a problem. And so he kind of is contradicted today. But I think that the newer scholars have kind of overstated their case. I don't know. Yeah. Have you read this book, or are you familiar with it?
No, but I was reading something about the history. Apparently there was a best-selling book in colonial times of the Book of Martyrs.
Yeah, Fox's Book of Martyrs.
Fox's Book of Martyrs. And it was it was, I guess, popular for children also.
Yeah.
And so it kind of, there were other books like that that were just sort of, we would think of them today of, oh, that wouldn't be children's literature, or why would, but it was, there were these sort of spiritual heroes,
Mm.
and we don't really, I think in a secular sense, maybe, um, blanking on her name, the girl, uh, in, in one of the Scandinavian countries, I think, and she's the environmental stuff. I'm
Oh,
blanking on
Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg. Like, she's kind of, almost kind of reminds me also of Joan of Arc, but,
Mm.
there's sometimes these, like, for the most part, it's, I would say social justice, and being a social justice warrior is also kind of a secular version of this.
Mm.
But the idea of somebody dying for a cause, or being persecuted, and fighting for a spiritual sort of fighting in a spiritual war, um, that's something that seems very alien to a lot of people today.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Thinking about, I don't know, going back to Fox's Book of Martyrs as children's literature. But I could see that. I mean, it was huge in its influence. It really did create most of the anti-Catholicism that ran all the way up to, I'd say, when JFK was running for president. Why were people so concerned with him as a Catholic? I think you could easily trace that back to Fox's Book of Martyrs, which, yeah, I wouldn't doubt, yeah, being read even to children in its earlier times. I
Yeah.
had access to that book as a young person. I remember myself, though. I remember reading some version of it that had woodcuts, but yeah, we'll talk more about that. Um,
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear anything else you have to say about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get to a point where Fox's Book of Martyrs is a pretty important thing. I hope that we don't forget. I don't think we will when we get into the English Reformation, because there's some interesting stuff about that book. But so these are more commentaries. This is from another Oxford series called, I think, the Oxford Early Gospels. And so it extends to non-canonical gospels. So there were, of course, in the Bible, the New Testament, there's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those are called gospels. They're all telling the story of the life of Jesus, from some sort of beginning up to the crucifixion and resurrection. And people often discover, well, there are other gospels besides Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Well, yeah, there are a lot, but they are clearly of later character. They are clearly depending on the first four. They are not quoted by the Apostolic Fathers, for example. They were unaware of these because they didn't exist yet. So there are later movements, break-offs from early Christianity, usually just under the umbrella of Gnosticism, is what we call them. They have a distinct approach to truth, to Christianity. That's their own. They just adopt some Christian themes, the character, the person of Jesus, but they have to kind of write some other gospels to give some support for their own perspective. And Gnosticism, that whole system, was kind of built on the idea of secrecy. Say that you all have heard there's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they would say, but you come to our church, we got some of the secret ones that nobody's letting you see. We all love secrets, and so that was attractive. Even thinking about the Gospel of Judas, this idea that Judas was secretly the hero of the Jesus story, and that Jesus and Judas conspired intentionally to make it all happen, and Judas is a good guy. So that's what the Gospel of Judas is teaching. Well, that would have been so juicy at that time period. All these foolish Christians, they think Judas is the bad guy. Don't they know what I know? He's actually a sort of hero. If you run a see, though, that sometimes people are friendly toward Gnosticism when they know just a little bit about it. Modern people, they think, oh, yeah, those Christians, the Orthodox Christians, they were so narrow-minded. If only they would have gone the direction of the Gnostics. But the Gnostics are equally weird to a modern secular person if they actually read them. And so the Gospel of Mary, one of the ways to see that is at the very end, Jesus says to the other disciples, Mary can be saved, but she can only be saved by becoming a male. She has to somehow become a man because women are unworthy of salvation. So on the inside, if she will develop the male spirit within her and get rid of her femaleness, well, that doesn't appeal to modern secular people either. So my point is the ancient world is a very weird place. And these ancient breakoffs from Christianity are interesting to study, but they're not what a lot of casual thinkers assume that they are. But yeah, those are quite a few. We're getting into New Testament Apocrypha now, which people often talk about the Apocrypha. When you just say the Apocrypha, what you're talking about is Old Testament Apocrypha. And those are the books that are going to be included in like Catholic Bibles, but not in Protestant Bibles nowadays. And, depending on your collection, it may have 7 books, it may have, I don't know, like 11 or 12 books in it, but it was some extra books that were written in Greek and added into the Old Testament. So what's New Testament Apocrypha, though? These were books that I like to just call Christian fan fiction, early Christian fan fiction. So they all knew the stories that came from the original Gospels and from the book of Acts, but like anyone, they just want more. So you get into the 3rd century and beyond, Christians would write these other books. Let's talk about what Thomas did when he went out as a missionary to wherever he went. There were different ideas of where Thomas went as a disciple, when he went out as a missionary. But they would write books, and they're clearly fiction in so many ways. They're weird, I think, to modern people because modern Christians see them as a threat. Somebody was trying to teach some sort of falsehood. I don't think they viewed them that way, but we really don't know why they wrote it. I remember reading an article by, I think, Richard Longenecker, and it was in the Oxford Handbook to New Testament Apocrypha. And it was why the essay was asking, why did early Christians write New Testament Apocrypha? I thought, man, this is going to be a fascinating article. I can't wait to read it. And I'll never forget getting to the last paragraph. He says, so to sum it up, we really don't know why they wrote this stuff, but they did, and we have to deal with it. And so it's interesting. So this set, the original 2 volumes at the bottom of the screen right now, were all that we had for quite a while. And they were originally done in German, and then the whole set was brought out in English. And it does include original language with translation and commentary of a lot of the fundamental New Testament apocryphal books that were out there. Gospel of Thomas, the Secret Gospel of John, stuff like this. And it was valuable, but there's so much more than that there's a guy named Tony Burke, who's a scholar in New Testament Apocrypha, and he began to publish these other 3 volumes, which are called More Non-Canonical Scriptures. The more means, hey, you have these 2 volumes, but there's more. And so he's put out these 3. There was going to be a 4th, but it looks like he hit the brakes after that. I'm not sure if the publisher couldn't do any more. But man, there's just so much cool stuff in there. I just love to know what were early Christians thinking about, what kind of stories appealed to them. You can learn about theological distinctives. At one point, there's a circular letter, like I think it's called like a letter from heaven, and it was like an early chain letter, and it was like supposedly this message from Jesus, and it was basically like, hey, now that you're reading this, you need to copy this and send it to so many other people, or else you're going to be cursed. And it has just like a few basic truths about Christianity, about hope and stuff. But I was like, man, the idea of a chain letter came from some really early centuries, where, I'd better send this on to another person, otherwise I'm in trouble. Now, I say chain letter, a lot of people today might not know what chain letters are, but when I was a kid, sometimes people would get a letter in the mail, and it would, I don't know, it could be about whatever, but it would say, you have to pass this on to 10 people, or else there's some consequence. And people would do it. Anyway, really interesting stuff. If you want a basic study of what New Testament Apocrypha is about, there is that early New Testament Apocrypha book, which is an introduction to the whole genre. And it's published by Zondervan, really, really great, well-known Christian publisher, Zondervan Academic. 'Academic. let's see. There's a collection. So you can see the Gnostic scriptures by translated by Benton. What was his name? He's a Benton Leighton. He's a universalist, and David Brockie. David Brockie's like a prime scholar of Gnosticism nowadays. So since there's nudity on the book, and it's in my church office too, I have it covered up. That's the reason I've cut off a couple of sticky parts. I cover it up, and we can all be at peace because that woman is not wearing any clothes in that picture.
So you didn't do that just for the YouTube video. You just had.
I did not. No,
Okay.
no. And I have, so I am very careful with that stuff. And even on my Herodotus Encyclopedia, there's a naked woman on the cover, which has sticky notes on it to cover it. So yeah, that's just something I do. I'm like, this isn't decent. You should have this. So I've covered it up. I'm sure somebody would think I'm a prude, but I'm okay with that. I don't care. But yeah, anyway, it's a good collection of not, if you want to just get like a bunch of the Gnostic scriptures all together in one place with a little bit of commentary, introduction at least, that's a good set. And those are good scholars. And then at the end, this is a series of commentaries called Hermeneia, which is a word for interpretation. I believe it's coming from the Greek. And so these are all commentaries on mostly apostolic fathers, but others are just a few early Christian writings. So if I had to recommend one, for somebody said, which one should I get if I want to just get one? The one on the Didache, which just means the teaching, that early church manual, that's a very good commentary. And I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I think there was another Fortress set we looked at somewhere else, right? Or was this the same thing?
No, so they have the series on so from the Old Testament perspective, there was a yellow series at home.
Oh yeah.
It was on Old Testament Apocrypha, 4th Ezra, and it was on, I had one on 2nd Maccabees, yeah, and Enoch, Jubilees. So these are more Jewish writings, and that's why there's the yellow cover, but they're commentaries again. And to get commentaries and this stuff, you have to be a very specialized scholar. There are not very many people that want to dedicate their life to this kind of research. So I think they're so valuable. But yeah, same publisher, same set. And then they, of course, have biblical commentaries, which we'll see later from that same series.
So Fortress is mostly known for this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, the very, very academic publisher, Lutheran roots, and yeah, they're a pretty solid publisher.
I just wanted,
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say something just in terms of art history about painting of nudes, and I pulled something up with AI that I just want to share because I wanted to make sure I was remembering this right, but the Renaissance and humanism caused a renewed interest in classical antiquity, led to a reevaluation of the human body, especially female nudes. Eve became a prime subject for exploring theological meaning, anatomy, beauty, temptation, and gendered morality. And so like the Renaissance brought in a sort of more openness to nudity, and also by depicting biblical scenes, it was a way of sort of getting around censorship that would have been this kind of stuff would be just nudes of an average person that would be seen as pornography. And it's a famous Supreme Court case about obscenity, and I know it when I see it. And one of the questions with those kind of things is always, is there a deeper meaning to it? Is it part of the story? Is it a significant depiction of something, or is it just sort of for a prurient interest? And so by depicting biblical scenes, artists could say that we're not just doing it for a prurient interest, we're depicting Eve was naked in the garden, and so it's appropriate to depict her naked. And and that's not something that should be censored or punished.
Yeah. That's interesting. So what was that statement? I know it when I see it. How does that fit in?
It was a famous kind of the problem is always there's an element of judgment as to what is that threshold of when it crosses the line into something that's just sort of superficial. I'll pull it up in a second.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I know when I see it comes from U.S. Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart in the 1964 case, Jacob Ellis versus Ohio, which dealt with the legal definition of obscenity under First Amendment. Full quote, I shall not attempt further to define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within that shorthand description, hardcore pornography, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I note when I see it in motion pictures involved in this case is not that. The case concerned whether a French film, The Lovers, 1958, shown in Ohio, was obscene and thus not protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah, I never thought deeply about that. That's interesting.
Well, there's certain states now that are banning pornography, and so
Yeah,
it's now,
at least access to it at a certain age.
Yeah, and so it's. I don't know if people necessarily expected that to happen, but that's a pretty important element of free speech.
Yeah.
There's always that question of what falls outside, Jordan Peterson's whole thing with pronouns. That's another case of, what exactly are the edges? ACLU had a lot of cases. We talked about the last time about the protesters in that other Supreme Court case. So there's always a question of when is something so offensive that it crosses the line and isn't protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah. 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 That's always a difficult one. I think about it from a religious freedom perspective too. We never want too much restriction, but everyone agrees there should be some degree of it, so yeah.
And there's even exceptions around proselytizing where you can ban door-to-door sales to an extent. There's some cases around this, but you can't ban evangelism. And we talked about the Mormons earlier, but going 2 by 2 and knocking on doors, that's protected as well. I forget if that's First Amendment or if that's religious freedom, but
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But this one, let's see. Zoom in on that one on the left. That there's a couple Brill ones, but the second one, can't remember what that is. Oh yeah, okay. So that one's patristic evidence for Jewish Christian sects, sects. Yeah. So this is kind of starting again. We were looking at like just some basic, really early Christian literature. Now we're kind of getting into like a distinctively second century focus. And so these books, obviously a couple of them, Christianity at the Crossroads, which titles covered up a little bit by Michael Kruger. That's a great book on just understanding second century Christianity, which is a really big deal with Christianity. So much was solidified in the 100s in terms of our focus, what we were going to do as Christians, what's our direction, what's our goal, who are we versus who we are not. And so there was a lot of stuff coming out by Christian authors against Gnosticism, saying we do not believe what they believe. It's very different from what we got from the apostles. And so that's a great book, Christianity at the Crossroads, and it's very affordable. You notice the Brill volume above that, a companion to the second century Christian heretics, and it puts heretics in quotes because this is a secular perspective. They do not want to call anyone heretics because to them, from a secular perspective, there's not really any such thing as Christianity. We noticed this before in one of the Cambridge history covers that said medieval Christianities, plural. And so the secular perspective is that there is no one Christianity. Everyone has an equal claim to be a Christian if they just want to be. Being a Christian means you just say that you're a Christian. Of course, Christians themselves don't agree with that. That's why we wrote the creeds, so we can say this is what a Christian believes. So anyhow, I always think those quotes are kind of interesting, heretics in quotes. But that's a good book. It goes through various groups. Each chapter is dedicated to a different group. And then, so these are more second century writers. Justin Martyr, who was a second century writer, a philosopher who searched through all the philosophies he could and finally met an old man on the beach one day who was a Christian, and he talked to him and he realized, wow, these people really kind of bring everything together. It's like Jesus is the Platonic form of humanity, and I need to participate in him. And so Justin Martyr was a very thoughtful early Christian writer, but pretty unrefined from a later perspective because he doesn't have the vocabulary. He doesn't have the same categories. He's so early. But really, I remember reading him a long time ago, and I still remember so much of what he said. Really great thinker, great writer. Gave a couple of apologies, defenses. He has one book. It's an entire conversation between him and a man named Trypho, who was a Jew who doesn't believe in Jesus. And so you get to read a transcript of a Christian and an unbelieving Jew talking about Jesus and Christianity in the mid-2nd century. I mean, I just think that's fascinating. Who wouldn't want to read this? And so really amazing records there that we have access to.
I want to jump back quickly because there
Go
were
ahead.
other things that I was looking up. So just getting back to this, we talked about both Apocrypha and sort of censorship or just obscenity. And an area where this is kind of present day, we have similar kinds of, in a broader sense, analogously. One of the, and you had mentioned fan fiction, so that's what made me think of this. The very popular and sort of, you could consider obscene, the book 50 Shades of Grey was a fan fiction off of the book and movie series Twilight, which was itself a sort of Harry Potter level almost in terms of popularity. And the names were switched around, and in Twilight, the romantic relationship remains chaste, and there's some element of the monster or like the supernatural character of these characters. I think he's a vampire or a werewolf or something. And so that remains chaste. She sort of reimagines it as a BDSM relationship, and that was sort of the spark or the main feature, many would say, behind 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah. And then there was a censorship issue on Amazon, and if anybody listening to this is an Amazon did CrateSpace or anything, you may have heard of this a few years ago, but Amazon got rid of a lot of monster-themed romance novels and other sort of fiction because they were basically doing things with monsters that would, if they were humans, they would be considered obscene. But when they changed the characters to monsters, it's no longer human beings, and it's in this gray area. So those are just some kind of contemporary elements, and you also just see how things can be recast when there's an issue around obscenity. It creates a pressure to recast things in a different terms or in a different way. And so some of the stuff we were talking about reminded me of those issues. Yeah. And so a lot of these things that seem like, oh, well, that's Apocrypha and that's something that nobody does anymore, but it's really, it's still alive and well. All these issues are still alive and well. And even with the heretics, you have Jordan Peterson and various people getting banned off Twitter. And it's, or just not getting tenure and other stuff. It's the same stuff, just in a different guise and with different terminology.
Yep. There still is an orthodoxy and a heresy. And today, the orthodoxy, though, is not Christian. It's kind of a secular consensus that's kind of molding from decade to decade. But yeah, if you don't conform in certain contexts, you are expelled. And the problem is that they never write down a creed. So, I always think that when I'm 47 years old now, and so you see values change from one decade to the next within the world. And I always ask the question, like, how would you know these rules? Like, where would you learn them? I guess people just know by conforming to each other. But yeah, there's always an orthodoxy and a heresy. And there's the same consequences. You're treated as an outsider if you're a heretic.
And the newest iteration of this is the Supreme Court case from just a month ago, which was on certain picture books, parents wanting to opt out. That was Mahmoud versus Taylor, and that was just recently decided. So it's an issue that's always kind of out there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it will be all the way to the end. Let me just say something about that guy named Tatian. He's really interesting. So just to show the idea that early Christians only believed that there were 4 gospels, Tatian, who was a disciple of Justin Martyr, end of the 2nd century, he said, okay, we have 4 gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But they kind of tell the same story, but they fill in the gaps for each other. So he tried to make like one book that included all 4 of the gospels together, but divided up and put in the proper order. And so it's one long book that has all 4 gospels together. So yeah, the Diatessaron through 4, it's a book through 4 witnesses. So that's pretty interesting.
What is that book where they arrange? This isn't the same thing as where they're arranged in parallel? Was that Jerome or something?
Well,
I'm not sure what I'm thinking of.
It's something like that.
Eusebius
wanted to have them in parallel columns and gave them numbers so you could refer to them by section numbers.
I think there's actually something. What I was thinking of is there that also, but there's something on Wikipedia called the Harmony of the Gospels.
Well, yeah, there's modern harmonies. Yeah, so the Tatian was like the first harmony.
Okay, cool.
That you ever could have written in the 2nd century. We don't actually have the original Diatessaron, just later witnesses and people writing about it and quoting from it. And you can kind of reassemble what he was doing. And so that book is mostly analysis, the one called Tatian's Diatessaron by Oxford. But yeah, similar concept. And so they still do that. I think it's unhelpful to do that. Each author should be read as developing his own argument about Jesus. He's including things for a reason. He's excluding other things for a reason to help us focus on a particular aspect. But yeah, still a really interesting project. So moving up here, there's just more, these are more early church fathers, getting into like beyond the 2nd century now into the 3rd century. That book right there, that's the only one I have from the Patrologia Graeca series, which that's from 1861. And my sons come into my office, they always want to look at it and they say, "This is really old, Dad." I'm like, "Yep, it's old." So that's the set where I don't remember. Let's just say in the Greek side there's 185 volumes, and the Latin side there's 221 volumes, and that's the church fathers as they were assembled in a single edition by a French scholar named Migne, Minge. And so, but it's all original language. Like I said, with Photius, that's the state Photius is in. You got to read the original in the Patrologia Graeca series. But I found that one for an affordable price, and I think so highly of that series. I thought I'm just gonna get this one just because it's the book Contra Celsus, against Celsus, which we saw an English translation at my house. And so Celsus was that 2nd century critic of Christianity. Origen comes in the 3rd century and writes a book against his arguments, defending Christianity. And so he was a pretty profound, Origen was a very profound scholar, and certainly no lightweight. Probably the greatest scholar of the early church, though he got in trouble later as people reflected on his works, and they thought, he's a little bit too much of a Platonist in some places. And so there became later a heresy called Origenism that people wanted to avoid. But he was pretty early. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He was a pretty awesome guy. One other book I'd recommend for anyone who's interested in early Christianity is that book called The Search for the Christian Doctrine of God. It's pretty big, but it's worthwhile. It tells the story of the 4th century in terms of what Christians believe about God, because the Council of Nicaea happens in 325, and you'd think, well, the issue's settled. Christians agree that Jesus was not a created being. He is God, very God of very God. He's the same God, same in divinity as the Father. And so it wasn't settled, though. The actual story of the 4th century is there was all kinds of controversy after that, and it didn't actually get settled until year 381. So it traces out the controversy that happens in between the Council of Nicaea and what we call the Council of Constantinople. And so it's a fun story if you're interested in that sort of thing. I wouldn't recommend every book that I own to people, but certainly that one I would recommend.
Could you say this is a pretty famous book, right?
Yeah, too. Yeah, that was going to just tell you that's actually another book I'd recommend because it's affordable. So this book called Heresies by Browner, and know his first name. It's a great. I would say you read this book as a reference book. It's really good. Just laying out what was a heresy, what was not a heresy, why was it a heresy, and heresies can get pretty complicated in early Christianity, especially you get into monophysitism and miaphysitism, and you're just like, man, what is what? The iconoclast controversy. It seems so distant from us. He lays it all out and just shows. I mean, have you seen this book before? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't remember where, but I just pulled up a few details
Okay.
from AI. So by Harold O.J. Brown, 1984, reprinted 1998, Comprehensive Evangelical Protestant History of Key Doctrinal Controversies Across Church History. Scope covers heretical challenges from early Gnosticism, Arianism, monophysitism, through medieval dualism, Cathars, Abelard, Reformation era heterodoxy, and up to Enlightenment and modern theological trends.
Yeah, so pretty comprehensive. And yeah, one of the best things about it is it's affordable. So if anyone is interested, it's probably not out of reach to find a used copy for a pretty good price. I have a book in the wrong place. I see there. I'll have to move it. The Cambridge Companion to the Apostolic Fathers. It's probably swapped out with the Cambridge Companion to the Council of Nicaea or something. Anyway, good to see that. I'll move it. That set there is pretty famous in patristic studies, the studies of the Church Fathers, called Patrology. It's hard to get. I had a hard time getting those 4 volumes in old paperback. Thankfully, they're bound well, so they still are going to last for a little while. But they're just like an encyclopedic description of each church father, a list of their literature, what the literature was arguing, a biographical section on their life, their impact on other church fathers. And so it is like a reference work. And it went up to, I think, maybe like the 5th century or something. And then later, Berardino, or however you pronounce that Italian guy's name, he's also the one that was on that encyclopedia. He came out with this 5th volume that brings us up to John of Damascus, who is kind of seen as like the last church father, dying in like 751. And so he completed that set. And you can see he worked together with the original author on the 4th volume too. So it's a pretty worthwhile set if you're interested in church fathers and you want to have just a summary, because who has time to read them all? There's quite a bit. But yeah, a lot of great stuff there getting into the church fathers.
Do you want to say just a few words about this?
Yeah, so a Dictionary of Early Christian Beliefs is a really cool collection of sayings and teachings of the church fathers, but specifically from a 10-volume set that we're about to see in just a little bit, the Ante-Nicene Fathers. So he collects, so say he wanted to know what early Christians believed about a hot button issue today. What do they believe about abortion? What do they believe about sexuality, homosexuality, stuff like that? Well, nobody wants to flip through thousands of pages trying to find where they talked about something. So this guy, David Burkott, he collected, he's a pretty intense dude. He collected in the days before computers were a big thing and the internet was a big thing. He collected all these sayings of church fathers on all kinds of topics and assembled them here in this volume. So it's a pretty popular volume. It's been mass printed before. I see it in Christian bookstores a lot, or used to when they were a thing. And but he's just taking quotes from that 10-volume set and assembling them together. He himself is kind of a very, really idiosyncratic view of his own Christianity. Having done this, I think he kind of has spent so much time in the early patristic era, he has a hard time getting back into the modern world and seeing any developments in Christianity beyond that. So he's very, very unique. But yeah, I'm sure it's still in print, and it's definitely worth getting.
Is there anything particularly distinctive about like what he does differently or what he says differently? That's like, what denomination is he?
Oh, okay. I can't recall. I watched a talk by him one time, and I would have known at the time. It seems like he was a part of some American denomination, which makes sense. So what I mean is something that began in the 1800s and beyond. Churches of Christ, perhaps. I don't know. You might look it up. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll look it up while we're.
But yeah, he did a great job. So there's the set. So let's talk about this set real quick. I don't have everything that belongs to this set. This set is supposed to be 38 volumes long, and it comes in 3 parts. The first part is a 10-volume portion, which you see on the left there, and I have all of those. I paid $100 for them brand new because I got them back in like 1999 or something, or 2000. And it's called the Ante-Nicene Fathers. Ante meaning before. So this is before the Council of Nicaea, before 325. Church fathers who wrote books prior to 325. And so that's what most people are really interested in, because they're like, hey, the earlier the better. It's hard to see all their names there, but it kind of goes in chronological order in general. It has a few categories that it introduces later, like the early liturgicals or whatever Syriac documents. But overall, it's a chronological thing. And so this was translated in the 1800s. It's still referenced today because nobody either has the time or the skill to translate like these translators did. It was overseen by Philip Schaff, who had written that 8-volume church history at the beginning. And he oversaw the project. And he, of course, as a historian, wants Christians to have access to the earliest writings of Christians so that we have. So these aren't all of them, but these are the majority of them, of what Christians wrote prior to the Council of Nicaea. And so a lot of stuff is unrefined at this era because Christianity has no power. It's not certain what it means for a bishop to have power or influence at that time. Christianity is not smiled upon by most people. And so things are developing and they're trying to understand themselves and how do we do the church and what do we believe in relationship to the world around us? What's the best way to respond when somebody's attacking our beliefs? What forms of argumentation do we take? So you think about, like, there's a wide variety. Tertullian, who has a couple volumes in 3 and 4, his idea is that we don't need any philosophy. We just need common sense. And so that's his approach, do away with all philosophy. Plato, Aristotle, they're all terrible. You get to Origen, he's like, well, we better use Plato because he taught us a lot about thinking and reality. And so you have these varieties of approaches that the church fathers take to the problems that they were facing. But it's a great set. It's been out of print. It's hard to get. People charge a ton of money for it nowadays. I don't know why Hedgerson doesn't publish it again, because it's still in high demand. A lot of young pastors.
Yeah, it's like $2,000-$3,000 for all 3 colors.
So I could see that. When I got it from Christian Book Distributors, $100 for just a 10-volume set. That was nothing, And beyond that, there's 2 other sections, which are Nicene and Post-Nicene Fathers, which means this Nicene era, 4th century, early 4th century, and beyond that era. And so this is a little bit later, but Christianity is becoming more settled, more decisions are being made, more of a consensus is being reached about what we believe. So, for example, in the first 10 volumes, you'll have those early Christians friendly toward that idea I talked about that Papias believed of premillennialism, that Jesus will return prior to establishing a 1,000-year kingdom on the earth. You will read them believing that in the 2nd century as a very popular thing. You get beyond Nicaea, and that belief is made fun of as foolish. Who would believe that? They say that is such a Jewish belief. We're not Jews. There's no earthly reign of anything. We're looking forward to heavenly stuff. And so you see a difference in them, some development, some solidifying of what they believe. So I don't have the entirety of those later series for a couple reasons. One, they're expensive, especially now. And two, you can buy single volumes for pretty cheap. So anytime I've wanted one of those volumes, I've just looked it up online, and I could find it for usually a pretty affordable price within a month or two if I keep up an eye on the price. People are selling these ones, and so they don't look as nice on my shelf. That's okay. I'll take what I can get. And the figure who takes up most, or at least half of the first part of the second set, the second part of the series, is Augustine. So there's a lot of his stuff. The figure who takes up most of that second 14-volume set is John Chrysostom and a lot of his sermons. And he was a preacher who spoke in Greek, and often would preach through books of the Bible. So he's really valuable. John Chrysostom is really valuable because you can kind of look at him as like an early Christian commentary on so much of the Bible. You're just going to his sermons. There's a lot more than those two figures. Now, Augustine, I'll just say, he's probably, I was telling this to my sons, they were asking some questions the other day, and they said, who is the most influential person in history? And I said, well, besides Jesus and people in the Bible, I said Augustine. Clearly, Augustine is like, I think he's probably the most influential person outside of those directly involved in early Christian history, biblical period. And it's because Augustine set the path. He was a very intelligent man. He set the path forward on so many doctrines and answering so many questions about how Christianity fits into the world and how we interact with other philosophies. And so what you could say is all of medieval theology that comes after Augustine is Augustinian. Their framework is developed by Augustine. And then even when you get into the Reformation period, everyone was vying for Augustine. The Reformers and the Protestant Reformation are trying to claim Augustine for their beliefs. The Catholics are trying to claim Augustine for their beliefs. And everyone's still trying to draw from him. And today, when you hear Christians interact, everyone is still quoting Augustine to support their beliefs. Not that anyone believes with 100% of what Augustine taught. They're all picking and choosing what they believe from Augustine, but he's still highly revered, and people know he kind of set up a framework that has never gone away when it comes to Christian doctrine and the Christian approach to life. But he was kind of weird, like a lot of academics. He was an academic. He was originally a teacher of rhetoric, kind of like he was originally a professor, basically, in the ancient world, but had a very dramatic conversion, which he records in this book called The Confessions, which is like his autobiography, and which is a really good autobiography. But he has a big change. Everything in his life changes dramatically, and it never goes back. He seems to be very single-minded after his conversion, and a very intense writer. So Augustine has written a huge corpus of writings, and there's a publisher, I can't remember if they're called New City Press or something like that, who are trying to publish everything he wrote, translated into English, and it's a big project, and quite a bit has been done, though. So anyhow, I could say more, but
I just wanted to make a couple points. I noticed we were pronouncing his name differently, and then I saw his name's actually spelled differently, and there's a saint here. So the gray editions are the reprint, the newer editions, and then the white ones are the older. And And so according to, and let me know if you have any thoughts on this, but the AI explanation for the two spellings is Augustine without the final E, found in older English translations, especially in the Nicene and Post-Nicene Fathers, first series published in the 1880s to 1890s, used by Philip Schaff, reflecting 19th century Germanic and Anglicized usage. Augustine with the E, more common in modern usage and seen in Catholic editions, modern reprints, and most academic writing today. Used in Nicene and Post-Nicene Fathers, second series, and by later editors like Weiss and Hurst, as well as most modern Bible software and patristic websites.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess I think about the pronunciation sometimes. So now just here's what goes through my mind, and some might disagree with me, but when I hear somebody say Augustine, I think, oh, they don't study early Christianity. And when I hear somebody say Augustine, I'm like, oh, okay, this person's familiar with the area of study. So I might be too judgmental. I have heard academics say Augustine before, but I do wonder, I'm like, how did he stick with that? You know, we all switched to Augustine at some point. I don't know. But yeah, you do see the spelling difference. I never really thought about the bindings of these books, how yeah, one edition had an E and the other did. A lot of times in really old English literature, they just abbreviated it to Austin. I don't know why. I read that sometimes, like in a Puritan book. Austin says, and you're like, Austin? Did you actually say Austin, or is this just like a shorthand way of writing it? I don't know. But
I also looked up Burko or Burkott. Do you know which one it is for him?
What's that?
From the last slide.
Burkott?
Burkott.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just asked what's distinctive about his journey. So reading from here, in the case of Burkott, what's distinct about his journey is how he synthesized diverse Christian traditions into a radical scripture and patristic-centered practice that builds up rather than merely critiques. He went from mainline Anglicanism to radical Christianity, began in the Anglican Episcopalian tradition, frustrated by what he saw as disconnect between modern Christianity and early church practice. He turned to the Ante-Nicene Fathers for guidance, eventually aligned himself with Anabaptist and Kingdom Christianity, emphasizing nonviolence, communal living, and simplicity.
I remember that. So I was thinking Churches of Christ because I was thinking about his position on baptism, and it matches with that. But no, that makes sense. He was Anabaptist. You're right. And he liked their position on pacifism and felt that it was just more authentic. So yeah, thank you for that. That's helpful. But yeah, in Anabaptism, that whole line of thought is pretty minimal today in terms of its influence. It's distinct from Baptists, and it really is kind of the precursor to the Amish. It's a familiar group to most people. Where did they come from? They came from the Anabaptists. And so, yeah, interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And there's also, in terms of intellectual history, looking at communism and Marxism, there's a thread there through with what's called Christian communism that looks at the some of this same stuff, the Anabaptists, and there were even Anabaptist experiments of communal living even back several hundred years ago. And I've always wondered, to what extent is communism, Marxism, a sort of connection to that? Or is there a common thread there? Or is there, is it a separate thing? And you can't always say, oh, they look similar, so they must be connected. You have to look deeper than that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's always been communal movements even before Christianity. And like the Qumran community who produced the Dead Sea Scrolls, they seem to be some kind of a communal group that shared things, and so I don't know. There was a group who was it? Oh, that Philo wrote about a strange group of Jews that had a similar way of living. And I can't remember what their name was, but he's the one that talks about them. And yeah, but some people might say, well, that's where Christians got the idea, from those early Jewish communal groups. I don't know.
And there's the kibbutzes in modern day, so that's
true. Yeah. And then we talked about, like, who knows how long ago, 9 hours ago, it had come up talking about Christian communism. Is there such a thing? And the distinction, I think, being that communism coerces people to share, whereas the early Christian communal living was voluntary. And that obviously is a huge difference.
There's also the pacifism and non-resistance, which we talked about earlier with Gibbon and his Christianity. If you follow the doctrine that it's of non-resistance and pacifism, that very much would, you could see how that would go hand in hand with allowing the Goths or other invaders to come into your land and not resist that. So it's very important how you conceptualize the military side of things and what does it mean to have a Christian doctrine around that?
Yep. And that is something that people struggle with. Like Augustine, there's a letter that was written to Augustine by a soldier. He was asking, is my way of life compatible with being a Christian? I'm out here fighting people and killing people. And I don't remember the specifics of his response other than I think he talked about just war and the concept of just war and it being a good thing. So it ties into Augustine himself. One side note, in a forthcoming Loeb volume, they're about to publish one of his works, and it's the book On Christian Doctrine. I think that's in December that comes out. Just a connection there between the Loeb Classical Series and Augustine, who we're on right now. But
there's also, I've always just found fascinating these different Anabaptist groups. During the Middle Ages, you have the Waldensians, voluntary poverty. They rejected infant baptism. You have the Hussites, John Huss, and they rejected clergy and sacraments. The Lollards, Cathars, and there's even, I was thinking back also to what we were talking about with Eve on one of these. There was the Naked Prophets in Amsterdam, 1535 to 1536, where they believe nudity symbolizes innocence and restoration of Edenic purity. And so that was an element of their, that was a short-lived thing, but
yeah,
just another one of those interesting sects.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, a good connection. And I don't even have anything on the Anabaptists really. There's a book I keep considering getting that traces, it's like, it was a huge number of pages, like 1,500 pages or something. And a man named James White had just posted recently how it was like the definitive resource on the Radical Reformation, which is what you call the Anabaptist movement. I can't remember what it's called though. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there.
You said the book is forthcoming, because I'll look it up while you're talking.
The Loeb one? Yeah.
It's a Loeb?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the only way I found it was Advanced Book Search on Amazon. And then you type in Loeb Classical Library, sort by publication date. So,
wow.
They do publish Christian books in that series. They've published in the Loeb Classical Series, Tertullian. He's that early Christian writer that didn't like philosophy. And they published Clement of Alexandria. They've published the Letters of Basil, who was a 4th century church father. They've published the Apostolic Fathers by Bart Ehrman, translated those. And that's all I can think of right now. Well, Augustine, I think they published his letters, some of his letters before in the Loeb Classical Series. So there's quite a few Christians who they published, and Bede, of course, as well. But yeah, so
it's now coming up as a Loeb.
It's not called On Christian Doctrine. They gave it a different name.
Was it Liberating Romans from Reformed Captivity?
No.
Okay.
It was like Teaching Christianity or something like that.
Okay, well, make a note. Maybe we can figure that out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, I'm positive of it that they are, and I did just layer in here or something.
Okay.
But yeah, so again, here's just focus on those 3 on the end. These are some significant ones. At least one of them is, but the Post-Nicene fathers. So the last one is the 7 ecumenical councils. And ecumenical means the entire world. It's universal. So these were 7 councils that involved both Christians from the East and the West coming together to make decisions about various things. Most of them deal with what we call Christological controversies, the nature of Christ, who is he, how does his divinity relate to his humanity. But the 7th one deals with icons. And so anyway, it's a good resource, though. You can read about, if you're interested in the Council of Nicaea, which is often a popular thing for people to debate and talk about, the canons of the Council of Nicaea are readily available in that volume, and you could probably find it online used by itself and have a good resource. And then, Gregory the Great is before that. I think Leo is before that, but those are 2 really important figures as well. Both popes, people looking back saying they're a bishop of Rome, so they must be a pope. And Gregory the Great advanced the papacy quite a bit, and he was 590 to 604 AD. And so if you're ever thinking about, well, when did the papacy really begin? Well, Leo does a little bit with his organization and his influence, but Gregory the Great is like kind of like the first actual pope. Still not a pope in the sense that you have him in the High Middle Ages or anything like that, but he's like the first guy who's pretty significant in terms of that office. Before him, other than Leo, there's not a whole lot of memorable bishops of Rome who really did much. So just to kind of highlight him there. But yeah, that's the end of that series. Cambridge is putting out this set right now. They're going to publish the final volume of this early Christian writing set. And it's good. So it's only going to be 5. It was originally going to be 8. Now it's just going to be 5. And what it's pretty unique. You'd say, why would you need this if you have all the other stuff? They have really good introductions that set the parts in the writings in context that they're going to put. It's more of an anthology. They're taking out selected portions of writings that are significant, giving a good introduction to it, explaining why it matters, and they are trying to include stuff that has not been translated into English before that brings a new light into a lot of these things. So volume 5, I think, is going to be community. So it's God, practice, Christ, and community, I believe. It's not published yet, though. So that's a great set. I've enjoyed it. So let me share a couple of other things. So if you want to know about early Christianity from the perspective of an early Christian in a really accessible way, that book, I think it's blue, I'm colorblind, it says Eusebius, The Church History by Kregel Publishers. That edition, which usually has a dust jacket on it, is super easy to read. It's a new translation done by a man named Paul Meyer. I say new, it was like late 90s that he published it. He translated it. But he has a introduction section that places each of the 10 books in context, because there's 10 books or chapters in it. And he has pictures in it, which keep your attention. He has footnotes that are helpful. It's good, sturdy, thick paper that's glossy, too. It's a really good translation. So Eusebius is the first guy to write a church history. And he wrote, that was finished in 324. So it's weird. You think, I want to learn about early Christianity. Can I go and start reading histories that Christians were writing? They didn't write any until 324, except the Bible, which has the book of Acts in it, which is a book of history. So I would highly recommend that book by Paul Meyer, Eusebius, The Church History. He writes about the first 300 years of Christianity and does it in a really cool way. He was a big scholar at the time. He was friends with Constantine. So he had a lot of access to things, materials, influence, leisure to write in. And so that other book, The Preparation for the Gospel, is you see that book referenced all the time by ancient historians, because what he was doing, kind of like Photius, he was recording large sections of books that we don't any longer have access to. His goal in the book is to show how all of history has been intentionally leading up to the coming of Jesus. But in so doing, he records a lot of really valuable stuff that outside of his book doesn't exist anymore. So historians love The Preparation for the Gospel. And it's not something that I don't know of anyone else who even knows about it outside of like history nerds or ancient history nerds. So it's pretty unfamiliar, and it's not a joy to read. It's kind of fragmentary, but it's just cool to have access to.
The more we go into all this stuff, it makes me think that you must be, of just all the pastors out there, you must be more interested in history than probably 99 point whatever percent of them.
It could be. It probably is. I think to me, it's a no-brainer because it's like Christianity is a historical phenomenon, and so, and also believing in that providential aspect to it all. Nothing's happening without consequence. And going back to way at the beginning, Francis Schaeffer, that 20th century Presbyterian writer, just showing how everything's influenced by something else. There's this cumulative effect, things coming together. So it's always helpful just to put it all together. And also that statement of Christ, I will build my church, the gates of hell will not prevail against it. So you kind of see like a lot of God within history. Everything that happens, he's allowing to happen or causing to happen. And
which is the Schaeffer book?
Those haven't been shown yet. They would.
Oh, okay. Right.
And like his 5 volumes.
I was thinking Schaff, but
yeah, no, Schaeffer. We talked about him at the very, very beginning of our first talk, but he was just very influential on me at showing how history is interconnected, and he's right. Also knowing why you believe what you believe and why you don't believe what you don't believe. That's very important to me. I never want to just believe something arbitrarily. And so I like to hear from different perspectives. I don't want to just say, hey, Catholics are wrong because I'm not a Catholic. That's not a good approach. What do they say? They probably have some good and sufficient reasons from their perspective as to why they believe what they believe. What are they? And so what distinguishes me from somebody else? I think we all should be asking those questions. And I think even more secular people need to ask, why am I secular? Where did my presuppositions come from? Did I just uniquely come into the world and think of them on my own, or did I inherit them? And if I did inherit them, who did I inherit them from? And what was their basis for believing those things? Is it a sound basis? And so that's kind of why I'm interested in a lot of these things. I think it's important. I'm like, what else would be important besides this stuff?
Did you ever think about publishing anything academically? Like,
my wife has told me a lot of the time, I'll sit there and ramble to her about this thing or that thing. And she'll say, you should write a book. But I always say, there's a lot of great books written already and nobody's reading them. And so like I'll find a great book and I'll say, I've recommend it to somebody, and they don't want to read it. They're uninterested. But I'm thinking this is really important. And so I don't know if we mentioned it before, but I think the way people learn today is primarily through videos.
Yeah.
I think about if you really want to get your message out, you need to use that format, the format of videos. And
that's why I was looking so much forward to this, because I think we're giving sort of a book length treatment to any introduction.
It's very unique. Yeah. So we are doing a video, and it is book length. I think, and so there are some great people out there making videos, obviously helping us learn. And from my perspective, I can find non-Christian channels and Christian channels that are just really helpful. The downside is you have to be pretty sensational and for to keep getting attention and views over time, And so I think you could make 1 or 2, unless it's your thing. He doesn't say it's not my thing. I don't have time for it. And so I started to think about, I knew we had a YouTuber family at our church not long ago, have a huge number of subscribers. They're a travel YouTuber family. So they just travel, show different spots around the nation. And I asked the husband and his family as we're having lunch one time, I said, how much time does it take? He said, it takes way more time than my old job. It's like 70 hours a week to put out content. And they're not putting out content every day, it's just editing, filming, and he just said, there's stuff you got to do. You think about filming a car driving off. You have to have your camera sitting on the road. The car drives off, but you have to actually come back and get your camera because you're not leaving it there. He's like, it's just so time consuming to do. And I just think, yeah, I the time for that. So what I like to do is what we're doing right now. I like to point other people to the great stuff that's already out there, and try to help them bring it together.
Can you say who that family is? The user?
Yeah. So they moved away. They came here like 5 times. The McHustons, I think, were their names, and their channel was Overland something. I can't remember. I think it's somebody looked up Overland.
Do you know how to spell that name, McHuston?
McCuiston.
Because it's funny you mention them, because I don't think I might recognize them if I saw their video, but I was just teaching something about these families that travel around in renovated school buses or RVs, and a number of them do have missionary, they're missionary families, and they do. Some of them are musicians and they sing Christian songs and perform, or they volunteer to build buildings or do other stuff. And it's just a very interesting lifestyle. And I've done stuff like that earlier in my life with traveling around the country. So it's a really cool kind of world. And I need to check out their channel.
Yeah, look him up. It's Overland something. I subscribe to them. I can't remember. And we could mention them here in a little bit. But yeah. They had a daughter. I thought, what a unique experience. She was younger, maybe 11, 12, 13. And I just can't imagine what that would be like. Oh, here it is. Is it Lifestyle Overland? And so, yeah, there's a video of the life of Sarah McHuston. Anyway, they were a cool family. Only lived here for a little bit, and they didn't even live in our town, but they just moved to Tennessee. So this is a great place, though, Utah, where I live, to do travel stuff. I mean, a lot of attractive things.
Yeah, so it looks like they've got a trailer and it's either a pickup truck or a smaller SUV type thing.
Yeah.
So that's pretty minimalist. Toyota 4Runner with a turtleback trailer.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they do some pretty long videos too. And I thought, man, but yeah, a lot of fans. I said, you guys ever just go into the store and people recognize you? They said, yeah, that happens.
Oh.
And I thought, man, that would be so weird to me. I mean, it happens to me as a pastor. You go to Walmart and people recognize you from your church or who have visited or whatever. You got to maybe do some pastoral counseling in the toaster aisle at Walmart. But yeah, to just travel anywhere and have people recognize you, that'd be really interesting. So YouTube
310,000 subscribers, 383 videos.
A lot more than me, though I'm not trying too hard. Yeah, let's talk about this shelf and get through this one. We started this one, Preparation for the Gospel.
Yeah.
I guess what I'll say, just point out a few that are interesting. The Cult of the Saints, this is a series of sermons by John Chrysostom, that preacher who was featured in the Nicene, Post-Nicene Fathers. These are a series of his sermons that address the idea of the saints, the martyrs who went before them, and celebrating them on various feast days. But the next one, Peter Brown's The Cult of the Saints, its rise and function in Latin Christianity. Here's, just thinking about why I love this stuff. See, my question would be like, okay, why did the earliest Christians have no concept of praying to the saints? That would be very weird to go to Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, and be like, hey, go ahead and pray to Mary during your church service today and say this prayer. They would have been like, what are you talking about? Why would I talk to anyone besides God? But of course, at some point, it becomes a thing. And to pray to Mary and the saints becomes very ordinary in medieval Christianity. Questions like, okay, so where'd that come from? Well, Peter Brown, a top historian in late antiquity, like he's the guy in late antique studies, wrote this book, and he just describes it, lays it out from the beginning until it's established, and you're like, wow, that is so enlightening. And you have to ask yourself the question, okay, now that I've seen how it began and how it became established, is that a legitimate doctrine? Like, according to my method that I approach doctrine with, should I appropriate that for myself? And my answer was no, because my method would not say that that's persuasive. But obviously, a big part of Christianity still does. And so that's the value of these books.
When you say your method, what does that mean?
So my method, when it comes to which doctrine should I adopt as true, there are 4 places to get a doctrine from. You can get your doctrine from tradition, or you can get it from human reason. It just makes sense to me. You can get it from your experience, or you can get it from which one? Scripture, right? So we have 4: tradition, reason, experience, scripture. And so it's good to say I have a doctrine because of one of those 4 things. That it doesn't mean it's right or wrong. That's just where you got it, right? So the problem is, what happens when I get a doctrine from one of those places and it contradicts another place? So an example would be, say I have an experience, say I have a dream, and in that dream, I think God is talking to me and telling me something. Say somebody says, I had a dream and God is telling me to preach a pro-choice sermon next Sunday to my church. Okay. He could say that's where he got that teaching. Okay, I heard from a dream. But then what if he goes to Scripture and he says, well, wait a minute, Scripture seems to contradict this idea. It's not pro-choice. The question is, well, which of those 2 doctrines is going to trump the other one? And that's always been the question. Different Christian traditions will say that a certain source trumps another source. And so I would say Scripture trumps all the other sources of doctrine if there's a contradiction between the 2. And the reason I say that is because when I look to Jesus, the only records we have of Jesus in the Gospels, that seemed to be his approach. He would always try to settle debates by asking people the question, have you not read? And then he would quote Scripture. Or, it is written, and then he'll quote Scripture. Like, he comes into a controversy, it's solved, I'm quoting Scripture. So the cult of the saints, like, why would I say, I'm not going to appropriate the idea that I should be praying to anyone other than God? I could say there is a tradition of that's very established in Christianity, but when I look to the Scripture, I never see anyone praying to another being besides God. And I see a warning against praying to angels in the book of Colossians, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not very comfortable with that. I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to put that doctrine aside. The doctrine I can pray to non-divine beings. I'm going to put that aside and not adopt it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But just real interesting though. So like from my perspective, it seems like the Roman Catholic tradition often will put tradition above other doctrines or other sources of doctrine. The charismatic tradition tends to put experience over other sources of doctrine. And the liberal tradition, progressive Christianity, they tend to, I think, put reason at the top, so that if something makes sense to them, it must be true. If it doesn't make sense, it shouldn't be true, which is where you see in their roots, but going back to Unitarianism. And the doctrine of the Trinity doesn't make sense to me. It's not reasonable. Therefore, I'm going to put it aside. And so anyway, not to go too far off on that.
No, I think I think of it sort of like epistemology.
Yeah.
There's an element of, which is a core aspect of philosophy, is just how do you know what you know? What sources do you consider valid or more valid than other sources? And so to sort of, you could almost think of research methodology. Different methodologies are sort of subscribing to different epistemologies of what's considered true or valid or most credible.
Yeah.
And that's one of the key distinctions between even just different disciplines, especially within the social sciences and humanities, is how do they discover truth, and when there's disagreements, how do they sort of rank different sources of information?
Yeah, you touched on something that's key. I think method is everything when people are debating. And it's so frustrating because people have different methods of how they arrived at their conclusions. The two parties have different methods of how they arrive at their conclusions, and they're just kind of like shouting at each other or debating in whatever form. And then they never addressed that. What was the method you used to arrive at this? If you knew that, it would change the whole discussion. You'd just be talking about whose method is best and why. Because within the system of that method, that conclusion makes sense. And so this happens a lot with evangelicals and Mormons in Utah. Evangelicals have a method that's similar to what I described, where we want to treat Scripture as a top authority. But Mormons don't think that way. Scripture is important to them, but it's not the top authority. They don't study it the same way evangelicals do. They treat their experience as really important. So they're always doing this thing called bearing their testimony. Hey, here's the experience that I had. And that's everything. So when the missionaries travel door to door, the Mormon missionaries travel door to door, their goal is to share their experience with people. I prayed about the Book of Mormon. I felt like it was true. I'd like you to do the same thing. What are they doing? They're saying, hey, experience is the top source of authority when it comes to doctrine. Would you have this experience and it will just show you that our way is true? Evangelicals are saying, no, just look at the Bible. It doesn't say what your belief system says. And they argue, never really thinking about how they arrived at their conclusions. And it's very fruitless. And this happens all over the place in debates. And I just think, why don't you talk about your method? How did you arrive at that conclusion?
And even within Scripture, and whether it's the New Testament or elsewhere, there's always the question of, how do you know if somebody's a prophet? What are the signs somebody's a prophet?
Sure.
And one of the key things in, I know, especially Gospel of John, is just, sort of people want to establish who is Jesus, and what are his bona fides. So there's, even with Jesus himself, there's this element of, is he an authentic prophet? Is he to be taken seriously? And is he sort of qualified to change doctrine or update things or reinterpret, or however you want to describe it? So it's sort of and even Muhammad and with Islam, you have a similar sort of issue. So there's always a question of who is a legitimate prophet, and are they qualified to change or update or reinterpret or whatever.
Yep. Yeah. And how would you know, right? That's always, I ask that question about all kinds of stuff. How would you know that? I ask my sons that all the time. And so, a question, is Jesus a prophet? Is Muhammad a prophet? How would you know? That would be the first thing to establish. Then proceed, find a valid way forward. All right. We better fly through this one real quick. Let's see if there's anything else. Let me just say something about Epiphanius. So I don't have everything that I should by Epiphanius. I would just say, so there's this phenomenon today of the celebrity preacher. And celebrity preachers are those who just become, they're a pastor who can become almost a household name. It's hard in today's secular culture to do that. But Joel Osteen, for example, is a celebrity preacher. Everyone knows who he is. But when you get within even more specific niches of Christianity, and you're going to find other celebrity preachers. So right now, Wes Huff is almost kind of like that, though I don't think he's a pastor, but he's a Christian with almost celebrity status because he's a Joe Rogan and things like this. You have this happening. John MacArthur is pretty close to one because he would be on the news and be interviewed, blah, blah, blah. My point is, there's this phenomenon, and Epiphanius was that. He was the celebrity preacher of his time in terms of being sensational and popular, well-known. And I think when I think about Epiphanius, I think he's an example of how celebrity comes and goes. Almost nobody knows Epiphanius anymore. But at the time, he was like the dude. Everyone thought about him. One of the most noteworthy things he's left us is this thing called the Panarion, which is the treasure house. And it is one of the strangest books. He tries to record every heresy that had existed. I think he's living around the year 500 or so. And he lists a lot of things that nobody else ever listed, but very strange groups of people believing odd things, doing odd things. It's just like the tabloids, you're reading it. You're like, really? And so there's doubt. Is this true? But other times he's quoting sources that we do know other people quoted that did exist. And he's pretty entertaining. Those books are expensive. The hardcover Panarion that's a collection of excerpts. The next one, published by SBL, Society of Biblical Literature, that's just the first volume of the complete series. The second volume is like $70. I've never wanted to spend it. But if you're just interested in Epiphanius, that biography of him by Jacobs is top notch. Very entertaining and interesting, enlightening, and there's nothing like it. So I do recommend that to people.
Why is it called a cultural biography?
I guess just the way he fit into his culture as a celebrity. It's sometimes you're writing an intellectual biography of these figures. You know, what was like Augustine? It's pretty common to write intellectual biography of him. How did he develop his views and build on them? Who knows how Epiphanius developed his intellect? It's not really known. It'd be hard to trace out, but you do know the impact he had on his world and how he was perceived by his world. And so it's weird because his writings and his sermons were very sensational. But like I said, celebrity is not long lasting. Oftentimes, what's that definition of a celebrity? You're well known for being well known or something like that. And I think it's an interesting phenomenon. I'll say that.
Do you remember how you discovered him originally? Because he's kind of like a...
Yeah. So there's like these heresiologists, is what you call them, as early church fathers who focus on writing about heresies, and they'll make long books describing heresies. And so Irenaeus was one in the 2nd century. Hippolytus was one, maybe 2nd century, early 3rd, Refutation of all heresies. Anyway, you got these guys. Well, he's one of the later heresiologists, and he's probably the most complete of all of them. And so that's how I think heresy is interesting, especially early heresies. And so there's just a lot of references to Epiphanius.
All right, well, that wraps up this shelf, and we've got one shelf to go for next time. So, okay, so we're picking back up here in session 4. And before we go further, I wanted to come back and just briefly cover this book, because we either talked about it on while we were recording or pre-call a few times ago. And I forgot to ask you about it last time. So maybe you could just say a few words about this book and about the author.
Yeah, Peter Brown. I think we've mentioned him before. There's a couple of other books in my library by him. He's the guy who kind of identified late antiquity as a period in history that should be studied, not just going directly from antiquity to the Middle Ages, but he says there's this period of transition called late antiquity from like you can do around 200 up to 700 or 800. But so he's a pretty big name. And he wrote this book. I don't remember what year it was written, The Body and Society, but it's about a really interesting topic that I think most people who are just basically familiar with Christianity, the history of Christianity, are familiar with. And he's focusing on the late antique period and looking at why Christians renounced sexuality in different forms. And people are familiar with this through like clerical celibacy. Why are Catholic priests required to be celibate, and generally Eastern Orthodox priests as well? And why has that always been the case? Monks and nuns, why don't they marry? And where did this idea come from? And so he kind of traces out the origins of this idea that sexuality is this very controlled thing, often viewed as a negative in this period by Christians. And his main ideas are just kind of tracing out various causes that Christians see the body differently. It's this place where a battle is raging between spiritual and physical elements, and you kind of want the heavenly spiritual side to be able to control the physical side. And Christians, of course, don't view sexuality as inherently evil. They know that the initial command of God was to be fruitful and multiply, which requires sexuality within marriage. But why was it that if you were going to be this elite Christian, it was expected that you would renounce sexuality altogether? And so, yeah, you have a new view of the body, but you also have some continuity where even with pagan philosophy before that, it was seen like if you were a true philosopher almost, you kind of renounced sexuality. You didn't really have much to do with it in the Hellenistic period, at least, and into antiquity. So most of the philosophers people are familiar with in that time were not married. And I think I mentioned this before. Philosophers around this time period were all single for the most part, it seems, besides Plutarch. And so there's this idea that I think you're so given over to the pursuits of the intellect, you don't have time for family and relationships. And I think some of that carries over to, but also just kind of a way to stand out. Like Augustine even contributed to this quite a bit. So once he becomes a Christian, he never goes back to entertaining any form of sexuality in his life. And he builds a monastery toward the end, becomes, the head of a monastery. And if I remember correctly, Peter Brown in his biography of Augustine says he never let a woman into the monastery. He didn't have anything to do with them because that was such a concern, and he didn't want to go back to that old life. So he had this view, if I can remember it correctly, and people could look it up if they're interested, where if things had continued without sin from the Garden of Eden, and sin would have never entered the world, sex would have been very different. It would have been this purely logical thing almost, where you don't kind of lose control, because when people are engaged in sex, there's a measure of where you've lost control of your normal way of thinking. And he said, no, it would have been very logical. A man would have just said, okay, it's time to engage in sex. And it would be a very logical act. And now, since the fall of Adam and Eve and sin has entered the world, well, things are different, and we are under this power of concupiscence, and it's something to battle and control, which is really hard to do, obviously. So the weird thing is that when you get into the early Middle Ages, late antique period, married couples begin to feel guilty for having conjugal relations within marriage. And it's like this thing that it's only intended to create children. We should never enjoy it and have fun. If you do, that's wrong. And so you see this guilt coming about, and you start to see in the early Middle Ages, sometimes couples who are married splitting up to do the really good thing of going to convents and monasteries. The wife goes to a convent, the husband goes to a monastery, they become a monk and a nun. And this is seen as like this really great thing to do, which is kind of shocking because Christians don't think that way today. They like to promote the family. And it would be a shocking thing, I think, if any Christian in a Protestant church or even in a Roman Catholic church went to their pastor or priest and said, hey, we're going to split up and we're just going to be really spiritual. But at that time, that was seen as a normal and commendable thing. So he just kind of traces out some of the causes of this new way of thinking. And I thought it was really interesting. I read a bunch of it when I was on jury duty, waiting for various things. It was a long couple days of waiting. But I'd recommend it for anyone interested in that. I don't know of anyone else who talks about this stuff besides Peter Brown in his book. I'm sure there are other authors, but he does a good job.
Yeah, it's a really interesting subject.
Go ahead.
Well, there's sort of a interesting connection. There's a biography that came out of JFK's father, who was a really interesting guy. And this was actually that issue that you brought up is actually basically when they stopped having kids, they stopped having relations. And that was an issue for him. And I forget exactly, he had other relationships, and he and his wife they never got divorced, but there was sort of a separation. And at that time, I think the Catholic Church had something, and maybe they changed that during Vatican II. But that's something that I guess until fairly recently, was part of Catholic doctrine or was something that was fairly normal to the extent that JFK's parents were kind of still operating under some kind of understanding like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think they were probably just taking their Catholic faith seriously.
Yeah.
There is an underlying concept that is from Platonism through Aristotle that you do need to find out why things are designed the way that they are and make sure that they are used for that design, for that purpose. And so if you did conclude, well, the primary purpose of sex is procreation, then you'd say the only time it should happen is when you're going to procreate. You're going to try for children. And so it is still Catholic doctrine to believe that way. It's why they're still very opposed to birth control, because that would mean that you're having sex without considering the purpose of sex. And so, I mean, I don't know if Vatican II addressed this at all. I think it still is the underlying theology there. But it is interesting about JFK's dad, that didn't trickle down to JFK. That way of thinking, he kind of viewed life as a sexual playground.
And his father actually encouraged that. So it was something where I think his wife was really the one who was kind of the keeper of the flame or the keeper of the sort of doctrine, and he was very much against that, it seems like.
Yeah.
It's not something they went into a lot of detail on, but it was just part of the story.
Yeah.
I was also going to say Socrates, if I'm remembering correctly, famously didn't have a good relationship with his wife.
Yeah.
And
Not at all.
this actually came up in another bookshelf tour that I did a couple months ago, where we were discussing just how a lot of philosophers, I think that there's maybe some kind of bias that creeps in where you either, a lot of these philosophers seem to not have good relationships with women or not have any relationships with women. And I think that can maybe cause a bias or cause some kind of, so much of philosophy is about understanding human nature. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but we were talking about Nietzsche, for example, and just, to what extent does either just, you could just call it bad relationships with women or not, no relationships with women, or being rejected by women, or a larger sort of being rejected by society. To what extent do a lot of philosophers sort of fit within a mold like that? And does that affect their philosophy or affect their worldview?
Yeah. I've thought about that quite a bit. I think in the sense I've thought about it is when you don't have a family and you're a male going through Western history, in any period leading up to the modern period, you don't have to think so much about the practical as you do if you're a man with a wife and children. And I think there's a lot of freedom to think about these really big realities that don't seem to touch your everyday life. And you do see a lot of that change with the Reformation, which kind of begins to see sex as a good thing, not just to create children, but to enjoy between a man and a wife. And so the Protestant movement opens this up. You can see it with Martin Luther. One of the first things he does as he's getting out of the Catholic Church, he gets married, and he loves having sex with his wife, Katie von Bora. And he's this very lusty man, he's very on fire for the idea. And it's not that he said, oh, I'm breaking the rules, I'm trying to go contrary to Christianity or to the Bible. He says, no, the Bible actually says sex is an enjoyable thing. There's an entire book written about it. The Song of Solomon is what Protestants have often looked to see not just this spiritual picture of Christ in the church, but also just romantic love between a man and a woman. And so they're like, okay, this is legitimate. Okay, so I'm getting off track. but Protestants start to have families, and their thinkers often have families, and so you have some really great thinkers that come along, but their work is not seen as philosophy, because we tend to say philosophy is addressing issues like epistemology, just these grand realities, frameworks for how reality works. And they're busy writing about, well, here's how you should conduct yourself in your family. Here's a wise way to raise your children. And I would say that's a form of philosophy, probably the most important form, a very practical form of philosophy. But that's not, they're not viewed that way. And so I find, like in Christian history, it's way more valuable to your everyday life to go to writers who were married with families, in terms of like getting something I can use in my practical life. If I want to just see these big questions being asked, I'll go to Thomas Aquinas and see him wrestling with what is substance and essence and things like that. But he didn't have a family, so he didn't care about a lot of practical things. So my point is, I think being single, having problems with connecting with women, whether you were a Christian or not, did free you up to think about what we might just call very impractical things, but things that are considered philosophical, and I think are still very important. They're probably the most important things that most people just don't have time for. So I think there's a connection.
So this is the next shelf.
Yes. And we did talk about this one. We went all the way through to the right, Epiphanius.
So I just wanted people to know this is our sort of jumping off point. This is the next shelf, but we're going to actually go to another bookshelf and then come back here because it's a more logical flow.
Yeah, we can go to the one right there that has Augustine's Encyclopedia on the left, and then jump to the, this is kind of where this runs out, and then we go to the other bookcase. But just to kind of, we did touch on Augustine earlier, and he comes up a lot, and right here I just have kind of a concentration of books on Augustine. That one, Augustine Through the Ages, is, as you see, it's an encyclopedia, but it's really pretty sizable. It's very large, and it's about Augustine himself, his books, his doctrines, and his reception, how others took Augustine's teaching and what they did with it. But it kind of shows you how big of a figure he is, that you have this really large encyclopedia. It's one volume, but it's pretty big, written about him and his teachings. And there's a 3-volume book published by Oxford called it's called like The Reception of Augustine of Hippo or something. It's like $1,000 for the 3 volumes, but they're very large as well. And so just think about that. You could write 3 large volumes about how he was received and what people did with his teachings. It just shows you he's a pretty important figure.
And there's a school or a field called reception studies, which is the sort of methodology around looking at. There's sort of, I was actually just reading something about this, about how you can look at the content of the book itself, you can look at the author, and you can look at the reader. And I think it's Bart, or maybe somebody else talking about Bart, but I think it was Bart, Barthes, who said the death of the author led to, and I'm paraphrasing, the birth of the reader. So there's reception studies, I think, is a newer, at least being called that, is a fairly new,
it is,
academic field within, I guess, literary studies or literature theory. And it just looks at how people have read something and then taken it and interpreted it and passed it along. And sometimes there's a game of telephone where people take things and then mangle it or misinterpret it or confuse it or put their own spin on it. But it's also just, it can often be very surprising what people take from a text and how over time in different generations and as the zeitgeist changes, people will interpret something sometimes very differently.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that'll come up quite a bit as we move on, and I think it's really important if you're thinking about the development of thought throughout history. You want to know not just what did somebody write, but what did people do with it. So, like Plato is a big one. What impact did Plato have on the early Middle Ages? Well, it's pretty limited. It's not like people sat around reading all the dialogues of Plato, but they read a few and made those things a huge deal. Like the Timaeus was a big deal about cosmology with philosophers, and so you'll see them focusing on that. But other books are totally neglected or unknown. So that's from the set I had mentioned earlier. These 3 volumes of the publisher who's publishing all of the works of Augustine. And
Can you just remind me what you said just
City
briefly?
Press is their name.
It's called what?
New City Press.
New City Press. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what else. I guess they published some studies on Augustine in addition to his works. I think some other stuff from the Middle Ages. Must be a Catholic publisher. That one tall book, the Confessions, right next to it on the left. So this is a cool project that's a Catholic group called the Aquinas Institute. As you can see, the number 1 at the bottom. It's the only one published, but they're also, I think, publishing a large or maybe a complete edition of Augustine. And it has the Latin and English right next to each other. Very beautiful binding. And their main thing has been to publish the complete works of Aquinas in the same way. And we'll see some of those later in the library. But it's a beautiful book. I can't wait for more of them to come out. And it's fun, if you know a little bit of Latin, just to compare. I would never just read the Latin straight, but I'd read the English. And sometimes you look over to the Latin. What's the vocabulary word he's using for this or the phrase? And just get a little feel for it. But it's a great set. And that's a book that's pretty easy entry level to Augustine because it's his very personal autobiography. And it's I think the Great Courses has an entire course on that book. And so he wants to look that up on Audible. You get a great guide through it while you read it. And they have a course as well on the City of God, which we referenced last time we talked.
And I think, maybe New City Press, that's maybe what they're referring to. That'd just be a guess, but
that would make sense.
Here's the Peter Brown book, right? You mentioned.
That was his first book, I believe, or his first major book written a long time ago. I think that's a later edition, but it's kind of like, it's still like the landmark book. If you want to just get the best biography of Augustine, you go to Peter Brown, and it's pretty easy to read, though it's large. I'd recommend it to anyone. I did want to say, we talked about the City of God before and how it was addressing these matters of why bad things happen. And he was writing it because the Goths had invaded Rome, and there was kind of this need for an explanation. Why is it that we're Christians and we're getting invaded? Why are bad things happening? And, I read those 2 volumes a long time ago, and it wasn't fresh in my mind when we talked, but I looked it back up, and he does have a really great, simple understanding. I just want to drop in here really briefly right now. He had said that when bad things happen, tragedies happen, like barbarians invade your city and destroy everything, he said it has a twofold purpose. For the city of man, the city built on self, that group of human beings who are primarily in life for their own selves, it's to punish them and bring judgment upon them, which they deserve for making themselves the idol of their life. But he says, but for those in the city of God, those who put God at the center of their lives and have faith in his son, Jesus, he says, the tragedy is the same for them. The same thing is happening to them, but it serves a different purpose. He says it's refining them and growing them, causing them to become closer to God. And I thought, man, of course, we talked about it briefly before, but that's a really a biblical perspective, but also a beautiful perspective for people who have faith in God and put him at the center of their life. And I think something only Augustine would have explained like he did. And so it's a pretty well-known book. And like I said, there's a great courses class on that book as well, 24 lectures. And
we have your list of great courses, and so we can share that and discuss that later as well. But for people that want to take a look at that, we have that list, and that'll be we'll provide that. So you mentioned the word idol, and I think some people might just not really understand the Christian definition of that. So maybe you could just say a few words on that.
Yeah, an idol would be any created thing that takes the place of God. And so whether that's money, self, status, fame, comfort, whatever that becomes the ruling factor of a person's life, we would call it an idol. Of course, in earlier biblical times, idols were very tangible. They would be a statue that's representing some god. And so biblical writers would see people bowing down to statues and say they're bowing to an idol. Idolatry goes away in the Western tradition, though around the period of late antiquity, even among pagans, things become much more spiritualized. But the concept of idolatry is still there. And at one point, even in the New Testament, it calls greed idolatry. And so the most basic form that Augustine talks about, though, is just self. Even when you put yourself at the center of your life and say, my life is primarily about me, that would be considered idolatry. Even though it's you're still a created thing.
Okay, so ready to jump to the next bookshelf?
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, I could just briefly say, and not with addressing any specific title, that blue set, though, is the Fathers of the Church series, which is very large. There's much more than that, but they've expanded beyond that 38-volume set that we looked at above and continue to publish new translations today. So it's a great one to look up. The Fathers of the Church series. Look that up. You see a big list. Super interesting. Yeah, but we could move on to the next one.
Okay. Can you just remind me what you're referring to in terms of up above? You said you had already looked at something.
Oh, that we also in the shelves above this, we had looked at the Nicene and Post-Nicene Fathers, Ante-Nicene Fathers set, which in total is 38 volumes. And like I said, they're not all in here. I don't have all 38, but that's that well-known set. So they've gone beyond that well-known set, which kind of the well-known set translated a lot of really common things that you'd want to start with the Church Fathers, but this kind of goes off into some of the more minor, lesser-known works, and the Fathers of the Church series does.
Okay. So here we are, and this is one of your bookshelves at home, so it's got a little bit of a different look, but
yeah.
Where do you want to get started here?
We could just touch on a few things here. This is getting well into the medieval period, and I would just say I keep these at home because it's rare that in my church office, I'm like, man, I need a medieval book. I need to get a medieval perspective. It's a totally different way of thinking, different categories that people don't really share anymore. And so it's important because it's like a 1,000-year period when Christianity is here and the church is here that Jesus started. And so you're seeing a continuity, and it'd be foolish to say, oh, it doesn't matter. It certainly does matter, but it is a very different way of thinking. Just kind of getting a glance at some of these books. I'll maybe just give a few. If you have anything that sticks out you think would be interesting, feel free to ask about it. I haven't read all these books. I get them at cheap prices and store them away, but I've read some, and
I'm interested in this preaching stuff, and I think we may have touched on this with the Dumbarton Oaks. There were maybe a couple things there with liturgy, but preaching specifically. I view what a lot of people do on YouTube, what politicians do, and what somebody like Jordan Peterson does, and just public intellectuals. Historically speaking, especially in the U.S., just going back 100, 200 years, you had preachers and religious men of authority in their community who were the main opinion shapers. And so what we've replaced them with is basically best-selling authors and social media influencers.
Yeah.
So they're really the theologians of our secular religion today,
Right.
and the sort of idolatry of the self. And so to sort of put them in proper context, it's good to compare them to and the preaching that they do to, and columnists of popular magazines. Um, they are sort of the people who would have been writing those articles 100, 200 years ago would be preachers who would be taking the elements of preaching and rhetoric and translating that into the written word. So I just wanted to kind of give that context about how I think about it so people can translate why that would be interesting to the modern day.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a big connection. There's always preaching. Christian preaching is, in summary, I've said many times and heard other people say similar things, that it's simply telling people, persuading people to get right with God. But if you broaden it out, you're right. There are preachers in every generation, and everyone wants to hear somebody persuading them to align their lives with whatever their God happens to be. And that word God is very broad, but if you build your life around politics and political power, which a lot of people do, they love to listen to people influencing them to be even more precise in how they deal with their political views or how they explain them, more persuasive. And so, yeah, when you listen to your favorite news anchor, in a sense, they're very opinionated today. As they are opinionated, they're persuading you to align your life more effectively with whatever you love, which would be politics in that instance. Or yeah, so you're right. I think that's a great observation on your part. I wanted to say a lot of these books are not going to be enjoyable to a lot of people, but that one, Going to Church in Medieval England, by, I guess his name is Orm. I don't know how to say his last name. It was very enjoyable. He just tries to transport the reader back to a time period, to what was the central focus of any Westerner's life. Here he's focusing on England specifically, and let you know what it was like. And I think that's a lot of fun for anyone interested in history. When we talk about history today in our age, we talk about it from a very secular perspective, as if they thought just like us, that church is just something abstract, not really a part of your everyday life. We want to hear about the things that they shared with us, wars and hunting and things like that might be interesting. But no, the church was the center of any community in the medieval West. And so I don't know how to describe it other than it's a very enjoyable book. It's full of anecdotes and explanations. He's a good writer, but it's
Well, I guess one question would be, how does he go beyond the sort of 1 hour a week?
How does he go beyond the 1 hour?
Just the idea of like, you go to church for 1 hour a week on Sunday, and
yeah. And it really
rest of your life,
a big part of it. But even though for the average person it is this once a week experience, your whole life is kind of seen through that lens. The lens. I'm sure there's a great illustration for it that I can't think of, but the fact that you do have this clockwork in your life of everything is built around this time of worship each week, and there is more to it than the 1 hour a week, of course, as well. I mean, he addresses every aspect of the church, and even how the buildings would be community buildings, for a neighborhood, and they do other things there, what they would do in the property of the church and all that. But the different positions people held as well, like the warden of the church and what deacons did at the time. I always want to go back and read it again. I'll say it's one thing to read a book once, but it's easy to forget a lot of the things you learned. And so repetition is the key to learning. And so a lot of times, like, man, I remember the basic outline, the borders of what that author talked about, but I want the meat again. And sometimes I'll go back in, and I want to do that with that book. He has another book called Medieval Children, which I don't own, but that's a fascinating topic to me. What was it like to be a child in the Middle Ages? You don't really hear much about that.
Yeah, I actually read some of that as part of my parenting group. And it's funny, that is like one of the canonical books, and there isn't a huge amount of information. And I think he's written a number of other books on just like life in the Middle Ages.
Mm.
Some of them are also referenced for authors who want to write historical novels,
Mm.
and they go to that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's a really within basically what's called childhood studies. That Orm book is a really landmark book.
Okay, good. I'm glad to have that recommendation.
I
It,
wouldn't say it's necessarily super interesting, but
yeah.
I knew I recognized that name from somewhere. And
Yeah. Well, and I think to get a lot of the gold, you have to do a lot of digging. You know, there's that saying, I don't remember if I mentioned that before, but think about it a lot. The saying of Heraclitus, uh, he who finds gold digs a lot, but he finds gold. And so the point is, you have to do a lot of work to get this little thing, but what you find is this little really valuable thing. And so I think going through books like that, yeah, it could sometimes be tedious and difficult, but I think you find some unique stuff that you just don't find anywhere else. That's so a lot of this stuff is that way. People aren't going to be enamored if they were like, I'm going to look up the book on the Frankish church or whatever. Like, you know, there's a lot of digging. You got to know why you're reading what you're reading. Um, but anyway, I mean, people probably won't want to hear too much about a lot of this stuff, but it's going through the early Middle Ages here largely, and it gets into monasticism toward the end.
does this Anglo-Saxon stuff go? Is it basically just once they were in Britain, or does it go back into before what they were, where they were coming from, and what they were bringing over?
Well, no, that's just it's just focusing on on the British Isles in the Anglo-Saxon period. Well, how did the church and state interact? And you don't really have records for previous to that period for that geographical area.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it is built on bead. It's like you don't have much else. I mean, you have a little bit more, but bead kind of forms the Bible of those studies, the Anglo-Saxon period with the church. But yeah, getting up to monasticism, that's a pretty big deal.
What about this book?
So most of what you get in medieval studies is just stuff that was produced in monasteries. And so you get this really limited view of reality. You're seeing how monks thought about things, what they thought was important, what they thought should be passed down, but you don't get anything beyond that usually. Well, that book seeks to, beyond the monastery walls, seeks to remedy that by saying, well, what can we know without using monastic sources? So they're going to like whatever kind of court records, legal records you can find. I haven't even read it yet. I'm just familiar with what they were doing. And so trying to see how did private life work without asking what a monk said about it in his book on his period or on his monastery.
I think there were also certain types of monks that were either would go around and beg or had other mendicant.
Yeah, mendicant.
Um, So, yeah. What about this Disputatio Puerorum?
So that, if I remember correctly, that's all in Latin.
Okay.
But it's kind of like a catechism for monks, preparing them to know. Like it's full of just questions and answers. So there's a question asked and then the correct answer. And I think it's kind of preparing them for the big questions. And might surprise people that to be a monk didn't mean you had to be really well educated. It meant you had to simply make this decision and be very committed to celibacy, to the life of the monastery, and of course, primarily to God. But they often were not like Bible scholars. And so there were a lot of tools to help them get up to speed on biblical knowledge and theological knowledge in general. And that's kind of, just instructing them about the big questions.
It made
There
me
might be more to it, but that's
Yeah.
what I recall.
It made me think of Erasmus because he was known for doing the Q&A format.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's very effective. I mean, I find it easy to read Q&A books when they're nonfiction. You don't have to worry about your mind wandering. I don't, at least. You don't have to think, what was the argument of this chapter again? Like, you're just going from, it's kind of like Twitter, you're just scrolling. So yeah. And then I think monasticism is really interesting, though. There were the two big forms at first, the anchorites, kind of like these desert monks who wanted to go out and be by themselves, lock themselves up in a cave or something. And people would view them as very wise. They'd send somebody out to talk to this monk. It's all built on like St. Anthony. Ask him the questions, what should I do in this family dispute or whatever? And supposedly he would give you this great advice because he's all by himself all the time. But then there was, I guess it's pronounced Cenobites, Ceno. That's where they would live in community. And that way of thinking, which is Pillars of Community, is about that. So I have two books right next to each other. You got Desert Christians. These people go live out in the desert by themselves. And then Pillars of Community. It goes through various rules that were about how communities of monks would live together. And I think that's a lot healthier. I don't think it's very easy to grow when you're by yourself. You grow by showing love to other people, and you can't do that if you're not around them, or by learning to be patient with other people, waiting for other people, serving other people. So I've never really got the whole idea of I'll be by myself in the desert and I'll be really spiritual. It seems strange. And I think it seems strange to some of them too, which is why they formed communities. And, but anyway, there's a lot to learn from monasticism, even in the modern world, when it seems very uninteresting to people. To see that kind of dedication is remarkable. Modern Christians, it's a foreign concept to them that you would renounce so much for the cause of God. And I think the closest you see to that today is like missionaries who will say, I'll give up the life I'm familiar with and I'll go and serve people in another nation who are needy, who don't have anyone. But it's a pretty commendable way of life, but it's foreign to us today.
I teach a program on motivation and just how to get and stay motivated. And one of the lectures I gave was on the Protestant work ethic and the idea of a calling. And there's I forget some of the details maybe you're more familiar with, of just, I think it was Luther who basically said it's not just monks that have a spiritual calling, it's everybody has a calling, even if they're working and living in the world.
Yeah.
And so finding that calling, which we often now call finding your passion, that's really a secularization of Luther's big idea, or one of his big ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. And that is a Lutheran doctrine, like one from Martin Luther, that, we have a specific vocation or calling in our life, and it's whatever you're doing. They wouldn't have viewed it the same way as modern people. They didn't think your heart had much to do with it. Like if your dad was a blacksmith, well, you're supposed to become a blacksmith too, and you're supposed to do it to the glory of God, is the way they would have said it. But today, it's like, you got to find out what you really want to do, which I think is hazardous a lot of the time. I see that with young people a lot. They're like, man, I am really passionate about history, so I'm going to be a history major at school. But then my question is like, well, are you planning to get your terminal degree or anything? Like, what are you planning to do with that? Are you going to go into a career of history? What is that? The only thing you can really do is teach for the most part. And that doesn't dawn on them that, I have to do something with this. I just like the topic. And I think that happens a lot with, just it's a little bit misguided to think whatever I'm passionate about, I should do. You have to think, is it doable as well? But
yeah, it seems to me like kind of a romantic notion, or a sort of mystical notion. So it's, the problem when you get into secularizing these religious concepts is that they don't really make sense anymore, or they have to find a new foundation, which isn't always, obviously it's not the same foundation as where it came from.
Yeah.
So you're sort of getting into dangerous territory anytime you do that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. All right, and this just continues on the medieval period. I'll point out just a few books along the way here. So think about what anyone would be interested in. John Cassian was like a huge figure back then, kind of bridging the East and the West, well, with monasticism and the way that they both functioned. But he writes a couple of books. One, the Conferences, two, the Institutes, that just kind of lay out how monks should live. He was very influential on Saint Benedict, who wrote the Rule of Saint Benedict. That was really influential. And so he's a pretty big figure. Princeton just published this book called How to Focus, which is actually just by John Cassian. I haven't read it yet. It was on a sale. I got it, but I'm just like, how on earth? It's marketed for modern people, secular people. And I'm just curious to take a look at what they took from John Cassian and put together in this book that they call How to Focus. Monks certainly could focus and do it in a better way than modern people. So I'm sure there's some great lessons in there.
And this is part of some kind of set or series that all has this look to it, these kind of smaller books.
Yeah. Yep, they put out a bunch, and they're just kind of taking earlier books from history. I'm sure they're abridging them or something, putting fragments together to make a particular argument. But yeah, there's a bunch that Princeton's putting out like that. That's anything. I don't know if anything sticks out to you. You're welcome.
I think this concept of soldiers of Christ, or even athletes of God,
Yeah.
those are two kind of key concepts you don't really hear about much, but they're kind of an interesting way of framing the saints and just the way of venerating saints that's not really part of the media we live in today.
Yeah.
It was a huge part of the past.
Yep. In that time, so monks were always seeing themselves as doing battle with Satan and the demons. And like there was one book we went past a while back called Talking Back by Evagrius of Pontus, I think is his name. And it's just this manual of like, when you're tempted in this way, here are the Bible verses that you talk back with to the demons. You recite these 3 verses. So it's just kind of arranged by temptation. And so when you feel lust coming on, recite these verses back to the demons. And so, yeah, life was this battle and a fight against really dark forces. So yeah, it is an appropriate title. Now that book specifically is valuable because I'd say the most popular form of literature in the Middle Ages was saints' lives. But if you try to read a saint's life today, it's like, it seems goofy. It's like nobody's this perfect. Like it's a genre called hagiography, which is the writing of the lives of a saint, a hagios. And so we read them and we're like, this is like, why would you read this? Nobody's this perfect. It's making this guy into a superhero. But I think you compare it to like the modern genre of superhero movies. People love to watch the Avengers and Spider-Man. And like, yeah, nobody has these powers, but people are still inspired by them. If I go to any young adult, they have their favorite superhero movies. And I'm assuming they watched them and were inspired by them. And so this was literature that is foreign to us today, hagiography. But that book is an introduction about how to read hagiography from a medieval perspective, particularly early medieval. And so it's by Thomas F.X. Noble, is a great scholar. He's the only guy I know. I don't know who Head is. But if you wanted to say, I want to understand medieval people, that would be a great place to go, because you're now going to understand the most popular form of literature for them. If they sat around hearing somebody read a book aloud, often that was what they would hear. Or if people were retelling stories around the campfire, they're retelling a saint's life oftentimes, along with other tales and fables and stuff. But that would certainly be something that was really well known to people. And there's an introduction. I think that's Owen Chadwick. He was a well-known writer. He's kind of a philosopher. I'm not sure. People would know better than me, but introduction to Boethius. So let's go up to, there's 6 books up here that say Gregory the Great beside all of them. I used to have those in my office at church, and people are like, why do you have 6 of the same book? And they're not the same book. It's 6 volumes, but here's something wild. So Gregory the Great was, we look back now and call him a pope. And he was the Bishop of Rome from 590 to 604, 14 years. But he was, I think we mentioned before, probably the most formative early pope. He was a great organizer, a great communicator, very ambitious, and he just seemed to have goals. All right, so what is this set here? It's called Moralia on Job. And so it's a 6-volume commentary on the book of Job. Now you say, well, that's obscure. You know, a guy from around the year 600 writing a commentary on this obscure book of the Bible. Why? So here's a weird phenomenon. Job was usually seen by early Christians, medieval Christians, as this book that contained secrets, the secrets of wisdom. If we could just dig into it and find what's going on behind the scenes and some of these words and phrases, we will find a lot of secrets for everyday life. And so this is a very long book. Obviously, it's just in English. It's not having the Latin included. And it's hard to read. Like, you try to read that book and it's so allegorical. You just feel, I feel like it's kind of worthless. I'm like, there's no way this phrase in Job means what he's saying it means. It's such a stretch. But here's the value in it. That book was one of the most famous books in the West for about 1,000 years. Everyone else, so we talk about reception history. How did people receive that book? They thought that every library had that book in it. That book is referred to often by authors who come later as if it contains great wisdom. And so the reason I have it is because of that. Not that I'm like, oh man, Gregory the Great's going to tell me all about Job and I'm going to gain wisdom for life. I get kind of lost in it. But I'm like, you know what? This is really valuable to other people. Why was that? And what impact did it have on them? So let's bring it out
again.
Moralia on Job.
Moralia on Job. What does Moralia mean?
Moralia, I guess. I don't know why you would call it Moralia. I mean, my guess is as good as yours in Latin. It's just a
Or look it up.
like how to live or something, right or wrong. But yeah, so that book, there was also this other guy, I don't have anything by him, but he was always in libraries. Peter, and I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Comestor, Comestor. People loved that dude, and it's like his books aren't even available in English anymore. So I think that's interesting. Like, why was somebody so popular? But he was. Now, the other 3 volumes there.
Where is that book you were just talking about?
Peter Comestor. If that's how you say it. I don't have it. I just meant, you know, as another really famous person whose book was in all libraries, commentaries on the Bible, but is kind of unknown today. Even in biblical studies, people don't know who he is. Very strange. The etymologies of Isidore Seville. Now that's interesting because it's like the next encyclopedia, pretty much, after Pliny the Elder, who we talked about back when we looked at the Loeb Classical series. Pliny the Elder wrote this large encyclopedia in the 1st century, and it kind of stayed as like the place to get general knowledge about the world. Isidore Seville comes along and writes what he calls the etymologies, and it's now seen as a Christian version of an encyclopedia, but it's still trying to explain the things that encyclopedias explain. But it's weird. Like, the weird thing about it is he seems to think that if we understand the etymology of a particular Latin word, we'll know about that thing. And I guess that's true sometimes, but it's not true all the time. Sometimes an etymology is greatly removed from the way the word ends up being used, but it at least tells you how an early medieval person was thinking, that words had this power to them. And if we can break the word down to its components and what it originally came from, we'll just understand reality better. And so that was also another really famous book of the period.
So I looked up the Moralia thing,
Yeah.
And according to AI, it just means moral or morals.
Okay.
It actually,
Yes.
yeah, but it rang a bell for me of this medieval for hermeneutics of literal, allegorical, moral, and analogical. And I looked that up to see if that's what it was referring to. And it's saying, yes, that is what, that is the sort of connotation of moralia in Gregory the Great's title there.
Yeah.
And it also, there's a sort of fancier word, tropological.
Yes.
And just reading off here, what it says is literal / historical is the first sense or first hermeneutic or basically way of interpreting. It means what the text says on the surface in terms of people, events, and facts. 2 is allegorical, aka typological, which means what the text means in terms of Christ, the church, or salvation history. 3rd is the moral or tropological interpretation, which is what the text teaches about how we should live.
Yes.
Sins or ethical guidance. And then the 4th is analogical.
No, anagogical.
Anagogical. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anagogical, what the text reveals about final things, heaven,
Yes.
judgment, and eternal destiny.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So that's called the fourfold sense. And that was the normal way of approaching biblical study for a long time. And there's actually a book later on that whole interpretive method. It's a 3-volume set. And which is like a foreign method today. People, well, we'll talk more about that when we get to another section of the library. But yeah, that's how it was. And it eventually that method loses traction because, so say you're using that method, and I'm not thinking of any specific example, but just for a hypothetical way to think about it, say that the scriptures referred to 7 steps going into a building. You could have one of these interpreters come along and say, these 7 steps are 7 specific morals that we should live on as we ascend through life. And so here's the first, here's the second. And that might sound nice if they're good morals that come from the Bible or something. But what's your basis for that? Like somebody else could come along and be like, no, I think it's 7 grades of self-control. And it's not these 7 morals that you listed. It's 7 grades of one particular way of living. And well, who's going to say who's right? And I think people eventually get disillusioned with it in the late medieval period. So yeah, we'll come back to that, but I'm glad you brought up the fourfold sense. Down here, there's several books by Bede, and the last shelf left off with some. He was that figure who was at the monasteries of Wearmouth and Jarrow in like the 700s. And he's mostly known, I think you brought up before, he's mostly known for, he didn't develop it, but he popularized the BC AD form of dating. And that's a pretty big deal. You know, he affects your life in the sense that every time you write down the date on a check or on a piece of paper or type it into the computer, like, why is it the year 2025 right now as we do this video? Well, that was Bede's way of reckoning since the crucifixion or since the birth of Christ. And the interesting thing, he was slightly off. It's generally estimated that Christ was probably born around 4 BC, but he did the best he could. And I think it's that book On the Reckoning of Time at the bottom where he lays that out. But he writes a similar book on the nature of things and on times, which is about a lot more than just how things relate to time. It's kind of like a little mini encyclopedia of reality where he talks, there you learn it's true. Medieval people knew that the earth was round. They didn't think it was flat. Bede talks about it. And he knew that because the earlier Greek thinkers knew about it. And so people often say, hey, they used to think the earth was flat. Well, no, they didn't. Some ancient Near Eastern people probably thought that way back, but since Greek times, that was not normal in the West to think the earth was flat. So he talks about the size of the earth and all sorts of things. There's a lot that's left over. So Bede, he was received well. His books were copied.
I just want to say one thing about this.
Go ahead.
And I'll wanted to confirm it with AI first, but I was wondering if this was a reference to De Rerum Natura, which is Lucretius's famous book from the first century, and AI is saying yes.
What's it saying? I mean, I would think that
Yes.
they share the same title. I wouldn't think he's like, I don't know. What does it say? Is that he's intentionally trying to like pick up that tradition?
Was aware, it says Bede was aware of classical works like Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, but he didn't reference it directly. So, it's possible it's not. Um, but anytime I see a kind of parallel like that, or using the same title and then maybe adding something onto it, or just using it exactly the same, I think usually that's intentional. You could say it's just coincidental, but
Yeah.
um, it connects with what we talked about earlier, also with natural philosophy and just the history of science and the history of philosophy,
Yeah.
where this was sort of stuff like this was the very beginning sort of pre-science, and
Yeah.
was sort of encyclopedic attempt to lay out a sort of theory, or at least a listing of how things work and how things are.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's kind of laying down just a regular way people are going to think after him. Because like I said, he was received well. His books were read after him. Monks would be sitting around at a meal, they're reading a book out loud. It wouldn't be uncommon to read John Cassian or Bede, and so, yeah, I think that might be two books, I remember correctly. On the Nature of Things is one book and On Times is another, but I might be wrong. Two books just bound together. But that series, see at the bottom where it has the publisher TTH?
Yeah.
That it's texts translated for historians by Liverpool Press. And they're really cool because they put out stuff that nobody ever wanted to publish before because it wouldn't sell. It would be uninteresting. So, but I think it's cool. I'm always like, that makes me want to look more into it, like what hidden things are there that, people aren't considering. And so there's a few from that series, but it's fun to look up. They're always publishing new books. They're often super expensive, so they'll put out those are not big books. They'll put one out and it's like $120, and you got to wait for the paperback, which would be $50 or $60 if you bought that new. But just a little note on that.
I think we may have already mentioned this, but just as a reminder, the sort of dating things from the birth of Christ is part of a larger pattern of reckoning time, or dating things based on the first, second, third, and so on reign of a monarch. And so Christ as the ultimate monarch, the ultimate king, or the King of Kings, becomes the sort of best reckoning tool to use, and then all the other ones get subsumed into that. And the way people think about physics and particle physics and just all that kind of stuff, this sort of fundamental looking at space and time is and even the relativity of space time, it all kind of this is part of that lineage. So it's kind of weird for a lot of people to think about, like, how the church was sort of the central place where sort of the equivalent of physics was being done, the sort of fundamental of like setting up a GPS system, setting up, which has a timing component to it. Time is really critical to how GPS works, because your different satellites are pinging, and keeping track of the time of how long it takes for that to happen is how reckoning happens. So these are, just important in the history of these fundamental concepts.
Yeah, and one of the weirdest things too, if you start to dig into it, the big motivating factor for people in this time period to worry about dates and years was not because they just wanted to know what year is it. They were all trying to argue for the proper way to calculate the date of Easter. That was like, it's weird to modern people, especially modern Christians, but to them, it was everything to know the date of Easter, because it meant you had Lent, you had to prepare. You have 40 days of fasting leading up to Easter. You can't miscalculate this date, because then you have people coming together and one person's able to eat meat at the meal. The other person's like, well, I calculate Easter differently and I have a really good reason for it. So I'm not eating meat. And you can't do your festivals in your towns, and it makes you look at people funny. And so it becomes very disruptive to calculate Easter differently. And so the church eventually came up with their method, the agreed upon method, because there were other views, and it was the way we still calculate it today for the most part, which is what, like the first Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox or something like that. But there were other people who were trying to be a lot more rigid and specific. How do we know exactly what day Christ rose, and how do we repeat that exact day, regardless of if it's on Sunday or not? And so to know that is to get a little glimpse of what it was like to live at that time, and to know how different people's concerns were, because that really doesn't cross our minds much at all today. Are we doing this on the right date or whatever?
What did the CS and the numbers here mean?
That's the name of the series. Man, I normally would know that. It slipped my mind. It's
I can look it up as we go.
yeah, I can't remember. Cistercian Studies,
Oh, cool.
I believe. So some monastic publisher, is publishing this, I believe. And obviously there's a pretty big sect there. And the bottom one, from the way we're looking at it, is a commentary on First and Second Timothy and Titus, and then the one above it is homilies on the Gospels, just sermons, preaching. And so we might just kind of move on.
Yeah, that's right. I just looked it up.
Okay.
Cistercian Studies.
Some monastic school. I could say something really quickly about Gottschalk. He was a German monk, but here's a couple weird things about him. First weird thing was he was a child oblate. And what that was he was donated as a baby to a monastery. So that's kind of interesting. So families would view this as a spiritual thing. I'm dedicating my child to the Lord. I'll go to the local monastery and give them a baby. So we don't have to think about young toddlers, infants, running around at monasteries, but they were. And the reason for this was based on a biblical story of Samuel, in 1 Samuel, where far back, 1100 BC, this mother named Hannah is praying for a baby, which she's not able to have children. She prays in the tabernacle. God grants her one. And she says, well, I'll give this baby back to the Lord. As he grows up a few years, he gets old enough. But as a young child, he's donated to the tabernacle, grows up to be a great prophet. Well, this practice picks up in the early Middle Ages, I think, for a couple reasons. I don't know, I'm going to give a huge lecture on it, but Gottschalk did not like being a child oblate. And could you imagine? You had no choice in the matter. They don't just grow up there, they become a monk. And so you don't get to marry. You don't get to work whatever you wanted to work. Say you wanted to follow the footsteps of your dad. Well, you can't. You're a monk. And so he grows up as a monk. Also, he ends up, he's noteworthy because he ends up going back to one of the teachings of Augustine that become neglected because it's distasteful to many people. And it's the teaching of double predestination, that God predestines both people to go to heaven, determining beforehand that they will be saved and they will go to heaven. But he also determines beforehand that certain people will not believe and they will go to hell. And Gottschalk is like, hey, this is obvious. Augustine taught it. It's in the Bible. It has to be because God's almighty. And he's very unpopular because of this. And I don't remember his full story. It leads to his demise, though. You might look it up. But pretty interesting figure from the early Middle Ages. Though.
Yeah. I just wanted to, when you said child oblate, I thought of Thomas Aquinas, who's maybe the most famous child oblate.
Was he? I don't recall that he was.
Yeah, I looked it up with AI, and there's some interesting details I just wanted to share.
Okay.
Um, so he was child oblate at the Benedictine Abbey of Monte Cassino, the most prestigious monastery in Italy, placed there at age 5 or 6, likely by his noble family, hoped that he would become an abbot, which is the head of a monastery. He was raised in the Benedictine tradition. And then also, like you said, with Gottschalk, he chose to leave the Benedictines and joined the Dominican order, a mendicant preaching order, which we talked previously about begging, basically, which shocked his family. His brothers kidnapped him. They tried to tempt him
That's what I remember.
to.
Yeah.
So there's a whole kind of interesting, but people may also be familiar with Monte Cassino from the World War II battles there. And there was a famous decision to basically the Allies thought that the Germans were using it for observation. And so they flattened it with a ton of explosives. And then it was later reconstructed. But that was a controversial decision during World War II. And it's sort of a very scenic, you'll see it in World War II documentaries sometimes, of just these aerial shots and like the sort of majesty of it.
Yeah.
And there's a kind of tradition of, not just within Christianity, but sort of monasteries in general, of being built up in the mountains as sort of a natural military defense, so that even if there's a sort of non-violent approach of the monks, they're just so out of the way and so hard to reach that they're just naturally protected by the elements and by the geography.
Yeah, that's interesting. I remembered that Aquinas' decision to become a Dominican was very unpopular with his family. There was that famous story, I think, of one of them trying to send in a prostitute to him to tempt him, and he refused. But I did not remember that he was a child oblate under a different order. So that's interesting to me. I've not read his life or anything, and
But it's sort of part of a larger pattern also of parents wanting to, especially noble or aristocratic parents and families, wanting to place their children in positions of power within the church. And so it should be seen in that context, which is maybe different from like a situation where, like, a noble family placing their child in a monastery is not at all the same as a poor family or a poor mother who can't raise the child, putting their child in a monastery, using it as almost like an orphanage. It's,
yeah.
Wanting your child to become an abbot is almost the polar opposite of that, and doing it as part of like a grand political strategy as a noble family.
Yeah, that was a very high status position. And so you're right. But yeah, the Dominicans were new for Aquinas and not as reputable. And so, yeah, they did not like that switch, I guess. Yeah, so Peter Abelard, he was kind of like the rock star of his time, and rock star theologian, as much as you could be around the year 1100. But he was like a troublemaker, so that book Sic et Non, or Yes and No, was pretty popular. And it really began to cause people to question authorities that were not questioned before that, where he will bring competing passages from the church fathers next to each other and show how one is saying that something is true, but the other is saying that it's not. And it's forcing the reader to wrestle with, well, which one is true? And so it would be seen as an academic exercise, but at the same time, it causes people to say, wait a minute, I thought that all the church fathers agreed on everything, so it was troubling, and so it got people's attention, but at the same time, it bothered people. It rubbed them the wrong way. They didn't want to think that there would ever be contradictions in the church fathers. And so it's one of the first cracks in the authority of tradition, sic et non. And I talked about that before with method. What's your method to determine a particular doctrine? You're either going to get it from tradition, reason, experience, or scripture. And there would have been this idea before that all four of those always agree if you understand them rightly. Well, here he's showing, well, tradition's not always going to agree. And he also is noteworthy for, though he's a monk, he ends up having a relationship and with a woman named Heloise. So you can get like Peter Abelard and Heloise's correspondence, I think, is published. And he's caught by her relatives and he's castrated. So that's why the book in between, like the medieval life and Sic et Non, is called Historia Calamitatum, history of my calamities. Here's the terrible things that had happened to me, namely that I was castrated for sleeping with a woman. And so, pretty colorful figure. And that book called Abelard, A Medieval Life, I liked it, but what I didn't like is he doesn't write a narrative of Abelard's life. Every chapter is like just a different aspect of his life. I'm like, man, I wanted the story, but it's an okay place to go. Maybe there's better biographies on him, but he's definitely interesting.
So there's sermon one here.
Yeah. So, and Anselm, he's pretty noteworthy for several things. I'll just say briefly, not to bore people, but he wrote one book called Cur Deus Homo, Why God Became a Man, which really begins to bring out in the biggest way around the year 1000 or so, that when man sinned, he dishonored God, and that had to be repaid somehow. And so it had to be repaid by humanity. So God becomes a man to die and pay the price for that dishonoring of humanity back to God. And it's a pretty big deal. He also he's kind of noteworthy for an argument called for the existence of God called the ontological argument. And it's this really weird argument that used to be seen by modern people as totally fruitless, useless, silly, but it's now regaining some traction. Oxford just published a book called Anselm's Argument about the ontological argument. And I have my own way of thinking about it, remembering it and processing it. I can't remember the exact way he describes the existence of God, but God is that thing above which no greater thing can be thought of. And so feeling like, hey, this kind of settles the matter. He's that thing that's greater than anything else you could possibly ever think of. End of case, right? That God exists. And I think, some medieval philosopher could correct me, but the way I think about it is it is true. If you did line up everything that exists in terms of its smallness to its greatness, in terms of contingency, depending on something else, you'd eventually get to the top and find this thing that's greater than all other things in terms of contingency, and it'd be called a non-contingent being, a thing that doesn't depend on anything because everything else depends on that thing. And I'm like, yeah, there does have to be something upon which everything else is depending. And Anselm says, well, that's God. And I'd say, well, I agree with you. But it's, like I said, it's kind of thought by some people to be a thought game or a word game, and there's not anything real behind it. But
there's also I think we may have talked earlier about a theory of causation where God basically wills everything to exist and he can take that away at any moment.
Yeah.
And it's sort of connected to this sort of idea of why do things exist? Why are things caused to happen? And it's an important theory within sort of theories of causality.
Yeah. The medieval way of thinking, connecting to that, they had something called the great chain of being, where everything that exists could be thought of in terms of a chain, a link in a chain, and you're kind of going up higher and higher. Every time you go up to the next link, everything under it is depending on that thing. And so, like, the king was pretty high in the great chain of being, and peasants were very low on it, right? But they thought even beyond that, metaphysically, you go up, what's the top link of the chain, or what's the fastener that it's all holding to, and they'd say, yeah, it's God. But that's that same idea you're talking about. Hey, let me just show, this is an interesting thing about publishers. So you see this Fathers of the Church series, Peter Damian's Letters by Catholic University of America. This is the medieval continuation of that set we looked at earlier, the Fathers of the Church series. So once you get into the medieval period, it's the medieval continuation. So if you notice, I don't have a dust jacket for the first one, but it's there. So you have volumes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. And you're like, well, where's 4? They made a mistake. There is no 4. The letters don't ever break. Volume 3, it says 61 to 90. Volume 5, 91 to 120. So it's kind of we often think of maybe these publishers as these people who can't fail. You know, look how professional it is. Let's go through proofreaders and editors. Well, okay, apparently they can make these big mistakes, and volume 4 is just gone. But he was a figure who, I guess he did dispense a lot of advice through his letters. There were books written about his theology and stuff, but one of the most interesting things about Peter Damian today is that book next to those ones called the Book of Gomorrah, where he was addressing the problem of homosexuality in the monasteries. So you have these men renouncing sexuality, and you're then putting them just around a bunch of men, but they're sexual beings. They're humans who want sex. And so they're like, well, the only people around me are men. And so you start to see the development in practice of homosexuality. And he writes a book about how this is deplorable. How can this be happening in the monasteries of all places? And he talks about the different forms very explicitly. It's a shocking book to think, that a high up church official like Peter Damian was going to write so openly about it. But he was like, hey, we all know this is happening. It needs to be addressed. This is contrary to the Bible, to church teaching. And so it's an interesting book.
Do you know roughly when that was published?
I'm thinking Peter Damian was somewhere around 1100. I can't recall. It's early in the High Middle Ages. So, wow. And that's about the period that we're at. These are generally in chronological order.
Okay.
Now, the next 4 books you see by Peter Lombard, again, we're getting to books that at the time were the most famous books in the world to these people. And so Peter Lombard was a theologian who lived around 1100 or so. He writes these 4 books of the sentences. And it's like the first major, what you would call systematic theology, this systematic presentation of Christian doctrine. And he's taking quotes from the church fathers and talking about them and showing how they construct a system. He's like he's kind of noteworthy for the first guy who lists out the 7 sacraments of the Roman Catholic Church. Before that, you have various numbers. He solidifies 7. And his book with reception history is received as like the main systematic theology by the Christian world up to the Protestant Reformation. And around the Protestant Reformation, the Catholic Church even begins to shift away from Lombard to Aquinas. And that's interesting because Aquinas writes in the 1200s. So he's not received that well initially until like the Council of Trent in the 1500s. Then they're like, hey, I think Aquinas did a better job than Peter Lombard. But let me just say about Peter Lombard, his book is so well known that the common practice after he wrote his book, and I think he was a professor at the University of Paris, the common practice for any theologian to get their doctorate later on was that they had to write a commentary on the 4 books of the sentences. So every major theologian wrote their commentary on the 4 books of the sentences throughout this period. And that was kind of like how the big step of earning your doctorate. Martin Luther had to do that. Thomas Aquinas had to do that. You can buy Aquinas's commentary on the sentences from the Aquinas Institute. And it's very technical writing because you're not only getting the sentences of Lombard, but you're getting somebody else commenting on those sentences. And it was a practice that they all had to do. And
it's all in Latin.
Yes. Yeah. He was the premier theologian for like 400 years or so.
Is this considered part of scholasticism?
Yes, yeah, it'd be the scholastic method, which is just kind of building everything on some kind of Aristotelian logic, an approach that could kind of be traced back to Aristotle in some sense. That's mostly coming out in Aquinas, but yeah, you're just seeing logical connections are being made. Syllogisms are kind of proving things. That book, the 2 volumes by Marcia Kolish on Peter Lombard, I would highly recommend, but they're published by Brill, so they're expensive. But she's great. She goes through his life and then just walks you through the sentences. I have a hard time reading the sentences because I'm just getting lost on why they're emphasizing what they're emphasizing. But she does a good job. And then Philip Roseman, who taught at the University of Dallas, he wrote The Story of a Great Medieval Book, the reception basically of the sentences. So how it was written and then how it was received, just showing it was a pretty big deal. And then getting up to, we can just skip to like Aquinas. So he's kind of the guy that's thought about now. If anyone knows a little bit about medieval theology, Thomas Aquinas is the dude. And he certainly was the best in terms of being what would you call, just a systematic thinker, lays out his case really well. He's very careful. Even has times where he disagrees with later Catholic dogma. I think he argues in his Summa Theologiae that Mary was not sinless, but modern Catholics after him believe she was sinless. And so I'm just saying he's a pretty unique guy. Now that book, the Essential Summa Theologiae, that's a great book for anyone who wants to dive into Aquinas, because Bauerschmidt just takes samples of it and shows you how to read it. It's written in a very peculiar way for us today. It's not like the Summa is just a book you just read and like a novel or something, or even like a modern nonfiction book. It's written very technically weird format, but he explains it in a really simple way, reproducing the sections and then explaining them. And so that I would highly recommend that book for anyone interested in this period. It's going to just be the fast forward button. And he picks out like the most important sections for a modern reader who's interested. And I found it easy to read that whole book. And we'll see it here in just a moment. But yeah, then there's Aquinas Among the Protestants, another reception history book. How was he received by Protestants? I haven't read it yet, but it's published by Wiley Blackwell. I'm assuming it's a good book. And then this is the set that the Aquinas Institute is publishing. I have Summa Contra Gentiles and then Summa Theologiae. And then interestingly, the commentary on Job that he wrote. And so, which again was a big book back then. But, and he was following his teacher, Albert the Great, who also wrote a commentary on Job. Everyone had to write a commentary on Job. It was just so insightful. And so obviously the Summa is really big. It's half that size because that contains Latin and English both. But those are tall, wide books. They're very large. They're bound very well. And so they're not super expensive. They're about $60 each. You say, that's a lot of money. No, it's not. For a well-bound book nowadays that's sewn and it's going to last your whole lifetime. And, you could pass it on to somebody else if they were interested. It's pretty affordable. And so I see those on a lot of shelves. That's actually not the whole set. I have it now. Actually, I picked up the last 2 parts of the Summa. So Thomas Aquinas writes this giant treatise of theology, very comprehensive. And then he has an event in his life, some sort of vision that he says is from God. And he says, everything I've written before this is worthless. It is straw. And he quits. And soon after that, he passes away. He never finishes the Summa. There's still other things in his notes he was going to address that he never did. So after he dies, a student named Reginald takes those notes and writes the supplement to the Summa, and that's published as well. And so I just picked those up. They're not in this picture because this picture was taken before I got them. But there's so much more to the Aquinas Institute's publishing of Aquinas. They're planning to do all of his works. I have like maybe, I don't know, a fifth of what's out right now. There's a lot that he wrote. He's a pretty remarkable author and thinker.
Yeah, I thought it'd be fun to just read. I put into AI what's a famous or most famous extract
Mhm.
from the Summa, just to give people a flavor of what you were talking about.
Sure.
So this is the first and most manifest way is the argument from motion. It is certain and evident to our senses that in the world some things are in motion. Now, whatever is moved by another. For nothing can be in motion except in potentiality to that towards which it is in motion. Whereas a thing moves inasmuch as it is in act. For motion is nothing else than the reduction of something from potentiality to actuality, but nothing can be reduced from potentiality to actuality except by something in a state of actuality. Therefore, it is necessary to arrive at a first mover, moved by no other, and this everyone understands to be God.
Everyone understands. Yeah, his statement. But so does it go beyond that?
Uh, Not the that's what it gave me, and it's sort of it talks about it as the starting point of natural theology. But you can even sort of see how, again, with physics and the Big Bang, this is fundamentally not much different. It's that sort of starting point that you have to have to get into physics and explain the, the basics of reality and how the physical world works.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was the way of thinking, and you used syllogisms, and you were like, if I have a sound syllogism, well, my conclusion has to be true. The problem with syllogisms is you can never go beyond the premises, so you're just stuck with your major and minor premise, and
And even with the major minor premise, you really have just you can tell, like, the words he's using. There's sort of some of these weird words like potentiality and
Mhm.
actuality, and it's getting into the definition of terms. Kind of, there's always this and I think we may have talked about William of Ockham and
Mhm.
the sort of issues of defining things and nominalism versus what was the opposite of nominalism?
Realism.
Idealism. What is that right? Idealism?
Well, realism, or
Realism.
you could say Platonic idealism. That's sometimes used, but realism and nominalism is usually what's called in the medieval period.
Yeah. So realism being that concepts actually exist and there's an essence of a horse and an essence of whatever, versus nominalism, which says you just sort of it's all made up
Mhm.
and it's just calling things, slapping labels on things, but there's a sort of a subjectivity to that.
Yeah, yeah. And what you read is from the most famous passage in the Summa, is where he addresses five arguments for the existence of God, and that's the argument from motion. But what he does is he'll make a statement like you just read, and then he'll list like three or so arguments against it. And then after that, he brings out various authorities that will address the issue as well. And that authority could be like church tradition, it could be logic, it could be the Bible. And then he gives his answer based on, all these voices working together. Here's what I say. And then that resolves the section. Then he moves on to the next. And so it's just this pattern that repeats over and over. But yeah, that was the argument from motion. But it's
Yeah, let me just give that list of five,
Go
because
ahead.
I just wasn't sure that that's where this was all coming from. But one is the argument from motion. There's a first mover, rooted in Aristotle. Argument from efficient cause. There must be a first cause because everything has a cause, and there's a chain. Causes from a chain. Um, then number three is argument from contingency. There must be a necessary being. Um, that one's a little bit more complicated. Then four is argument from gradation, degrees of perfection. There must be a source of all perfections, and it's the most perfect thing, maximum of all perfections, uh, based on Plato's idea of the forms and Augustine's theology of divine perfection. And then number five, the argument from design, teleology. There must be an intelligent designer. Um, so yeah, it's fundamental stuff.
Yeah, there's a new book out published by Cambridge called, I think, I'm not sure if it's published yet. It might not be, called Reading the Five Ways or something like that. And it's on my list. But it's 4 of them are pretty similar, I think. There's some idea of cause in those first 4, and then the 5th one seems to kind of be a little different. And it's often in our time called the theory of intelligent design, but the same concept that things have a design. They must be designed for a purpose. It seems like you can see, in an ecosystem, for example, things have a purpose. Well, what's the ultimate purpose of everything? There must be something. Well, that proves that something designed these things to work for purpose. So, yeah.
I also got.
Go ahead.
I just want to say something about the sort of his mystical vision. I pulled up some details on that, and I think that's a pretty important. I just want to give a little bit more color to that. So,
yeah,
the quote here is, "All that I've written seems to me like straw compared to what I've seen," and just reading some stuff here. Mystical insights surpassed reason. He had an unmediated encounter with divine reality, possibly a beatific vision, which is a key phrase that I've actually, some of my older YouTube videos, this came up in the comments, and we were talking about that beatific vision and sort of seeing the face of God. And this sort of gets to also the difference between mystical schools of Christianity and very rational, and sort of the polar opposites of rational and emotional, or rational and experiential, which you see in Islam with Sufism, for example. There's, in a lot of religions, there tends to be schools that are there tends to be a spectrum of very sort of legalistic or intellectual forms of the religion, and then very intuitive, experiential forms. And sometimes there's a pendulum that swings back and forth. I think a lot of this stuff, I think part of Joe Rogan's popularity, for example, is his interest in psychedelics and altered experience. That was a big part of the 60s as well. So you have these, it's sort of interesting and profound that the guy who was sort of the most rational, the most intellectual, the person that everybody points to today, himself kind of experienced this flipping of the switch, and going in a very different direction, and kind of abandoning what you might call training wheels, or you might call whatever, on his path. So you never really know how things are going to turn out, and God's plan.
Yeah. Naturalists often try to explain Aquinas's experience by saying, "Oh, he had a stroke or something, some kind of dementia was setting in." But like, I don't have a problem believing he saw something really amazing that put his work in perspective, because if we could see alternate realities somehow, I think we would realize how small a lot of our life's projects are. And it was a very real experience. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think that really ties in well.
Didn't Luther have sort of a lightning bolt experience?
He had a literal lightning bolt experience.
Will you just tell that story briefly? Because
Sure, yeah. Well, that's when he decides to become a monk. He's a young man, Martin Luther, in the 1500s, early 1400s into the 1500s. When he's a young man, his father wants him to become a lawyer, and that's the plan. You're going to be a prominent man in our community. You're smart. You're going to go to school, become a lawyer. Well, one time, I don't remember what the occasion was. Martin Luther is traveling home at night. There's a thunderstorm, and a bolt of lightning strikes right near him, and he cries out, "Saint Anne, I will become a monk." And that's his prayer, but it means, he's praying to Saint Anne, and he's saying, "If you get me home safely, I will become a monk." He is brought home safely. He did become a monk, an Augustinian monk, so in the Augustinian tradition. And that began a period in his life, which we'll talk more about him when we get to the Luther section. But yeah,
I was wondering if you
were him.
I was wondering if you ever saw a book or if you've ever thought about the sort of tradition of certain prominent uh, theologians or other kind of authorities who had a sort of bargaining with God experience,
Mm.
because it's not that's not an isolated case where somebody says to God, if you do this, then I will do that. And you even said with, I think Aquinas, that or the other guy, that his mother prayed and said, if you give me a child, I will make him an oblate or I'll give him back.
Yeah.
And there's even like Old Testament, isn't there a famous
Yeah, that's the famous Old Testament story. That was Hannah
Hannah?
praying to God for a baby. She does get pregnant from her husband, has the baby. He grows up a little bit, and she donates him to the tabernacle. Yeah.
There's actually a book that came out recently, and another, I haven't covered it yet in my parenting group, but it's called Hannah's Children, and it's a book on families, women who have a lot of children, like I think more than 6 children. And it's a reference to the Hannah story, but basically, part of this larger conversation we're seeing about fertility decline and decline of population, and the book is mostly a study of religious women who had a lot of children, and usually it was religion was a component to it, not always, but a lot of times they didn't plan ahead of time or think they were going to have a lot of children. Then it ended up sort of happening and they had a discovery. And it's a very unique book, Hannah's Children, where she really kind of interviews these women, gets to know them, and they tell their story of why they decided to have these very large families.
Yeah. But you're saying it's often a religious reason,
Um,
or no?
it was kind of an interesting, unexpected thing because I think almost all the women were religious or had been raised religious, but a lot of them didn't. I think there was also an element of, I think most of them were highly educated. So like it was this, I can't remember all the details, but like there were a number of women who were like doctors or who were in academia, and then they had like 6 children, and that you just almost never happens. And it was, it's kind of a complicated, the theory that she comes away with is kind of nuanced. So I feel like um, I can maybe come back to it. I can refresh my memory, but
I just think it's interesting because just last night in our fellowship group, we were talking about large families. One of the families there has 8 kids, and we talked about another family in our church had 10 kids. And I said, I wonder how often secular people have large families like that. I said, I'm sure it happens, but I know these families have been very intentional, motivated by their Christian convictions and principles to have lots of children. And so I just think it's interesting that we just talked about that last night. You brought that up. And yeah, I'll have to look that up. Hannah's Children.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Well, you take a look.
Yeah.
You know what? One thing we didn't say about Aquinas that again deals with reception history is the reason Aquinas wrote the way he did was because of what we call the rediscovery of the works of Aristotle. So Aristotle, of course, lived back in ancient Greece, student of Plato. He writes quite a bit. His works are lost to the West eventually because they're not copied. The Aristotelian school was not very popular in the Hellenistic period, but they get preserved in the Arabic world. And so they're over there, they're bearing fruit. The Arabic world develops a lot of things as a result of reading Aristotle. They're very on fire for philosophy, and they don't make their way back to the West, the Latin-speaking West, for quite a while until there's some kind of connection between the Byzantine half of the world and Western Europe. And anyway, the works of Aristotle become reintroduced. They're rediscovering a really careful form of logic through prior analytics. Is one of the big works that Aristotle wrote that gets people on fire for how syllogisms work well. And that becomes a method. And I think the Dominicans really were friendly toward that, if I'm not mistaken. There's a little bit of arguing in the University of Paris about should we use Aristotle or not. Well, Aquinas doesn't care. He loves Aristotle, follows the tradition of his teacher, Albert the Great. And that's really why the Summa is the way that it is. It's because of his introduction to Aristotle. So I just wanted to mention that real quick, because that's a pretty big reason for Aquinas's significance.
Yeah. So I did find the book. It is called Hannah's Children, and she interviewed 55. She did 55 in-depth interviews with college-educated American mothers raising 5 or more children. And the key findings are: 1, children as positive goods, not costly burdens. Every interviewee spoke of children as purpose-defining goods that dwarf measurable costs. Faith matters, but not in the caricatured way. Almost all mothers are religious, yet few cite dogma. Rather, faith reframes risk-reward trade-offs and underwrites hope. High risk, high reward mindset. Large families are viewed as an ambitious life project, breeding immortal beings, as one mother quips, demanding sacrifice, but offering unrivaled meaning. Opportunity cost inversion. Professional women note that once they've paid the career penalty of one child, the marginal cost of additional children feels lower, so they lean in. And then civic stake. Many interviewees link their choice to a vision of social renewal. Children is the ultimate resource for a fraying culture and aging economy. So it's a nuanced kind.
Yeah.
It's not just they're not always just going in saying, I'm going to have a bunch of children. It's usually kind of happens, but they're open to it, and they don't have a lot of the negative framing or the cost-based framing that a lot of parents have today. So they a lot of them sort of let it happen, but there aren't the barriers that would stop most parents after they've got 2 or 3 kids.
Yeah. Well, that is interesting. I'm sure somebody listening would want to look that up. Yeah, I was just thinking about that, so that's enlightening. So, there's a lot that happens after Aquinas. I don't have a lot in the late medieval period. I mean, there was some above, like the Harvest of Medieval Theology and stuff like that was about late medieval theology. But as you get into late medieval theology, what you have is, okay, it's crazy. You have wealth building up in Europe. And one of the biggest boosts in wealth was the Black Plague in the 1300s. People think that's weird. They think, well, 80% of the people were dying. How is wealth being built up? But think about it. So if you're in your village and 80% of the people die and 20% remain, those people get their neighbor's property. Like, there's chaos. So it's like, hey, all the neighbors are dead. I guess we'll just start using their land. We'll take their animals, and we'll use them. You're just going to leave them there. Wealth goes up for the individual. And throughout the late 1300s, this affects the world in a big way. And it eventually has a big impact on the late medieval church. And so as wealth accumulates, corruption obviously can accumulate. And I don't think anyone looks at the late medieval Roman Catholic Church and says that was the best time for them. That was just a wonderful, virtuous age. There was a lot of focus on this world, building of great buildings.
The indulgences.
Go ahead.
Well, just the indulgences.
Yep. Yeah. And that's, we'll get to that in Luther's time. Yeah. It's the idea of getting money from people for your church projects and telling them, yeah, you'll save souls from purgatory as a result, whether the person who donates or their relatives. It's just a very corrupt time. And so my interests are more, I love John Wycliffe and the Wycliffites, his followers. He was a figure that was in Oxford in the late 1300s. Very strong realist, an anti-nominalist. And he's often thought about as this guy who translates the first English Bible. But there's no evidence he really translated the Bible into English. There is a Wycliffe Bible, but it's now thought that was translated by his followers. And the other day, my son asked me, what's the hardest English Bible to understand? I said, the Wycliffe translation. And I showed it to him, and he couldn't read it. I said, try reading it out loud, and you'll realize you're actually reading some of the words, but it's like some form of Middle English. And he was passionate about the Word of God in a way that others weren't. He was passionate about common people. And so his biggest issue, he was kind of a forerunner of the Reformation. He said about the premature Reformation. He was calling for Reformation, but not in the same sense that Martin Luther would. He was not fighting for salvation by grace through faith alone, which was the big call of the Protestant Reformation in the 1500s. He wanted the Catholic Church to get rid of its wealth. He's like, what business do you have owning all this property and bossing people around? He's like, that's not what Christ came to call us to. That's not the Christian life. And that was about his big passion. And he wasn't the only one. There was a guy named John Ball around the same time. I don't remember his connection, but he was also one of these English guys just standing up for the common man. And so people felt like they had to do this as wealth was increasing. And but they certainly were forerunners of the Reformation. I think one of the reasons it was a premature Reformation in terms of the entire Western Church is because there was no printing press. You needed the printing press to get your message out, like the Protestant reformers were able to, especially Martin Luther. And so everything was still handwritten at this time, copied by hand and passed around. It's hard to get a message out that way. But
Can you talk about?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. I was just going to ask you about this, but if you want to finish your thought first.
Oh, then that's fine. Yeah, that's a big series, the classics of Western spirituality. They're focused more on the spiritual life rather than technical doctrine of various contributors. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's mostly the Christian tradition. I think they branch outside of it sometimes, but I can't. I'd have to go back and look. But there's a lot of monastic writings, Protestant thinkers. I have one in my office. He had the Pietists from that same series. So Christian spirituality to a Christian should be very important. It's how you live out the Christian life and how it affects your heart. And so, yeah. Let's see. Oh, but
What about the heresy?
so yeah, the Catholic Church condemned John Wycliffe after his death. They dug up his bones and burned them posthumously. Just his, I haven't read that book. I got it not long ago because it was cheap. So it's just sitting there. How do they define the heresy? I don't know. Probably the fact that he wouldn't submit to the Pope in his criticisms, because that ends up being why John Huss is condemned. He wouldn't submit to the Pope and he kept criticizing the Catholic Church. And I just have the letters of John Huss over here that's kind of covered up. He was another reformer who came after John Wycliffe, inspired by him. And he's burned at the stake. They burned him while he was alive instead of after he died. And he was trying to argue, if I'm not mistaken, how to explain it, that the Catholic Church would be better off run by councils, having your big decisions made by councils rather than one man in Rome. And he had a lot of criticisms of the wealth and of the control and the power as well. So he's also seen as a forerunner of the Reformation. So,
And that's a key element of various Protestant denominations, is how the sort of, to what extent there is a bureaucracy, and what's the sort of, what's the correct term for that? Basically the leadership and the leadership structure.
I guess, yeah, just your authority. I mean, why is the authority concentrated in this one man? It is a strange idea. I mean, they have reasons and they had explanations, but they're not very convincing to any.
But basically, different denominations have a different way of solving that, and they have some denominations really are very flat organizations. Yeah. Some of them have sort of a middle range, but there's no pope at the very apex. But there's elders, or there's other kind of names for the people. So, and
church polity is what you call how your church is run. Yeah. But yeah, and the Protestant history is kind of a big reaction against the idea that the papacy had authority, always trying to protect yourself from anything that looks like that. And so the idea in the Protestant world of saying a particular denomination has a pope it's a joke. You're saying that man has too much power. He's some kind of a pope. Well, anyone hears that and you're like, oh, well, it's clearly wrong. We shouldn't have this man having this much authority. And so, yeah, it's an interesting, the whole thing is fascinating to me, that the office of the papacy, its influence, the rise and fall of its influence. It's just really a strange and interesting concept.
And there's also the issue of like, I think it goes hand in hand with democracy and with sort of the divine right of kings kind of chipping away at that, because
Yeah.
the divine right of kings and the Pope being a king, they're sort of very similar concepts. And so it kind of makes sense that when you chip away at one, it chip aways at the legitimacy of the whole idea of one person at the very top. And I view a lot of English history as kind of, chipping away at the power of the sovereign. And whether it's the Magna Carta or other things, there's sort of a, that big question of like, how do you organize leadership? How do you organize the executive?
Yeah. Yeah, it is an interesting question, and obviously relevant.
Anything else on this?
I love that I just say, if the English Wycliffite sermons, so the followers of Wycliffe, their sermons, they would go around, they were called the poor preachers, and a nickname for them was the Lollards. It was kind of like almost like calling them babblers. They're just, they're babbling, don't listen to them. And so the movement was also called Lollardy. That's how you pronounce it. They're pretty short sermons, but if you ever want to know what did normal people feel attracted to in England in the late 1300s, early 1400s, when it comes to the message of Christianity, you can read those, and they're fun to read because they're written in some kind of like late Middle English. So you can still understand them. But like I said before, you kind of have to read it out loud, and you realize, okay, I do know that word. And so it's a fun exercise. I only have a few of those volumes. For some reason, the first volume of the English Wycliffite sermons is always like $200 or something. I'd never found it for cheap. I've got those for like $10 or less. But they're fun to read if you're interested at all in the period leading up to the Reformation. And a lot of Protestants have a casual interest in John Wycliffe if they know a little bit about church history. But there's usually myths around him. There was a book that I actually got rid of called John Wycliffe, Myth and Reality. And it kind of deconstructed everything about John Wycliffe that I ever thought I knew before I ever read anything about him. It was kind of disappointing, but it was real. But going back to what you were saying, though, I had a thought about, you said like the divine right of kings and how people starting to think about people in terms of the common people being important. And I do wonder, just casually, I'm sure other people have thought a lot more about this, how much nominalism had to do with that. You start to strip away categories and you start to view everyone as individuals, and you start to realize, well, hey, the king is no more of an individual than, the poor guy in the street. And although I'm not a big fan of nominalism, I wonder if that was an influence of it. But who knows? Something maybe I'll come across at some point. And
I think there's sort of the self-consciousness of scholasticism where you sort of finally have the resources or the minds available to do the sick et non and do and actually like bring everything together. I see it as very similar to what we're going through today with AI, where it's like, even when you try to like read the whole Bible and like have it all in your head at once and have a mastery of it, it's a very difficult thing to do. But with AI, it sort of has this superhuman ability to just digest everything, see connections between things.
Yeah.
And I think we may go through sort of another similar type of scholastic experience. And this is what some people are predicting about AI. I was just teaching about this in my AI program. There's a book called AI 2027, and they basically predict that where we're headed in a year or two is much more rationalistic AIs that do a lot more reasoning. So we started off with these sort of sentence predictors that were statistically based neural nets, and then they added the thinking and reasoning component to it, and that's sort of the second stage. But these people think that that kind of reasoning ability is going to get much stronger over the next year or two, and that's going to lead to some real breakthroughs. So I think that, until you have the capability to really, have all the books in one place, bring them all together, compare things, structure arguments with syllogisms, it's only when you sort of force the things to come into conflict, like oil and water, that you actually can really see where the fissures are. And I think just the ability, like the way I see a lot of different denominations, is that they have a kind of interesting emphasis on one part of the Bible, or certain themes or motifs of the Bible.
Yeah.
And the question is that based on all of them having a true mastery of the entire Bible, or is it much more that these sort of charismatic or influential creator of that denomination happened to have an idiosyncratic interest in certain themes or motifs and sort of got obsessed with it and made everything about that, and then a denomination grew out of the followers of that charismatic person. And so I think that's kind of that's how I think about a lot of the differences, and I like kind of my experience of learning about different denominations is along those lines, that they have sort of an intense interest in certain parables, certain stories, certain lessons, and it's cool to kind of see what the outgrowth of that is when that becomes like a larger kind of way of life.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. I think about that all the time, how various movements, including whatever, the movement I'm in or movement I'm observing online or whatever, you can say, why are they emphasizing the things that they're emphasizing, and why are they de-emphasizing the things that they're de-emphasizing? There's always going to be that component. And I've thought before, like, there are so many things you could prove from the Bible that you should emphasize, that if you went to a particular denomination and said, hey, this is just as clear as the stuff that you're already emphasizing, let me tell you about it, it would just fall on deaf ears, because it's just not a category that they have. And I could give examples of that, but it's it's a great observation of yours, because I think about that quite a bit. And so there's a desire to get beyond that, and not to get too far off on this, but it's called expository preaching. So the idea is, I will preach through a book of the Bible. I will not miss any verses, so that we can say we're getting the whole counsel of God. The problem is, people who do that kind of preaching still will get to those very difficult passages and maybe explain them away, or skip over the very section that is addressing their blind spot. And so, like, even this Sunday, I have to address one of these very bizarre passages of scripture, but I'm gonna say what it says. If anyone complains, they can take it up with the Bible. So
What is it?
it's Genesis chapter 6. It's probably one of those bizarre passages in the Bible where the sons of God, which is a technical term for angels, come down and have sex with the daughters of men and produce a giant race of Nephilim, which is just men of large stature like Goliath. And they have a large influence. Society becomes corrupt. And after this, the flood will come because of how corrupt society has become. And so I told my brother I was preaching that, and he said, get ready for people to have major problems with you. And I don't think that they will, but it is something that some people would say, oh, that can't be what it means. It has to mean something else. I'm uncomfortable with this. And I'm like, well, it's what it said.
Yeah. I was just reading an article, I think in the Wall Street Journal or New York Times, just in the last week or two. And it was about this genetic screening company that apparently Elon Musk has used for at least one of his children. I think the woman who's part of SpaceX or Neuralink, she's one of the executives. But it's a story about how the genetic screening started out as just checking for certain rare genetic disorders, but has now become this much bigger thing where people are selecting hair color and eye color and height and intelligence and various diseases of older age to be avoided, or things like that. And so they're imagining sort of a super race of people, which goes back to eugenics, and which was a big thing in the 1920s and has a long history. But that's what sprang to mind when you said that.
That is interesting. I'll have to look that up. It's in the Wall Street Journal, you said?
It's either the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times. I think it was probably the Wall Street Journal.
They're both behind a paywall, though, aren't they?
Yeah. I think there's been maybe some YouTubers reacting to it.
I'm sure that would be something that would be easier to find.
One of the first things I did when these AIs came out is I had this theory, which we were just talking about, of the differences in denominations. And I asked the AI to make a hierarchy of list of denominations from most to least intellectually minded. Sort of going to the Aquinas thing of, you have this person who's super rational, and then a flip switches and they sort of drop acid and they go in the complete opposite direction. And there's and so I just had the AI create this this list, and it kind of gave a structure to the intuition that I had, not being super familiar with all of them, but just kind of showing that spectrum of to what extent different denominations have the obsession with creating systematic theology. It was actually at a similar, some people may know Cal Newport, who wrote the book Deep Work. His father was sort of, I forget all the details, but he was sort of famous for creating, I think, the first systematic theology of his denomination, or wrote this major book, or maybe it was his grandfather. But that got me sort of interested in like, the first person to create that sort of Summa Theologica of a certain denomination plays a very important role in sort of systematizing the faith and the principles and the doctrine into something that sort of is internally coherent.
Yeah. Well, what's your list?
So the list that it gave me just now, recreating this, doesn't fully capture.
Okay.
But
well, it was probably there are thousands of denominations, so
yeah, you could think of sort of charismatic on one end.
Yeah.
So I'll just give you the list that it gave me. So at the top is Jesuits, which is an elite intellectual order. It describes as within Roman Catholicism, then Eastern Orthodox, especially Russian and Greek, then Reformed, Calvinist, Presbyterian, then Anglican, Episcopal, then Lutheran, especially confessional Lutheran, then Roman Catholic, mainstream, then, meaning outside of Jesuits, then Quakers, aka Religious Society of Friends, then Unitarians / Unitarian Universalists, then Methodists / Wesleyans, then Mennonites / Anabaptists, then Evangelical / Baptist academic wing, then Pentecostal Charismatic, then Jehovah's Witnesses, and then Fundamentalist independent churches.
Wow, the Fundamentalist independents are below the Jehovah's Witnesses, huh? That'd be surprising. They actually have schools, with Bob Jones University and stuff, but Jehovah's Witnesses don't want you to even go to school.
I don't fully agree with this list, but
yeah, it's doing its best. It's certainly the Jesuits are the most intellectual out of the group,
and they just have a long history of Aquinas and just scholasticism. So
yeah, the Catholic tradition is obviously known for intellect. Obviously Protestants would disagree, but it's just a difference in method, like we talked about before. So that's interesting.
But yeah, anything else on this?
No, that's kind of the end of that section, the Christian medieval books, like theology and history and stuff. And that's probably adequate. Oh, that's right. There's one more shelf here. So I just have a couple of the works of Thomas More, who's famously the guy who wouldn't agree with Henry VIII on approving of his divorce to Catherine of Aragon, right? And so was he beheaded? He was killed for it. And anyway, but he was an enemy, of course, of William Tyndale, who was an early English Bible translator. And I just have got those books really cheap. I just wanted to have them. I've not read them, but I'm like, man, that'd be great to have these. And somebody was getting rid of them. So
There's a pretty good TV show called The Tudors, which came out maybe 10, 15 years ago. And I think there were 6 seasons of it, which I think is a really
yeah,
good. I think it was Showtime or not. I don't think it was HBO, but it was that like level of quality.
yeah,
And I always thought the guy who played St. Thomas More was a great kind of just great actor and gave a good feel for the personality of him, which I don't know. I don't know enough about his history to know if it was accurate, but it seemed very authentic. And um yeah, it's one of the few things I recommend.
yeah. There was an older movie about him called A Man for All Seasons, right? I think that's what it is.
That definitely sounds right. I haven't seen.
Yeah, I watched that years ago. It was enjoyable and I thought edifying. And at the bottom here, I just have a few random books. We already talked about these 4 here, and then John Fisher was another that works in days of John Fisher. He was another clergy who was associated with the court that I think didn't agree with Henry VIII's divorce. I haven't read that, just got it when I heard about his name and what he stood for, and got that book because it was a good price. So it's great to have books that you haven't read yet. So then you have something to read. But there wasn't much on him. I remember that was like one of the very few books on John Fisher. But we're getting to a period where there's a lot more records of people for historians to use. You know, when you're earlier in history, you're very limited on what you have. And you start to get into the 16th century, and historians have a lot more to work with.
Works and Days is also another one of those titles where
Yeah, Hesiod.
Hesiod.
Yeah, he was the first one.
Can you say a little bit about that?
About the title of Works and Days?
Or just Hesiod's original?
Well, it's an archaic Greek poem. If I remember, he has like, he kind of is explaining like the genealogy of the gods and things, if I recall. I wouldn't want to say a whole lot about it.
Yep. I looked up the Cal Newport thing. John P. Newport, 1917 to 2000, well-known Southern Baptist philosopher, theologian, and longtime professor at Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary.
Yeah.
His focus was apologetics, philosophy of religion, dialogue with modern thought, Tillich, New Age, occult, evangelical worldview formation. And he wrote Life's Ultimate Questions, A Contemporary Philosophy of Religion, What is Christian Doctrine, and a bunch of other stuff. But
I don't even know his name. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, John P. Newport.
And he's writes now. He's a contemporary.
Well, he passed away in 2000.
Oh, okay.
But I think there's actually a biography on him. Okay. I haven't read it yet, but I have a copy of it.
Yeah. So for like Southern Baptist, that would be like the intellectual center, the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary in Louisville. But yeah.
Yeah. So and Cal, I don't know if that is short for Calvin, but
yeah, it could be. They're Calvinistic there, so
yeah.
So this is that 3-volume set. It's Medieval Exegesis, the 4 senses of Scripture. And so this goes through those 4 that we described earlier, allegorical and anagogical and all that. And I believe it's translated from the French. and I haven't read it yet, but it's waiting for me. So as soon as I really want to invest a lot of time in understanding medieval biblical exegesis, and exegesis just means like this drawing out of the text, the deep study of the text. And so it literally means like drawing out. Well, how did medieval exegesis of the Bible work? Well, there were the four senses of Scripture, and de Lubac, if that's how you pronounce his name, he apparently walks us through it. I'm sure there are shorter treatments of it too. I mean, very few people want to read 3 volumes of a nonfiction book, but it's really standard.
I pulled up a summary of works and days from AI just to give people a sense, because I knew there was a farming component to it, but I forgot the other stuff. So it's this 4-part summary. First part is myth of decline. Pandora and the origin of evil. Zeus punishes humanity by sending Pandora, who unleashes evils upon the world. That's where Pandora's box comes from. Then the 5 ages of man. Lays out a theory of moral decline through 5 races: Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, Heroic Age, and then Iron Age, which is sort of the mythic past.
Yeah.
Prehistory. Then you have part 2, Justice and Labor, which is less, I think, influential. Part 3 is the practical farming calendar. He gives detailed seasonal advice on when to plow, sow, harvest, sail, marry, rest, rural ethics and survival. I vaguely remembered this from learning Latin, and how this is sort of a fairly easy to translate and read secular, Agricola type stuff. And then Days and Omens, a list of lucky and unlucky days. I think that's also less influential. So important part of the classics.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, and I don't know why the book on John Fisher has the connection to that title, because it's like a biography of him, but maybe someday I'll know. So this series here, the Brill Companions to the Christian Tradition, I think is what it's called. There's a lot more than this. It's like probably around 130 volumes in this series. And Brill, again, is that publisher that's been around since 1600 or something, 1679 or whatever. But these are just collections of essays, very similar to the Cambridge Histories or the Oxford Handbooks, but they're very nuanced on things that you're not going to really get in those wider series, like Promissory Notes on the Treasury of Merits. That's just the long name for indulgences, which were you pay the Catholic Church money, and they'll give you a promissory note promising you some of the extra merits of saints of the past will be applied to your account, so you don't have to go to purgatory for so long. And so what are the origins of this idea? And how prevalent was it? How did it work? How did it change over time?
There's sort of an analogy with the social credit score system in China, in terms of the Treasury of Merits, where it's a sort of creation of a system to measure somebody's merit, and like create a whole system around that. And then it's sort of like in a social credit score system, or even we have credit scores. And there's been attempts to do other types of credit where there's an algorithm that sort of measures your merit, and the idea of, if you co-sign on somebody's credit card, you're sort of on the hook if they don't pay off their credit card. So it's sort of extending, it's sort of, there's a whole like big system of that. And then saints have extra credit.
Yeah.
And so they can, something about that. So
they were
like financialization of like sacred merit.
Yeah, really. Obviously a strange idea to think you could pull that off. But yeah, the saints were so good. They did so many good works that they have leftovers that they don't need. They're overflowing from their treasures in heaven, and you could benefit from them if you pay money to the Catholic Church so they can build larger buildings. So it's like You see how far things can change from the early church, which is living in poverty and they're persecuted. They're the bottom rung of the ladder. And yeah, now it's like, pay us money and you'll have less time in purgatory. So,
There's
it,
some groups that have a membership structure where you either donate a certain amount of time each year or you pay more money.
yeah.
And it's sort of
Mhm.
the hinge that I think this sort of falls on is, if you do a certain amount of charity, this is sort of, if you look at SBF and um, effective altruism, there's interesting parallels because their theory, and it's part of what drove SBF to take all this risk and do all this high risk investing stuff, is their theory was it's actually what's the best use of your time if you're a super high IQ person? Should you go on a mission trip and live in poverty and go to Africa and donate your time, or should you earn ungodly amounts of money on Wall Street and then donate all that money? And
Mhm.
their theory was that you should do the latter. So effective altruism is how do you do the most good? What's the most rational way? And they're connected with the rationalist community online, which is now big into the whole AI ethics stuff. So it's an
Mhm.
interesting kind of community, but it's a similar idea of like, should you be able to, is giving a lot of money give you more merit than
Mhm.
donating your time?
Yeah.
And there's a famous parable about with Jesus and he sees the poor woman who gives, what did she give her, 2 pennies or something?
Yeah. Her last 2 cents, basically. Luke 21. Yeah.
So it's kind of,
Well, and he says she's given more than
yes.
all those who gave large sums from their excess.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I think that's interesting. You mentioned that. I'd never heard of this effective altruism. That's what you called it?
Yeah, and it sort of died off when SBF, it took a big reputational hit when SBF kind of ruined their message. But if you remember prior to his downfall, he was sort of this Jesus figure of effective altruism and saying, I'm making all these billions of dollars. He dresses like a homeless guy and he's going to give away all his money. You look at Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, they've done the pledge where they're going to give away 99% of their money. So there is this kind of idea of, and this debate about what is the relative merit of giving money
Yeah.
versus giving of time or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, that's interesting because it's so clearly American and pragmatic because you're just concerned with the bottom line. And you're like, how do we get the biggest bang for our buck? Whereas Christianity doesn't ask that. It asks, how do I become more like the perfect man, Jesus? How do I, as a person, become one who does good like Jesus did? And so it's this thing that takes into consideration your entire being. Who are you in your being? And can money do great things? Sure, it can do a lot of things. There's a limited category of things it can do, but it can do them. But you could give lots of money away and be a terrible person, and not look at all like Jesus, in private. And so that's just fascinating to me. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna look more into that.
And
Um,
Jesus famously says to the rich man, sell everything you have and give it to the poor.
yes, because that was his particular issue. The rich man, you're making an idol of wealth, and you need to get rid of that. So, yeah. Um, so some of these are great. There's just always with essays, there's always a mixed bag. Some of them are great and some are not. And um but I've enjoyed the essays I've read mostly in here. They're usually by good hand-picked scholars. Um and they do address questions that I tend to have whenever I've picked one up. But I have to wait for these to be really cheap. They're super expensive. The newest one is going to be published. It's forthcoming. It's on the Devil and Demons, the companion to the Devil and Demons, and I think it's from a particular part of the Middle Ages. And I think it's like set to be, I don't know, like $170 or something. So definitely not worth the exchange of money if you're paying full price. But if you do find one cheap because a library is emptying out or something, then, and you're interested in that particular topic, then that's a good one to get. There's several that I want to get that I don't have the money for. There's one on Josephus, the reception of Josephus in the Middle Ages. And the lowest I've seen that was $88. Not that people care about all these facts, but I keep an eye on several of them and just wait for a good price. But yeah, they're interesting. Probably something not many people purchase. They don't come up on Amazon when you're looking at that topic. You'd have to be specifically looking for it.
You can sometimes find better prices on books.
Yeah. I always I'm on those the used websites.
I did a little bit of AI research. One of the things, this is sort of a good example of why I love AI, is because it's a question you just couldn't really answer easily before. Lollards, like you were saying, is sort of the opposite of a euphemism is a dysphemism. And there's actually a lot of denominations that are named after something that was originally an insult. So they were sort of labeled with a negative pejorative label, and then they eventually took that on and ran with it. So the Lollards, like you said, mumbler, Middle Dutch for mumbler, mocking their lay preaching and secret prayer, so lay teaching as opposed to having priests with all the certifications and everything. Quakers meant originally used after George Fox told a judge, tremble at the word of the Lord. Puritans, and they call themselves Religious Society of Friends. That's their official name. But Quaker, same thing with Mormons and Latter-day Saints. Puritan originally meant to mock those who purified the Church of England of Catholic remnants. So basically getting rid of all this sort of extra barnacles and stuff that had built up tradition, as we were talking about before, that wasn't rooted in the scripture. Methodist, derided at Oxford for their methodical religious routines. Muggletonians, which maybe has a connection with the Muggles of Harry Potter. I don't know.
You don't know that one.
Named after Lodwick Muggleton, often ridiculed as a crank. Ranters.
Oh, yeah.
Described as shouting, blasphemous libertines. No evidence they use the name for themselves. Shakers, derided for ecstatic worship, shaking and trembling under spiritual power. I think I talked about them earlier about how they were celibate and basically they died out despite being technologically quite advanced. The Hussites, Wycliffes, named after leaders who often tied them to condemned. That one's less so. Pietists, German, first used derisively in Germany to mock overly pious reformers. Anabaptists, Greek for rebaptizers, used by opponents to brand them as heretics for rejecting infant baptism. But yeah, okay. So this wraps up. This is the last shelf here. So now we're jumping back to where we started with.
Yes. Back to my office.
Back to your office.
Yeah.
And did we
covered that? And
okay. And so
there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything in particular that jumps out to you here?
Yeah. So I have just some basic books on the Reformation. I have a random Oxford History of Christian Worship, which I never even paid for. I don't know where that came from. But beyond that,
would this count as like an Oxford, like you have the Cambridge histories, but is this like the analog?
So yeah, there's a set of like the Oxford History of whatever. They're always affordable. They're cheaper. There's like Oxford History of the Greco-Roman World or whatever, they're pretty affordable, but I find they're just not written in an easy to read fashion. I don't know. They feel like they're more like a coffee table book than one that's there to answer my questions. But I mean, I might be wrong. So I've not spent much time in it. I've seen several of those like at libraries. They're common. But I just start with a few basic books on the Reformation, which of course is the Protestant Reformation, which is one of the biggest phenomenons that have ever happened in Western civilization. And what's being reformed? Well, this is a Western phenomenon. It doesn't affect the Eastern Orthodox Church, because prior to the Reformation, you have two halves of the Christian Church. the Roman Catholic Church rooted in Rome, the Eastern Orthodox Church rooted in Constantinople, which is just a pour over from the Roman Empire, the later Roman Empire. So the Roman Catholic Church, as we've been talking about, indulgences, for example, was becoming corrupt according to many people who were observing it. And people were responding to this. This was not popular. And it takes somebody with a loud voice to call it out. And Martin Luther was that man. There was another pretty early reformer named Huldrych Zwingli, but he was not nearly as loud as Martin Luther. Martin Luther begins as this Augustinian monk in Wittenberg, Germany, and the most famous first event that he does in relation to the Reformation is he writes 95 theses, which are statements that could be disputed in a formal setting by academics, but they're all about the same topic. They're just 95 sentences all about indulgences, trying to prove that indulgences are a problem. The idea you can pay money to the church and not have to pay a penalty for your sins is really bizarre, that money covers it. And that's true for a few reasons. One, there's a problem with the idea of purgatory. Purgatory is a later invention. It's not clearly found in Scripture. There's a few passages people kind of like later said, hey, maybe Gregor the Great was like, hey, I think this passage kind of explains purgatory. But early Christians were oblivious to the idea. It doesn't seem to be present in Scripture. And so there's no real purgatory to even hang out in before you go to heaven. This idea you got to be purified. The second problem with it was, well, I thought Christ paid for the sins of Christians. I thought that their sins were already paid for by the blood of Christ. So how on earth are we paying money in addition to this perfect price already having been paid, which Anselm talked about? We talked about Cur Deus Homo. And so what's going on? He writes 95 theses, and a lot of them are like, you read the sentence and you're like, that's a slam dunk case, They're pretty interesting. They're easy to read. And the story goes that he nailed them to the door of the church in Wittenberg. And people think this is some great, bold act. But the reality was two things about this huge event, which is October 31st, 1517. Two things that are interesting, besides the fact that he certainly did it. It wasn't like this bold thing to do. It was common for academics he was a professor. It was common for academics to put up points of disputation. Hey, let's see if anyone wants to dispute these in a public debate. This is a normal thing. And the second thing that's interesting is there's actually no evidence he nailed it to the church door. The earliest evidence says he put it up, and it seems like it can be interpreted that he put it up on a bulletin board across from the church. So it's interesting because around October 31st, 1517, Christians often celebrate Reformation Day. It's the day he boldly presented these 95 theses against indulgences, but it's not as sensational as that. It's hard to know how much he thought this was going to have an impact, but they began to be reprinted right away. People realized this was a big deal. He had some great arguments against what was seen as an established system of the time. And I think it tapped into what bothered people. He was kind of the voice speaking for everyone else's moral conscience. They were like, this doesn't feel right. Somebody needs to say something. Well, he said something. And from there on, he begins to get the attention of Rome over the next few years as he points out other points of corruption. And just to make a long story short, he gets called up before what's called a diet, or it's spelled diet, the Diet of Worms. He has to give an account to the church. Charles V and Pope Leo X need some kind of explanation. They need him to recant all of his teachings. He famously refuses. He asks for a night to consider it. He refuses to recant his teachings ever since the 95 Theses up till 1521. And they excommunicate him by putting out what's called a papal bull. Leo X writes a papal bull, Exsurge Domine, which means arise, Lord, arise against Martin Luther. And it excommunicates him from the church, the Roman Catholic Church, which was a big deal back then. That's no small thing. In that world, that's all there is. And so to excommunicate somebody is not some minor issue. It was the biggest thing that they could do. And he's immediately taken for protection by local nobles and put into the Wartburg Castle. And we had talked about that, I think, at our first session, people who are kind of spending time alone, getting big things accomplished. While he's alone in this castle, he translates the Bible into German, continues his project of Reformation, and eventually is able to come out, like, I don't know how long he was there, a number of months. Comes out, goes back to Wittenberg, and he's under protection. He's popular among locals, and just begins to attend and minister at his local church there. And he never thought that he's starting another church. He never thought, I'm going to start the Lutheran Church to compete with the Roman Catholic Church. He thinks he's reforming the Catholic Church. That's what needs to happen. There's been lots of reform movements before in monasticism. He's a monk. You just have to reform the whole church. There was actually papal reform movements that have happened before. So he just thinks, hey, we got to get back on track. I'm just helping people to see our path. We got to retrieve what the Bible says and get rid of all this late medieval gobbledygook that is built up, this tradition built on tradition that is so far from what we started with. Let's kind of hit a reset button. And so he does that. The Lutheran movement is something that his followers would have said they were a part of, but he thought he was a Catholic. He would not think anything other than that. And so he wrote a ton. He never wrote like a systematic theology, but he wrote a lot on the Bible and a lot of just individual works that were usually just addressing something from his day. And so either defending himself against an accusation, addressing something happening in the wider society. And, I've heard people say, oh, Martin Luther was burned at the stake. He never was. He died of heart failure, I think, in 1546 while he was traveling. And so he was protected. His movement caught on throughout the Holy Roman Empire, and states would divide into being Catholic states or Lutheran states. And you could see him in the Atlas of the European Reformations, which state picked which side. But toward the end of his life, he kind of becomes this unpleasant figure, a bitter old man. And I don't know if it's so much just the end of his life, just his later years. He famously has a dispute with another reformer who I referred to, Zwingli, over the Lord's Supper, communion, the Eucharist, over the nature of the bread and the cup. And he was so bitter, he would just say that Zwingli was not even a Christian. He was going to hell because he believed the wrong things about the Lord's Supper. He believes that the cup and the bread are symbols. He's not a Christian. And that kind of rubs people the wrong way. They might disagree with him, but to say this man who loves Jesus and, gives his life to serving him is not a Christian is very strange. And then worst about at the end of his life is he writes this book about the Jews. And I don't remember what it's called. Even the title is distasteful. Something about the Jews and their lies. Just very anti-Semitic, kind of a forerunner of Hitler later on. There's the anti-Semitism. And people have wondered if he was kind of developing some kind of dementia in his later years, because he had talked very friendly about the Jews in earlier books, earlier in his career. But anyway, those are the bad things that people often think about. But he changes the world. And I don't mean that's not saying that the West represents the world. It's saying the West impacts the world when it comes to Christianity, and Protestant Christianity is a world phenomenon. And he's kind of the figure who started it. So he's a pretty important guy. And we could look at some of the books, in the collection. the Carter Lindbergh wrote that the European Reformation, we actually just talked about him off of the camera.
Yeah. Do you want to just mention that book?
Yeah, we had talked about this book on the history of love in Christianity. Oh, a brief history through Western Christianity, Love, by Carter Lindbergh. So he's kind of a textbook writer, and he's very well respected, good systematizer of information. But I should have the two books together, the European Reformations and then the European Reformation source book. A source book is going to take primary resources, categorize them under different headings so you could see what was actually written by the people of the time. So anyway, those are good textbooks if you just want to have a great resource in book form on the Reformation in general.
What would you say are the key things in the source book?
You're going to have, so it's European Reformations plural because there are different Reformations depending on what geographical location you're in. Switzerland is where Zwingli was. So you're going to have Zwingli's first writings, and you're going to have, like I said, the dispute about the Lord's Supper between Luther and Zwingli. That would be in there. You're going to have excerpts from it that kind of identify the whole thing. The 95 Theses would be in there. Certain highlighted letters from Martin Luther would be in there. Later on, John Calvin and some of his writings, the English Reformation. So things relating to Henry VIII and his divorce, So just they're gonna have the actual documentation, the 39 articles. Yeah, I know I'm probably going off into the weeds, but
No, it's good stuff. Yeah, I actually did an AI research while you were talking about something else about the analog of how we were talking earlier about Abelard's. We were talking about the sentences, and we were talking about the Lombard sentences. And so I was wondering, are there any other analogs in terms of like lists of stuff? Because to me, and I might not have this perfectly, but it was sort of the culture of scholasticism to like make lists of statements and kind of reason through each one of them. And it's got this sort of numerical rationalist approach.
Yeah.
It came up with a bunch of other things like the Jan Hus's 6 Errors, Wycliffe's 19 Theses, 12 articles of Swabian peasants, 67 articles of Zwingli. The American Declaration of Independence also had a structured points thing. There was Leo Tolstoy's Theses Against the Church, Barth's Theological Theses. So it came up with a bunch of just like lists of arguments, and it's part of that larger intellectual history at the time of, or culture at the time of, like you said, making lists, challenging people to disputations, basically debates, and saying, hey, here's what I think. And there's almost like a programming language component, or like a very rational, very syllogistic. And
yeah, I've said that about certain books. It feels like you're reading some kind of machine language. You're like, what is this? I think is important though, because they do think in syllogisms, which is fine. Everyone actually thinks in syllogisms all the time, and they just don't bother to ask what's the truth value of each of my premises, But so I think they're just being really effective. When you can get something down to a sentence or a short statement, you can then deal with, okay, what I now know what this is saying. I can evaluate the truth value of it. Is it sound? Do these premises lead to the conclusion? But when you just have, I don't know, paragraph upon paragraph written, it's cumbersome. You want to know what's the one statement that I have to take away from this to evaluate if it's true. So I think making those lists is helpful. I think they were a much more rational people than modern people are. One of the analogs I thought of though is like from modern philosophy with Bertrand Russell. He wrote that book Principia Mathematica. It takes like 300 pages to prove 1 + 1 = 2. Just saying like you're being really pedantic, and I guess sometimes it could be seen that way.
And Gödel's whole work of sort of incompleteness theorem
Mm.
was sort of the refutation of that positivistic logic-based thing of saying no matter what kind of system you build, there's always going to be a trapdoor. There's always going to be sort of a crack to wiggle out, or like just an uncertainty or a contradiction or some hole in the wall. And so you can never build a perfect systematic theology, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, there's always been this hunger for absolute certainty in the West. And I think that's a good point. I think about that a lot. We're always looking for the system that will create absolute certainty. But I think we all know in the back of our mind, everyone has to have some degree of faith too, to hold any position, because there's always that chance that something's wrong. So I don't even know about what you just described. I didn't hear that before. I think that's interesting.
Gödel's theorem or the...
Yeah, I don't know about that. So how do you spell his name?
Godel with an umlaut above the O.
Okay. Oh, okay. I've seen that written now. I've never thought about how to pronounce his name. I'm too far behind.
There's, I think, a famous proverb that sort of gets at this. For the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men.
Yeah.
That's not I don't know if that's the exact one I was thinking of, but
well, it does make sense, because you could be as wise as you want in the realm of men, but God, the source of all things, could do something you consider foolish, and you would disregard it and not consider it in your system. I think it's from 1 Corinthians, but that is good.
Here's a little bit of info on Gödel's theorems. 1931 on formally undecidable propositions of Principia Mathematica and related systems. Gödel was responding to the ambition of early 20th century logicians, especially Hilbert, Russell, and Whitehead, to build a complete and consistent axiomatic system for all of mathematics. First theorem, incompleteness theorem: in any consistent formal system that is powerful enough to express arithmetic, there are true statements that cannot be proved within the system. Second, incompleteness theorem: a consistent system cannot prove its own consistency. Key concepts behind the proofs: formal systems, a set of axioms and rules for inference, which is basically, you're talking about, I think, Aristotle's syllogisms, which is, that's the rules of inference. Gödel's numbering, a technique that assigns numbers to symbols, statements, and proofs so that mathematics can talk about itself. That's a really key aspect of it that you don't usually hear talked about. And then self-reference: Gödel constructs a statement that essentially says this statement is not provable in the system. Sort of like the famous paradox of this sentence is not true.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
A liar's paradox.
Yep. Okay. No, that's awesome. I got to spend more time in the 20th century. I always skip over it because I was there. So I'm just like, I'm like, oh, I was there. I think I got it down. No, but that is great.
I also looked up the book on the Jews that you mentioned. It's called On the Jews and Their Lies, 1543. And he attacks the religion, calls for harsh measures. And an interesting part of the history of it is that earlier in his career, 1523, I guess he wrote something called That Jesus Christ Was Born a Jew.
Yeah.
Luther had hoped to convert Jews with kindness. In the 1543 work, he declares such efforts a failure. He recommends burning synagogues and schools, destroying Jewish homes, confiscating Talmuds and prayer books, forbidding rabbis to preach, prohibit Jews from traveling and working openly, forced hard labor. At which, like you said, yeah. So it's pretty significant turn, and there the Nazi legacy, and other. I don't know too much about this, but yeah, von den Juden und ihren Lügen.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
well, I'll say this too. What were you going to say? I want to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Well, Augustine had kind of set the pattern for how Christians should be viewing Jews. Back in the City of God, I believe, is where he makes the argument at one point that they should be respected and they should be honored by Christians. These are God's people that we've read about in the Old Testament. Jesus was a Jew. The apostles were Jews, and Christians have always believed that there's going to be this remnant of Jews that are kept until the time when Christ comes back, who will believe in Jesus as their Messiah. And so there's this awaiting historically among Christians for Jews to put their faith in Jesus as their Messiah. And so they have to stay around, Augustine said. So there's always this kindness exercise toward them in terms of the belief. And at the same time, though, because different ethnicities often just can't live together in peace, there's often been some anti-Semitism that comes out too. And there is another anti-Semitic treatment of the Jews in that series, the Fathers of the Church series, the medieval continuation. I can't remember who wrote it, but there's a lot of it's clearly by the title. You're like, whoa, that's not very friendly. And so, yeah, unfortunately, Luther has that legacy. And I think a lot of those who appreciate him just ignore that because nobody likes that aspect to him. But they appreciate so much else. They kind of pretend like it never happened. And that's just the crazy uncle, don't listen to him. That's how they view him in his old age. But earlier in his life, obviously, he's like a hero to many Protestant Christians. And I think when you actually read Luther, he's a little uncomfortable all the time. He's always pushing like what he should be doing as a Christian. He's going a little too far. Like this, one of his most famous books called The Bondage of the Will, he's writing it against Erasmus, and he insults Erasmus many times. And I read that and I'm like, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to insult anyone as a follower of Jesus. You are never allowed to curse another person, nor to insult them. You can't even call somebody a fool. And so, I mean, according to Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount. So it's like, what are you doing? And so he's a very passionate man, and his passions get the best of him often. But his arguments are often appreciated. His sentiment for Christians is something that they echo many times. His answer to most spiritual problems for Christians was always the same: look to Christ. Do you feel bad about your sins? So stop thinking about your sins and yourself and look to Christ. All right, answers the problem solved. So you don't have to worry about it anymore. And so people appreciate that simplicity about him. Like, oh yeah, I should just look to Christ, and stop thinking about myself. And he forgave me, so I'll move on and I'll be inspired to do better. And so he's just this mixed bag. But again, like, to be a world changer, to be somebody who's really influential, you almost have to be weird. Normal people don't change the world. And so when you end up studying these big figures who do change the world, there's just always something a little off with them. You even think about today, like Elon Musk, obviously a man changing the world, but he's weird. There's just some weird stuff about the guy. And I think you just always see that. I think about that a lot. So when somebody complains and says, man, my kid is a little weird, I don't know what to do with them. Like, hey, maybe they're going to do great things. Normal people have stable lives. That's really awesome. But they tend not to do giant things, so you got to be a little weird to do that. And Luther was definitely weird. So let's think of what that 3-volume set, the Oxford Encyclopedia of Martin Luther, that's very inspiring to me. It's fun to look through. There's a lot there. I can't remember how much I got it for, but I got it on a great deal. I was very thankful. I was watching it for a while, but I just learned a lot of stuff there that I would never learn elsewhere. A little art. It's, of course, just full of articles, A to Z, on things related to Martin Luther and his reception. And but his works, let's just talk about Luther's works, which start over here on the right. So for a long time in English, there was a famous 55-volume set of Luther's works. And the first half was just his writings on the Bible. And I think like the first, 8 or 10 or something is all on the book of Genesis. And so you have like things from all over in his career. Lectures from when he was a professor, even before 1517, and then his teachings as a professor after that, his sermons, writings in general. And I don't have a lot of the stuff on the Bible, because I'm not too interested in a Lutheran approach to the Bible personally. And I feel like later people are more helpful. But beyond the halfway point in that 55 volume series is it's like his everything else that he wrote, his theology, his addresses, his prefaces to books, occasional works that are very short. One of my favorites is his explanation about how he was allowed to break his monastic vows to get married, because it's like that was a problem. He made a vow to be celibate as an Augustinian monk. Well, once he realized, I don't want to be under the authority of the Pope and tradition anymore, how do I get out of this? Because, you knew what he was thinking. He's like, I want to have sex. I want to be married and just enjoy family life. Like, how do I do these things? And so he has to rationalize how he can break his monastic vow. And he's like, well, the vow was never legitimate in the first place. So if I don't have a legitimate vow, I don't have to, if it was not made legitimately, well, it can't really be broken. It was never legit anyways. And so he gets out of it. And that's how he can marry Katie von Bora, who was also a nun formerly. So she too had to break her vows to marry him. I think that stuff is interesting to get into the psychology of somebody. How are they thinking? And maybe there's logic to it as well. It would be something anyone could imagine struggling with. If you believe in God, you made a vow to him. How do you get out of that vow? And the Bible actually talks about rash vows as well, make vows that were made rashly. And so bringing some of that in. But anyway, that book, The Real Luther, though, that one is really interesting. It's just short. It's right to the left of the volume 1. That's really interesting. If you kind of have some familiarity with Luther, that dispels some of the silly things that have been taught about him as just myth over time. And that's where I learned that the 95 Theses, there's no evidence they were actually nailed to the church door. That was something said far after his lifetime. The original documents, the earliest ones about his life, never say he nailed anything to a church door. It seems like it was across the road on a bulletin board, which makes way more sense. But we could look at some of the other books before we wrap up this session on the next shelf. Like I said, I only have a few of his works there, but I have quite a few others over a shelf of some of the others. They're a very colorful set, so I always think of that era when people like things to be colorful, like the days of early color TV, and how things were just like Star Trek, the original series. Everything's colorful to show off the color, Well, the set itself is just really colorful, so it kind of catches your eye. But so it's divided up into different sections, the career of the reformer, and there are 4 volumes in that part. I don't have all of these. I just have gotten them as I've wanted to read sections here and there. Church and ministry, what he says about the sacraments and what he doesn't say about the sacraments and how the Christian should conduct himself in society. I think that's where the breaking of the vows is rationalized. The letters, 3 volumes of his personal letters that he wrote to people. And it has good explanation, context, everything. I love reading letters. It's fun to me. It feels like you're a little bit more authentic, though some people are clearly writing letters for a wider audience. Luther, I don't think, was, early on at least.
You remember how you got into that?
I just know the very first book of letters that I read was by the letters of Francis Schaeffer, who I had referred to a while back. We'll see his books later. I just thought it was so fascinating to read these personal letters. I felt like I got a lot more out of them in a short time, but I don't know.
Yeah, part of what's cool about letters is they often will give you sort of like the behind the scenes motivation of why the author did what they did, some of their strategic thinking, and oftentimes they didn't think their letters were going to be published. It's sort of like publishing somebody's private emails to their closest friends and intellectual sparring partners. They don't expect that to be published, so they're sometimes much more honest in their letters than they are in their actual published works.
Yeah, they're usually short, and so they're digestible. And I love when they were not written for publication. And there's the same thing with diaries. So later when we talk about Samuel Pepys' diary, I love his diary because he wrote it in code. He didn't want anyone to read it. And it's like, you can tell that by what he talks about. But yeah, just reading stuff that was not intended for publication. I feel like it teaches wisdom because you get to learn not who somebody wants you to think they are, but who they really were in a sense. But yeah, so I was going to say this about the set. So the original set was 55 volumes, and then it stopped, and that's all we had in English. In German, it was much bigger because they have all the original. This is just what people have wanted to translate. But recently, they've been expanding the publication. So about one volume a year is coming out, and I think it's going to be up to 75 volumes when it's done. They come out randomly, and I have everything that's been published after that because I'm on like the subscription plan, and I get them through Concordia Press, I think. Or I'm not sure who's at the bottom. They're all red now on the far right, the later volumes. But these are just more stuff that's coming out in English, and so it's fun to read. But I want to tell you about my most just my favorite volume of the set that I think is overlooked. It's volume 54, Table Talk. And so, have you heard of what Table Talk is?
That was actually the one I was going to ask you about.
So, Table Talk would be literally talk around a table. So when you're sitting at a table at a meal or just hanging out with people, for Martin Luther, drinking beer, he was always surrounded with students taking notes of what is he saying right now? What are some sentences I'm going to take away? Well, Luther ended up having all these people sitting with him, students oftentimes just sitting there recording whatever he's talking about in private with Philip Melanchthon, his partner, and other people. And you really get an inside look into the real Luther from Table Talk. And so in Bible college, I had a class on the Reformation. And one of the things was you just had to read 800 pages from any book you wanted. It just had to be approved by the professor. And so I think that book's like 500. And I was like, can I read this? And then the guy was like, sure. And so 500 of my pages were of Table Talk. And I still remember so much from that book today because it's Luther and he's shocking and provocative and bold and interesting. And so anyone who just wants a book full of just short quotations taken from a very colorful figure over the course of the highlight of his career, his later years after 1521. That's a great book to get, very entertaining, and it can be read cover to cover. I think it's not hard to read something like that. Again, it's like Twitter. You're just going from one short statement to the next. We're all used to that in our age, reading short statements. So, as we scroll, well, it's just printed on paper.
I asked ChatGPT to give a famous excerpt, and it has two short ones here that I think are pretty good. Number 109 is, I simply taught, preached, and wrote God's word. Otherwise, I did nothing. And while I slept or drank Wittenberg beer with my Philip and Amsdorf, the word so greatly weakened the papacy that never a prince or emperor did such damage to it. I did nothing. The word did it all. And then another shorter one. If I break wind in Wittenberg, they smell it in Rome.
See, it's funny. I always remembered this one passage where he talked about monks who had castrated themselves to avoid sex. They're so serious about their vows, but they're afraid they'll break their vows, so they castrate themselves. And I remember he just said that it was a sad thing because now they still have the urge and the desire to have sex, but there's nothing they can do about it. And he's like, there's no way to fulfill that desire at all at any time now. It's irreversible. And I've always thought, man, that's a terrible situation to imagine as a man. But yeah, that first one you read is really famous. I didn't do anything. I just sat around drinking beer. The Bible did it all, It's like, that's very interesting. And you get his perspective there. So very interesting. And there was, I had that other Table Talk book at home of Coleridge's. And so kind of a similar idea, but he's not nearly as bold as Luther. And so I just got an email. I had mentioned before that I went on a 6-month fast from buying books I told my wife after getting the Brill Encyclopedia of Early Christianity, I said, I won't buy any books for 6 months. But I forgot I was on the subscription plan for Luther's works. And so 3 months in, a book was sent, and I was in trouble because how did I get this $60 book? Well, I'm not supposed to be buying any books, so it was automatic. And so she forgave me. And I just got an email the other day, though, that there's another one. Usually they come out one a year, but there's 2 this year, I think, because they skipped last year. But you get a little bit of a cheaper price when these sets are coming out. If you subscribe to the publisher, you'll get a discount, and you get the book right away, which is something we all need. We need a book right away. But let me say one other thing as we kind of get to the end of Luther. Yeah. The set is obviously huge. Most people might say, I'm casually interested. I want to go deep, but I'm not going to buy over 55 volumes. I'm not going to get 65 volumes, whatever you can get today. That's obviously silly for most people. Well, this other set that's white, put out by Fortress Press, this is what you need. It's 6 volumes, but what they've done is Luther scholars have come together, selected within each of these 6 subtopics the key writings, and then they give you easy to understand commentary next to the writing. Where normally you're like, man, I'm reading Luther and I can get most of it, but I don't know what this word means. I'm not sure what this context is. Why is he writing this? They pretend like you know nothing and ease you in to the life of Luther and the writings and the controversies. And so it's a lot more affordable. And if you can only get one, I just get the first one, The Roots of Reform. That's the most important part of Luther's life, is like 1517 to the early 1520s. It's like after that, like everything big that he was going to do was kind of done, and everything just coasts after that. And then he becomes kind of a bad guy at the end. But it's definitely a fun one to read, especially the first controversy about indulgences, as we've talked about. It explains the whole background. Where did they come from? What was happening in his specific area with indulgences? Why did he focus on the aspects that he focused on? And who are the key figures? And so it's the Annotated Luther is what that set is called, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah, it looks like a really nice, got these woodcuts here, looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really carefully plan that out, and they were meeting a need among people interested in the period, because you're light years ahead by going there instead of the original Luther's works set.
Is Fortress Press? Yeah, go ahead. I was just thinking, is Fortress Press the same as? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They're a Lutheran academic press.
Okay.
So yeah, they have a wide variety of stuff that they publish. But
it's just sort of total opposite in terms of like very low design aesthetic, sort of brutalist almost aesthetic with the other stuff, and then this is like very high end, like contemporary.
You're right. Yeah, it goes from being like Protestants are known for not being particularly beautiful, so very simple, matter of fact, and sometimes it's just very plain. Other times it's beautiful, and I do appreciate that. It was a very thoughtful approach to the covers of the book. And then I had that book, The Bondage of the Will, a couple of books after the Annotated Luther set. So that one is probably the one that would be the most shocking to Christians, because that again is where he was writing to Erasmus, feeling like Erasmus was what he would call Pelagian, which is a heresy from the time of Augustine. The Pelagian heresy said that people could come to God with their own will and abilities without the grace of God. That is not anything anyone in the West has ever believed, other than Pelagius and maybe a few other heretics. And so Luther thought Erasmus was saying people can come to God without the grace of God helping them. And so he wrote this book, which, if you're familiar with predestination and Calvinism, as we talked about before, Gottschalk, it is the strongest statement that I think any Christian has ever made about predestination, probably, or I guess equally extreme with Augustine. Just a clear, extreme statement. So people think about Calvinism. It's really weird. Calvinism is predestinationism, that God predestines. There's nothing people can do to decide whether they're going to heaven or hell. It's already predetermined. End of story. That's how a lot of people view Calvinism. It's a little different than that, but they view it that way. Well, Luther makes a far stronger statement than John Calvin would ever make, who comes later. And I don't know why Calvinism is called Calvinism. It should be called Lutheranism, but we have a denomination called Lutheranism instead. So the question would be, well, do Lutherans believe that? Are they really strong, believing God chooses beforehand who goes to heaven, who goes to hell? There's nothing that they can do about it. Lutherans don't. That statement was very extreme. It was what Luther believed, but it was not what his partner Philip Melanchthon believed. Philip Melanchthon was the younger, calmer partner of Martin Luther. They were like, it was like his sidekick. And Philip Melanchthon hung out with Luther, would write things out for Luther, would smooth out whatever Luther was saying so people could feel like it was a little bit friendlier. And later Lutheranism is more along the lines of the personality of Philip Melanchthon than the personality of Martin Luther. All the Lutheran people I know are very calm people. They're very calm and quiet. Half my family's Lutheran. 2 of my uncles are Lutheran pastors. And they're calm, quiet people. And I'm like, you know what? You're just like Philip Melanchthon. And so he's the one who writes like that book there, Loci Communes, Common Passages. That was one of the famous books of early Lutheranism, gathering together the common passages that needed to be known.
And that's sort of a reference to the Commonplace book, which was a big deal. Sort of pre-computer, you would just have a big notebook and all the stuff you liked. Before OneNote and Notion and Evernote, you just copy stuff by hand into your Commonplace book.
Yeah. And this is getting cranked out by the printing press, right? And so, yeah, the same idea. I'm not sure when that tradition began. Perhaps he began it. Maybe it goes back further, but
I also wanted to say one thing about Pelagianism, because I actually see a lot of parallels with it and modern self-help, personal development thinking. And so I put it into ChatGPT to just see if I would, what it thought, and came up with 4 key parallels. One, radical moral agency. Pelagianism says you can choose righteousness right now. Self-help says you can decide to change your life today. 2, minimize external help. Pelagianism, divine grace is helpful but not required. Self-help says therapist, religion, and medication are optional. You are the solution. Do it yourself, spiritual anthropology. 3, sin is poor strategy. Pelagianism, sin is a bad habit, not a heart condition. Self-help says bad outcomes are from poor choices, not deep dysfunction. Both downplay inner brokenness in favor of behavioral correction. And then 4, perfectibility. Pelagianism says humans can become morally perfect. Self-help says you can become your best self. So, and I often look at this through the frame of different perspectives on criminal justice and what prisons and sort of what you should do with criminals, and the theories of what you should do really comes down to some of these key beliefs about human nature and whether it's possible to change somebody, whether it's possible for them to change themselves or not. And so I think in many ways, modern secular culture adheres to a lot of these Pelagian, maybe secularized Pelagianism. And most people wouldn't think of it that way, but it's sort of the polar opposite of American history, whether it's the Puritans or other branches of Protestantism. It's sort of the polar opposite and a real kind of rejection of those axioms of human nature and human change.
Yeah. And the strange thing that kind of those who were educated in Christianity, Christian history, is that in America, the default, even for most casual American Christians, the default way to approach things is Pelagian. That's just what first thing that comes to the mind of an American. I can do this by myself. I don't need any help. And they get very bothered when you describe the alternative, and incredibly bothered if you take the position of Martin Luther. That just rubs them the wrong way. But yeah, you're right. Like the Puritans did not think that way. American Puritans or those in the back in Britain. And so, yeah, it's very kind of an important thing within Christianity. The Pelagian debate. There's a bunch of debate about whether Pelagius actually held the views that are attributed to him, but either way, the views are those that creep up pretty regularly and have to be addressed. And so Martin Luther just viewed himself as being faithful to the Christian tradition, faithful to Augustine, who was also being faithful to Paul, the apostle, and who is faithful to the rest of Scripture. So yeah, that's so that's why it's published in paperback. It's probably one of his most popular books for people who are getting into Luther. It shows you a lot of his personality. And then there's just one more, unless you want to bring something out that I wanted to point out before we wrap it up. It's the Augsburg and Constantinople book. So in the early Reformation, as you have people breaking away from the papacy, Martin Luther, the Lutherans specifically, they get this idea of like, wow, if we get rid of all this crazy tradition that we don't like, that we feel is unbiblical, and we don't have the papacy anymore, we might be just like the Eastern Orthodox Church. They must believe the same stuff as us. And so they start this correspondence with the Patriarch of Constantinople. And they start saying, hey, we think that we're like on the same page, guys. And they meet with disappointment, because from the Western perspective, the Eastern Orthodox Church is weird. Like, they've been dealing with very different problems. They have a totally different culture. They're not very dynamic like the Western Christianity is dynamic. Things are always changing, controversies coming up. The Eastern Church is quiet and static. And so these Lutherans are writing to the Patriarch, so that's the collection of the letters in that book. And basically at the end, the Archbishop of Constantinople, the Eastern Orthodox head of the church, is like, guys, go away. We're good. We don't know what you're talking about. We don't share your perspective. Because they don't believe in the same concept of being saved, becoming a Christian by grace through faith alone. That's weird to them. They're about a whole different matter called theosis, deification. And they're trying to partake in God. And so there's just a disconnect between the two. And it's really something you can grow through by thinking through that whole idea, that just there's times where we think, oh, I have a lot in common with person X because of this thing I perceive. It's like, well, you better go talk to person X first, because there's probably some unforeseen element that makes it so you might not have that thing in common. That can help you in your daily life. There's times you think you've connected with a person, but really you didn't. You better have a pretty plain conversation before you know that. And it also happens in organizational contexts as well. And so just the importance of not jumping to those conclusions ahead of time, but having a good solid conversation. So it's kind of the story of disappointment and kind of a refusal of the East to want to have anything to do with anyone outside of them. The Eastern Orthodox Church is very exclusive. They've consistently taught anyone who's not Eastern Orthodox is not a Christian. They still teach that today. It's very strange because they're obscure to most Westerners. Like, people are like, who is the Eastern Orthodox Church again? It's like, oh, they're this group of people who think they're the only Christians, and they don't know what to make of you, no matter what you say or do. So they'll only be your friend if you join their church. It's always been a weird relationship.
But I don't know how much, if you've got books on the sort of political side of this, but there's maybe a more secular perspective on a lot of this stuff, that there's a lot of influence of, I mean, probably Anglicanism is the most obvious example, with just the king wanting to get a divorce, and he had to sort of break away from the papacy in order to achieve that. But a lot of secular rulers had their own reasons for wanting to maintain differences between the churches. And so that also had an effect, you could say, or, I guess it depends on your interpretation of history. But
Yeah.
do you have any thoughts on that side of things?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that that's going on. It's rarely recorded because it doesn't sound very pious to say, hey, so there's this thing that comes up later in the 16th century throughout the Holy Roman Empire, which is divided into many smaller states. And it's the Latin term for the concept was quis regio, quis religio. And it means like whose region, his religion. So whoever the king of that particular state was, their region would be either Lutheran or Catholic or Reformed, which we get to later. And I am sure that some of those states made their decision, do we want to be Lutheran or Catholic or Reformed, based on economic reasons, and not so much the good faith of that particular leader. I'm sure there's a mix. I'm sure some were very genuinely pious, wanted to do the right thing, but when it comes to politicians, they're usually just thinking, how do I advance my cause and maintain power, more than how do I do the right thing? We don't like to imagine it's not that way, but history has told us it is that way, and experience. So I think that it does play a role. I think with men like Martin Luther, like anyone who's one of these reformers, they're very sincere, and I don't think you get very far in the world of ministry and theology at this time, at least, without some degree of sincerity, and making a lasting impact. But I'm not sure if that's what you were thinking about, but there are
There's just, I vaguely remembered something about some rulers having resentments against Rome and the Catholic Church because of the sort of extractive policies. And so I just put into ChatGPT and it gave me some names. Frederick III, the Wise of Saxony. Though personally cautious about doctrinal reform, he saw value in shielding Luther's ideas as a way to limit papal financial control, especially indulgences that drained local wealth to Rome. Gustav I Vasa of Sweden wanted to nationalize church property, resented economic and legal power of the Catholic Church in Sweden. The Lutheran Reformation allowed him to dissolve monasteries, seize land, and redirect ties into royal coffers. And there's Christian III of Denmark and Norway, German princes in the Schmalk, Albic League, and similar kind of themes of church property and control over finances, ending papal taxes.
See, I think that's awesome, looking that up on AI, because there's two things together. One, if you just use AI, you'd never think to even ask the question. You need other humans to spark the ideas, which I think we can get through books. And then you start to get these questions, and you're like, I'd like a list of this phenomenon. And you can go to AI and get it. And so I love that. I think that's awesome, because you know how long it would take to get that information for those particular, that list of rulers, it'd take us quite a while of reading, but you can get it immediately.
Yeah, there's a big scholarly controversy about the Protestant work ethic, which is where I'm remembering now where I was reading about this part of my motivation program. I did sort of a deep dive into, is there actually a scholarly consensus that Protestantism is related to a stronger work ethic versus sort of a Catholic, and it's sometimes like Northern Europe versus Southern Europe being more Catholic and being more sort of lazy and or not as economically vibrant and dynamic, and the Catholic Church sort of stifling creativity, stifling innovation. So there's and even with the EU today is sometimes seen as sort of a Catholic Church type of bureaucracy that stifles innovation versus more Protestant dynamic America. So there are similar things you'll sometimes hear about, even parallels today, but there's been some revisionism about whether the work ethic is related to Protestantism or not, and I didn't come to a firm conclusion, but uh, I've always been fascinated by the Puritan history of Massachusetts and how Harvard used to be this sort of really hardcore puritanical
Yeah.
kind of place, and then did a 180.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of laws on the books in Massachusetts that are like blue laws of around alcohol and just other little things. Even our highway, our like Mass Pike Highway has the black hat with the buckle on it. So there's these like little remnants of this very different past, and like a lot of economics has this religious component. There's these sort of sages who decide interest rates and decide economic policy, and we're sort of dependent on them for managing the economy, and a lot of the biggest decisions go through the sort of faith in one economic theory versus another.
Yeah. So your final conclusion though about the Protestant work ethic, what do you think?
I lean towards it. I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I guess there's been some people that have collected a huge amount of data from hundreds of years ago and found that productivity rates were more similar, or there were Catholic country. So it got into like very technical like data stuff that I don't want to get into that level. I think
your personal,
I think it's very intuitive. I think what Europeans would say is the stability and the larger safety net is maybe worth having less growth and less GDP per capita. And, who knows what's going to happen with AI? A lot of people are very worried about disruption and losing jobs. So, maybe, you go through cycles, and um, you could look at Hoover versus FDR as sort of two different approaches to how much of a safety net should there be, how much stability should there be. Um, and so those debates, there's always going to be those debates. But what I was actually going to circle back to is what I found with AI is I have these very, like, you have a big library, you've read a ton of books, but you don't want to do flashcards on everything, and you can't memorize everything. And you have these very faint intuitions of like, I think I may have read something about this or that, or I feel like there might be a connection between this and that. And previously it would have taken hours or days to chase that down, and you might come up with nothing. Now you can take 10 seconds, put it into ChatGPT, and 9 out of 10 times it'll find what you were looking for and put together a nice little one pager on it. So it really is like just extends your reach massively into the sort of the very edges of your brain's kind of the tentacles of your synapses, and like just the very edges of your knowledge that previously you wouldn't be able to really make any use of it.
Yeah. I think a lot about AI in the future of research and scholarship and books. And I feel like we're in like the last age of the kind of scholarship that we are in right now, where you have people who go to school in the way that they do research in the way that they do, and then produce the results, through some kind of a book. Even the way that we argue, I feel like that's going to go away. And I don't like that, because I think humans are special in the questions that they ask and the way that they present information. And I like how it's not perfect. I like how, kind of like a face, there's a way that advertisements want a woman's face to have these perfect proportions, but actually when something's a little off, different, there's an attractiveness to that. Well, I think that's the case with books. This person who wrote the book has a personality that's inclined in this direction, and that makes this thing special. Like right now I'm watching a course on Iceland, on the great courses, and I'm like on lecture 13, and so far, the lady who's done it has only talked about like wildlife and biology, because that's her thing. And I really was watching it to get the culture and stuff, but it's actually been good. I've learned a lot of things I wouldn't have normally learned if I just went in with my own approach. My point in saying that is humans are great at writing books after they've done research and presenting an argument. And I'm like, I just don't like the AI perfection around everything. It's too perfect. And I feel like there's just a lot of stuff that we'll miss. But none of us know, what will happen in the future.
What
But
it sort of reminds me of is Plato, and this is from AI, but you made me think of this. Plato famously expressed deep skepticism about the written word, most notably is in his dialogue Phaedrus, where he has Socrates criticizing writing as a tool that weakens memory and understanding. In Phaedrus, Socrates tells the myth of Theath, an Egyptian god who invented writing and presents it to King Thamus. Theath claims writing will improve memory and wisdom, but Thamus replies, the invention will produce forgetfulness in the minds of those who learn to use it. They will not practice their memory. You offer your pupils the appearance of wisdom, not true wisdom.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought a lot about that passage and how it sounds like such a silly concern to modern ears. And then perhaps our concerns today would sound silly to later people. There were even concerns when the printing press came around that, oh, we'll no longer have handwritten books. There was something special to handwritten books. Now they're all just printed. This is terrible.
Well, big thing that the church was saying is, well, if you let everybody, like, against translating the Bible into the Vulgate, or into the vulgar languages, the Romance languages, German, Italian, Spanish, French, etc., English, is that people won't read the whole Bible. They won't do all the stuff you need to do to really master it and connect everything. And it sort of links back to what we were talking about earlier with the denominations, where they have sort of certain things they almost fetishize or just get obsessed with and overemphasize. And that's sort of something you would predict, or these people might have predicted in saying, if people don't go through this rigorous process of reading the whole Bible and memorizing it and going to a monastery and spending their whole life on it and not having a family and just obsessing over it, then they won't be able to have the full kind of context needed to connect all the dots and come up with the proper doctrine. So there's kind of an analogy there of, well, what's, when you offload something, are you taking a risk that people won't think as clearly or won't think as rigorously? But what I think is going to happen is people are going to end up trusting the AI more than humans. They're going to start, they don't want a human doctor to diagnose them. They want the AI that makes mistakes 1% of the time instead of, or 1% as much as a human does. And they're going to want everything done by AI and by robots. So
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
yeah.
I'm just saying, do you like that future? What do you think? Pros and cons?
I mean, I think I think kind of looking at what these variously kind of more scholarly denominations do is, and what a systematic theology really is an attempt to sort of, you take the smartest people or the smartest person within a denomination and you sort of task them or a committee with putting together the sort of final answer to the question.
Yeah.
And, AIs are going to be the ones that are going to do that next. And they're going to be able to ingest the entire Bible and argue everything. And, they're going to maybe come up with a new denomination, or they're going to decide which one denomination is the right one. And it'll be interesting to see, because, you could argue that no human is really, the brain is not big enough or powerful enough to interpret the whole Bible. And maybe the AI is going to discover something that no human has ever discovered before. Because the sense that I get with the greatest theologians is they see the kind of fractal patterns. They see the parallels that nobody else sees. And the way I've organized my learning is really along those lines of not necessarily going as deep as people who get PhDs and stuff, but trying to be more broad and trying to find parallels that nobody else sees. Because by never having gone through getting a degree and being able to just direct my own education, I've been able to be broad in a way that is very difficult. You're an exception to kind of, building your own huge library like this, but the vast majority of people are sort of forced to go deep. They're forced to specialize, and they can't go broad like somebody with this kind of library is able to do.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about that. Like, specializing is the norm today, but there's so many drawbacks to it, because to be in some form interdisciplinary is so valuable, where you can connect various disciplines together, but you can always go wider. But it's like, if I had to pick between specializing and knowing everything in the world about one subject and being very shallow with everything else, or just being general with a wide variety, I'd pick being general with a wide variety of subjects any day, because like you said, those connections are so valuable. It keeps you grounded and balanced. It brings in so much wisdom for decision making when you're picking between two positions on something. It's hard to describe, but yeah, no, I really resonate with that too.
All right, so we're back at it in session 5, and we're in this bookshelf right here. We were previously talking about these books, and so we'll jump back in and head over to that shelf. And what book do you want to get started with here?
I think we should just start with that black book by John Calvin, Institutes of the Christian Religion, because this is really, it is one of the most important books in world history. And the reason for that is because the Protestant Reformation is one of the most important events in world history. And although it kind of begins with Martin Luther in Germany and Zwingli in Switzerland, neither of those guys was a systematizer. They didn't create a system of theology as much as they were just proclaiming a message. They were more preachers. And so they would proclaim messages, trying to persuade people to get right with God. They would write polemical works and devotional works, but they were not writing something to say, let me organize all that we believe with our approach as Protestants and put it all in order logically and lay it out. John Calvin comes along. I think he's born in 1509, dies in 1564. He comes along, and he's a very systematic mind. He's also a pastor in Geneva, Switzerland, has a very interesting career, but he writes this book, Institutes of the Christian Religion, along with a lot of other books. You can see above a whole book, which is just the bibliography of Calvin's writings, the writings of John Calvin. And it kind of goes through, lists them all with just brief explanations. But the biggest one is Institutes. Now, what's interesting about that particular copy, this was put out by Hendrickson Publishers, they misspelled the title, Institutes. And so it was the first printing of this reprint. Somebody had a typo when they type out the title on the binding of the book. It's not that way on the cover, but it's misspelled there. So that's interesting. But so this becomes like the textbook of the Reformation. It goes through a lot of different versions. He adds to it throughout his whole lifetime. He starts with a small version in 1541 that just lays out Protestant doctrine, and then he continues to add to it throughout the rest of his life. And this is the final form. And it's so if you read it, it's just a very logical book that has an order. It starts with how God reveals himself, and what theology is all about. It's about knowing God and knowing yourself, but according to what God has revealed in the Bible and in nature to some degree. And so it's referred to a lot. It makes a big impact because people begin to carry this book around. If you're in the Protestant world at that time, you're using this as almost a second Bible. And this is why the system of belief called Calvinism is called Calvinism. It's not because what Calvinism has held to be true originated in John Calvin. It's because John Calvin wrote the most influential book that explains Calvinism. Calvinism, in terms of how the first thing people think of when they think of Calvinism, is predestination. This idea that God has foreordained all things that come to pass because of his omnipotence. He's all powerful. So how could he not? And so this ties into, well, God must have foreordained who would be saved. And then if he foreordained who would be saved, he must have foreordained who would not be saved. And so this is the shorthand version of Calvinism to most people who are casually aware of what it is. And that's something, though, that goes back, I think most people say, to the Bible. The Apostle Paul actually is really big on this, especially in Romans chapter 9 through 11. He just lays it all out there. He's like, God has chosen people for his will before they were even born, before they did good or bad. And so Paul lays all this out in the Bible, but that idea gets ignored in Christianity until Augustine around the year 400. And Augustine is really taken by this idea, this high view of God. He must be all powerful. It's true that he has predestined all things that come to pass, and he has predestined those who would be saved. And so anytime a person says this, though, it's very uncomfortable for a lot of people. And so the medieval church carries on with Augustine's tradition, but they downplay that aspect over time, and eventually it becomes nothing. Calvin comes along in the 1500s and systematizes the idea of predestination within his Institutes of the Christian Religion and gives it some meat. If you remember from last time, Martin Luther also believed this. He was an Augustinian monk in the tradition of Augustine, and he was very strong on it, but never systematized it. So that's a long way of saying Calvinism really doesn't have much to do with John Calvin, other than he systematized it in his systematic theology textbook, Institutes of the Christian Religion. And so today you'll hear a lot of back and forth among Protestant Christians. Are you a Calvinist? Are you not a Calvinist? And there's often this idea that people assume, which makes sense, that if you're a Calvinist, you're just a follower of John Calvin. But Calvinists are actually usually offended by the idea because they're like, I'm not connected to John Calvin at all. I'm just connected to the Bible and the Christian tradition in the West. And so anyway, it's a good book. I read it for the first time completely through last year. And the way I read it, because it is hard to read, it's a technical book. There was a year-long reading plan. And so I would just read. I had it set up to read it 5 days a week, I believe, and I would take the weekends off. And it was something that was a blessing to me to be able to finally understand it. And so, I mean, I would recommend it to people who want to understand Calvinism. But the thing to keep in mind is he's really reacting against Roman Catholicism in his time. And so, although there's a lot of timeless truth in it for a Protestant, at the same time, he feels like he's fighting something that's not super relevant to us today. Is there a Catholic Church today? Yes, but it's certainly not the Catholic Church of the 1500s that had the Council of Trent and all these anathemas against everyone. It's a much more, I don't know how you'd say it, just
laissez-faire.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And
Well, I was going to ask you, what was, people know the 95 Theses. They maybe don't know what they are, but to what extent was Calvin kind of carrying that torch and making the same critiques, or was he making, could you talk a little bit about those debates and what his critiques of the Catholic Church were?
Sure. I mean, the big things he was carrying through the same themes as Martin Luther. The big issues that Luther and Calvin both had would have been things like the papacy. We don't need to submit to the Bishop of Rome. They would say the Pope. There's nowhere in Scripture that says this. They would say this is something that developed over many centuries and has become this monster today that it never was in the early days of the church. They had issues with using tradition as a primary source of theology. And so their great call famously was sola scriptura, which is a Latin phrase that means only scripture. And it doesn't mean they only use scripture for an authority. It means only scripture is an infallible source of doctrine. Other things can be a source of doctrine, but they're not infallible. And so they would say we need to go to the scripture as infallible, not the papacy, not even church councils. Those things can err, but they would say scripture cannot err. They had had issues with the Catholic canon of scripture, which included the Apocrypha. And so they would in a friendly way sometimes quote the Apocrypha, but not as scripture. And just those elements alone, there's a lot more, makes it so you're kind of incompatible with the Catholic Church. It's not like you can stay there in a friendly way and hope things change. Once you say, I can't submit to the Pope, I don't believe tradition has any kind of an infallible authority over my life, Catholicism becomes undoable. It's untenable to try to be a Catholic at that point, because you're not really a Catholic. Those are distinctives of Catholicism. They had other issues, as we mentioned before, with indulgences. Those kind of die down after Martin Luther sounds the alarm, because it's a little embarrassing to be telling people, hey, if you give us money to build our giant building so we can look wealthy and pompous, well, you can have less time or no time in purgatory. That becomes a little embarrassing when it gets exposed. And so those die down over time, but they had issues with things like that, things like penance, and they just start tearing everything apart. They just start saying, look, if you remove tradition as an infallible authority and you just use scripture, it's like you have a whole different system in place. And what they felt like was that they had that primitive, authentic system that came from the days of the apostles. And so it was kind of in their mind hitting a reset button that they felt needed to be hit. And things had just gotten pretty out of hand for them compared to maybe, if you see things moving in the direction of a fully formed Catholicism of the 16th century, if you watch that development over the centuries, it's a very slow growth. It kind of crept in. And so they're not there to accuse everyone who's ever been a Catholic of not being a Christian. They're just saying our method was flawed for a long time, and it's kind of gotten us way off course. So it's time to reset and recalibrate.
So Calvin was really just systematizing what Luther and Zwingli, he wasn't really diverging much from their critiques of the Catholic Church.
No, not yeah, he wasn't diverging from their critiques. They diverged from each other. And what I think is alarming to us, and I think I mentioned it in the last time when we talked about Luther, that so in Luther's time, the earlier Swiss reformer Zwingli was trying to do some similar things in Switzerland. And you'd think Luther and Zwingli must have been friends, but they weren't. They diverged on something that to most people today seems really small, but to them, well, to Martin Luther, it was enormous. And Martin Luther, it dealt with the Lord's Supper, the taking of the bread and the wine, communion, the Eucharist, whatever people would like to call it. Martin Luther believed that you had to say that the bread was the body of Christ. And you couldn't say it symbolized the body of Christ. You had to say that it was the body of Christ, that his presence was genuinely there. And Zwingli said, well, I think it's a symbol of his body. Now, that sounds very minor to most people, but Martin Luther got so angry about this, he said, Zwingli is not even a Christian, meaning like he's going to hell because he doesn't believe this thing. Now, that's weird to most people. I think most Protestants feel like Luther was a bit too harsh there. I don't know anyone who agrees with them. But that division between the Lord's Supper, the perspective that they had in the Lord's Supper, kind of divides Lutherans and the Reformed tradition, which is what you would call those who come out of the Swiss Reformation and those regions, Reformed Christianity. So you have Lutheranism and the Reformed, and a big dividing point is simply the Lord's Supper. Now, Calvin didn't say that Christ's body was symbolized in the bread. He said that his presence was there spiritually, but this is still enough to divide them. So I think it's weird looking back, and I think, you guys, get your act together. This is silly, but it's history, and it does show human nature. And one of the principles that I think is so interesting, this is really fascinating, and I think if I say this thing when listening, you can look and notice this. People don't have much of a problem with a group that's totally different from them. They'll live with those people and coexist with them. But when you bring two different groups and put them next to each other, and there's just a little bit of difference between them, they will fight to the death with each other. And it's a weird thing, because you would think people would fight more with people who are really different, but it's not true. So you have these groups that are different, the Lutherans and the Reformed, and they have consistent debates and disagreements. They will not unite with each other. And a lot of it goes back to the Lord's Supper. And you can trace other differences. I'm not saying that's all, but that's one of the big things. And the other differences to most people would be equally important. What do they agree on? Man, they agree on 99.8% of everything, but they don't like that 0.2% that they disagree on. And so they argue quite a bit.
So could you just clarify, when somebody says they're a Lutheran versus a Calvinist versus Reformed, what is the difference between those three?
That's a good question. So today, if anyone's like on the social media Christian Protestant world, you're going to hear these terms thrown around a lot today, Reformed and Calvinist. And the sad thing is, people have very little understanding of what those words meant historically, what they should mean now. So I'll just tell you what it means today.
Yeah.
If somebody says you're a Calvinist, they're generally just talking about what you believe about predestination, that you do affirm predestination by God because of his omnipotence. And that's all they mean. If they say that you're Reformed, that generally means a broader tradition. So it includes Calvinism, but it goes beyond that. And Reformed, for a lot of people, means you're a Presbyterian, which has a whole coherent system of what it means to follow the Calvinist tradition. You're going to see the baptism of infants, for example. They're baptized into a covenant, and that's a big deal for the Reformed tradition. But then it gets confusing, because then there are people who call themselves Reformed Baptists. And so what a Reformed Baptist is it means you're a Calvinist who's a Baptist. You affirm predestination. You generally hold to the historic Baptist confession, London Baptist Confession of 1689. And so I know I'm already probably losing people, and I'm just saying it's really complicated. So if people ever feel confused by those terms, don't worry. It is confusing because people are throwing them around with very little understanding. Now, if you're Lutheran, it is pretty simple. There has been a Lutheran denomination that, of course, has split into many other subgroups. They all trace themselves back to Martin Luther, and then, of course, more importantly, his partner, Philip Melanchthon, who came after him. And Philip Melanchthon was kind of a systematizer as well, but Philip Melanchthon, Martin Luther's partner, did not like the whole predestination thing. He kind of reinterprets it, downplays it. And so the Lutherans after Luther don't really have a category for predestination or a concern for it. And so I remember thinking about this in seminary, and I had a friend in seminary who was planning to graduate, and then he was going to go to a Lutheran seminary because he was going to be a Lutheran pastor. I took him aside. He was studying Lutheranism like crazy. And I said, so what do Lutherans believe about predestination? And he said, oh, for us, it's adiaphora, which is a word that means we're indifferent to it. We don't care, whatever. And I thought, well, that's convenient. But it does show. So I guess to sum up, Lutherans don't care about predestination, but they are obviously Protestant. They believe Scripture is the primary infallible authority. They believe that salvation comes by faith alone, apart from merit. And so also do the Reform. They believe salvation comes by faith alone, grace alone through faith without merit. Scripture is the primary authority, but they emphasize predestination. And so that's one way. One group emphasizes predestination. The Reformed Calvinists do. The Lutherans don't, but they're all part of the same branch of Christianity. I know that's confusing. We better just keep moving.
Yeah. I pulled up something through AI about just how Calvin was writing during the Renaissance, and it came up with this, just to give a little quote here. Calvin's institutes emerged in mid-16th century Europe when the Renaissance was in full swing, and the Studia Humanitatis, a mastery of classical languages, rhetoric, and moral philosophy shaped the education of the elite. Calvin was trained as a humanist lawyer in Paris and Orleans before his conversion, steeped in Latin, Greek, some Hebrew, and classical rhetoric. Like other Renaissance humanists like Erasmus, he valued ad fontes, back to the sources, but for Calvin, the primary source was the biblical text and original languages. So I just thought that was interesting.
It is. So here's a cool thing, and I'm sure somebody's written about this. I have not read enough to know, but what I saw clearly after taking great classes on the Renaissance, I realized that the Protestant Reformation was an outgrowth of the Renaissance, which begins earlier, and it's happening in the middle of it. The Reformation's happening in the middle of the Renaissance. But the great call of the Renaissance was ad fontes, to the sources. They were already questioning authority and trying to go back to original documents. There's that famous instance of Lorenzo Valla trying to investigate this document called the Donation of Constantine, which supposedly said that Constantine had given Rome to the Catholic Church. And Lorenzo Valla, I think in the 1400s, investigates this. He's like, this has errors in it. There's no way Constantine wrote this in his time in the 300s. And this is clearly anachronistic. He's talking about things that came later. And so the Renaissance was all about exposing things that were wrong by going back to the sources. So it's not like the Protestant Reformation comes out of nowhere. That same philosophy is what set the course for the career of Martin Luther and other early reformers. They were like, hey, let's go back to the sources. But what's the source for them? It was Scripture. And so if you take the Renaissance and apply it to Christianity, what did you get? You get the Protestant Reformation. So, like I said, I'm sure somebody's written about that. I've not come across it, but it seems really, really obvious to me. But yeah, so if there's a ton of books by Calvin. If you wanted to buy all the works of Calvin that are out there, even in English, you'd have bookshelves full. He has a lot of sermons and commentaries on the Bible. And
is there a reason why you picked this one, Timothy, or this 2 Samuel?
Okay, yeah, I'll talk about that. So I bought the First Timothy commentary by John Calvin because I was preaching through First Timothy and just wanted to have his perspective.
And it's just for people that don't know, it's a very short, it's literally like a long email. It's like 2 or 3 pages. So something this big on just the first, and there's 2 of them, and they're both like, just a few pages of letter size paper. So it's kind of.
You're right. Yeah. So yeah, First Timothy, that book of the Bible is 6 chapters long, which is not long because a Bible chapter is not like an ordinary novel chapter or anything. It's very short. So you're right. And so there's a lot in there. I remember one thing from that book. There was a footnote, and it said, it was enlightening to me about John Calvin. It said in the footnote, it said, John Calvin had a problem with those who were kind of the elders of his church. They only wanted to celebrate the Lord's Supper, the bread and the wine, 4 times a year, and he thought they should celebrate it every week. And the reason that was enlightening to me, because I just had this idea that he kind of, whatever he said in his church went. But it wasn't the case. He was accountable in his own church. And I know he actually gets dismissed at one point and then comes back to Geneva. It's very interesting life. But I thought that was interesting as a pastor.
Yeah, can you say a little bit about Banner of Truth? I'm not
Yeah,
familiar with that publisher.
absolutely. That's my favorite publisher. So
Oh, wow.
I love the Banner of Truth. I could talk a lot about them, so I don't want to bore people, but they began like in the 1950s by a man named Ian Murray, who's still alive. I think he's in his mid 90s now. He was a young man, but they just began to publish a lot of stuff that had gone out of publication, had been forgotten, most of it in some sort of Calvinistic tradition. The Puritans, spirituality, English spirituality, that was kind of what we would call orthodox, in line with historic Christianity. Um, and we'll see a lot more Banner of Truth books, and I just finished one last week and loved it. But they're a great publisher. They bind their books well. You can pay $200 for an academic book from Cambridge or Oxford. They bind them like they're a paperback with some boards slapped on them. But you buy a Banner of Truth book, and you still have the sewn binding. You'll come across your page. There's the thread in the middle every once in a while, and they take a lot of pride in what they do.
What's the book you just finished?
It was the Diary of Kenneth McCrae, and it was only ever printed one time by the Banner of Truth. It was a diary by a Scottish Presbyterian pastor who lived from the 1880s to the 1960s. And we'll actually get to a diary section later, or where I have that on the shelf. But I could just briefly say it was very edifying, enlightening. The man did not intend for his diaries to ever be published. And so Ian Murray had known the man, didn't know he kept a diary. And after he died, he was at the man's house talking with the wife, and she showed him that he had like these 12 large books of diaries. He just saw how valuable they were, edited them, and published this shorter version, which is like 535 pages. But just to get those inner thoughts of a man and a pastor at such a formative time in modern Christianity. He was faithful to the end. He was a man who would just share his struggles with conscience. And I guess what I value about it, I'll say this: so many today, well-known pastors have a fall at some point. You know, there's something you find out about them. They were flirting with some woman at their church inappropriately, and you just kind of lose respect for them. And you feel like, man, I can't look up to that person. I don't know who they are. But to see a man like Kenneth McCrae, I'm like, hey, I know this guy was faithful to the end. He keeps his diary till he's his very last year, and he's still talking about his relationship with God, his concerns for people. And again, he never thought this would be published. So, and maybe when we get to it, I could read a couple of excerpts that are really touching from it that would inspire people who might be interested to look it up. Because there's a lot of cool stuff. He lived through World War I and World War II, and has a lot of great observations about what was happening in Scotland at the time, even losing his own brother and commenting on that. Anyway, it's a great book, and Banner of Truth is a good publisher. So you can already see here, they published John Calvin Tracts and Letters, and this gives you more of a personal look at Calvin and his career. Tracts are just going to be really small works, generally kind of informative, or polemical, fighting against somebody. Maybe somebody had put out a book. Well, John Calvin wants to refute it, but it just did a small book. And so that's a collection of those in 7 volumes.
What format were those originally published in? Do you know?
The tracts?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it would depend on their length.
Was it a pamphlet? It was,
yeah.
Well, they were the format that people were originally reading these things in.
Yeah, I mean, they were small pamphlets. So, I don't know much. I mean, I don't know that I've seen them to be able to describe them or anything. But
Or just like how they're distributed. Like I always try to think about, when we see stuff in books, or even like Shakespeare, people were not consuming Shakespeare at the time in written form. They were watching it on the stage, and we often tend to like not think about how these things were originally presented, often orally.
So I can comment on that. So they would be produced in what we call cheap print, because it was like we got a, you're not trying to be fancy, you're just trying to get a message out. So very few of these still exist, these old tract, but a tractate, is the long name for it. But it was just short writing, printed quickly, bound, and then you put out as many as you could because it was a message you wanted to disperse among a wide group of people, so people would get it. But you would pass these on to other people, and they would just pass around until they're totally worn out. So many people had read them, and it's my understanding they didn't have a book cover or anything. It's kind of like a magazine sort of binding, but bound with some kind of string or something. There's no staples, or maybe a glue. I don't know. But my point is that it was made to be passed around and distributed to as many people as possible. And we'll come across another tract set later on, and there's some more I could say about tracts in early America.
Do you think they were originally like? I always like to compare the social media we have today with these kind of more primitive forms, and I would imagine he would print off whether a few hundred or maybe a few thousand, but hand them out to everybody at church on Sunday, and then they would spread out, and it would kind of spread out that way. Does that sound like?
Yeah, I don't know. I've not heard of them like distributing them within their churches. I know I always, every time I read about it, I hear about people going to booksellers. And like in that book called Brand Luther, which is specifically about how Martin Luther used the printing press. Like I know he had his favorite publishers, and he'd switch from one to the other depending on how quickly they could get these books out. He wrote a lot of tractates as well. But it is similar to social media, but I don't know how they distributed them practically speaking. It might have said in Brand Luther and I forgot, but the goal was just get it out there, pass it around. And so literacy is improving at this time as well, which was a big deal. The two things going together, the printing press and literacy. But you're right too, in that a lot of stuff is kind of clickbaity. The title, if you ever see the titles on books or even tracts from this time, they're huge. The title can feel like it's a book in itself sometimes, takes up the whole page. But they had to tell you everything that was in this thing on that front page so you'd want to read it. But often they would use explosive language in these titles, or just things that I guess we could liken to clickbait. And if I had examples, I'd draw one out. But I've often just perused his letters in there, and especially as a pastor, it's interesting. And as much as I've talked about John Calvin, I personally I don't feel like I click with him. He's pretty cold in a lot of ways to me. Because I think it's because he's so logical and rational. But at the same time, I mean, I do respect his impact, and without him, the world would be a different place. The Western world would be for sure. So that's just kind of the end of any kind of, I think, Calvin stuff. A little bit of Swiss Reformation stuff, but the big dog on this at this time, this is where a lot of books will shift, and that's the English Reformation. And this impacts, of course, American history in a big way, and American history has impacted world history, obviously. So I remember, I'll tell this anecdote, when I was first going to Bible college and just studying all this stuff for the first time, I would work in a machine shop when I would come back home in between semesters. And I remember a guy who was not a Christian at all, and he found out I wanted to go into the ministry. He said, he found out what denomination I was, that I'm in the Protestant family as a Baptist. And he said, well, you guys just came from a church that started because a guy wanted to get a divorce, and the Pope wouldn't give it to him, so he started his own church. And I didn't know much at the time. This is like 1999. And I'm like, that's not true. But it's like, in a sense, indirectly, it is true that that event was a pretty big deal. So the English Reformation is what comes about with King Henry VIII, as this very interesting monarch. A lot of people do know about King Henry VIII. But early in his kingship, he marries Catherine of Aragon. She cannot bear him a child and an heir. And so he wants to get a divorce. He starts looking for these loopholes and trying to find reasons. And he's like, looking in the book of Leviticus for a loophole to get out of this marriage. And he tries to justify it, tries to get approval from the Pope, and the Pope will not approve it. And just long story short, he in 1534, I think, creates something called the Act of Supremacy, which is just where he declares himself to be the supreme leader of the church, not the Pope, and everyone should submit to him. And it really just creates in England a new rival church, which felt like it was a thing you could do with the Reformation already happening with Martin Luther and Zwingli and Switzerland. It felt possible to do such a thing. And so from there comes what we now call the Anglican Church, the Church of England. And it starts a whole new tradition in the English-speaking world. And that's not a great beginning. But I think a lot of good, sincere men in the church saw that as a vehicle through which they could kind of latch on to the trends that were already starting in the other Protestant nations that they did like. I don't think anyone in the church thought King Henry the Eighth was a great Christian man and that he was right. But in those days, nobody was asking the crowds and what their opinion was. And so they were just going along with Henry VIII and his direction. Now, so we have some stuff from the early Reformation here, just some basic books covering the history of the Reformation. That book, The Dissolution of the Monasteries, that's a book about one of the things Henry VIII did after starting his own church. He needs money because he is a guy who loves to go to war and start projects and build things, and he was known for his spending. And after a while, he's like, you know what? There's actually a lot of money available in the monasteries. The Catholic Church had a lot of land in England. So he just goes ahead, dissolves all the monasteries, takes their land, and uses it to make wealth for himself. The vessels that they had there was a lot of wealth represented there. And obviously, it's pretty traumatic for Catholics in the nation, and it was a pretty big step. But it was a big deal. That book, The Stripping of the Altars, is looking at the English Reformation, but from the Catholic perspective, to try to get a lot of the time in our history as Americans, we look at things through a Protestant lens, and the English Reformation has always looked like a great thing to a lot of Americans because it's breaking away from the papacy and the authority of the Catholic Church. But, of course, there were a lot of Catholics in the nation, and it's not like just because King Henry VIII says, I'm not a Catholic anymore, that all the Catholics said, okay, we're not either. And it was a hard thing for people to process this. And so that other book, which I would recommend, The Voices, I don't know how to say this town name, The Voices of Morbath. Would you guess that's how it's pronounced?
I can look it up.
It's a fascinating look at one particular church whose records were still intact, and you can follow all the back and forth throughout the mid-1500s in that church, because there's a lot of turmoil between Catholic and Protestant at this time when you have different monarchs reigning. And so you have, depending on what king is on the throne or queen is on the throne, you're Catholic or you're Protestant, you have ordinary people there, and they're not switching their mind just because somebody's on the throne. And so they're just observing things. Oh, are we not allowed to do this today? Or we are allowed to do this today in our church. And so it's a really interesting book. Yeah, it's based on firsthand accounts, very unique and entertaining to read. It's by Eamon Duffy, who also wrote The Stripping of the Altar. So it's just trying to show the Catholic perspective on the English Reformation, which I think doesn't come out very often.
Yeah, it's pronounced Morbath. So like instead of the Bath in American versus Bath in British.
Yeah. And so it's a great book. That book's England's Second Reformation should probably be much later in my series, because that's actually about the 17th century leading up to what's called the Act of Uniformity in 1662. We'll talk more about that as we look at some of the Puritans, because from this point forward, all of the English speaking spirituality that's going to come on the following shelves is related to the English Reformation for quite a while. And so they're in chronological order, basically, unless I have something out of order. So it starts with William Tyndale, who is almost as big of a figure as you can be in Western civilization. He begins his career. He's like a linguistic genius, and he's a man of the church, and he wants to do something that you would expect a Renaissance person to want to do. He wants to take original sources and make them available for people, but not just for the elites, but he wants to make them available for the common man. Because with the Renaissance, you do see this idea of all people being equal becoming popular as well, that kings are not any more important than an ordinary person or poor person. And so he wants to make the Bible available to all people. And at this time in England, it was not readily available. It was thought that the Latin Vulgate, translated by Jerome in 404, was the best and only way that the Bible should ever be read, and it translated and read. And if you can't read Latin, that's your problem. Go to your priest; he'll tell you what it says. But there's no need to take a perfectly good Bible like the Latin Vulgate and make it available for ordinary people. Well, he wanted to translate the Bible into English. And he did. He famously translated the New Testament, had it printed and distributed. 1525, I think, was that first edition of his New Testament. And this got him into trouble because he was viewed as a heretic because of this. He's violating at least what the local church leaders thought should be done. And eventually, I'm just summarizing, it leads up to his death. And maybe he died in 1536. I don't remember. You'd have to look it up. But he was burned at the stake. And when he was dying or getting ready to be burned, he famously prayed something out loud. And it was, "Lord, open the King of England's eyes." And that's generally interpreted to mean, let him see that the Bible should be available to everyone. And people generally see, Christians generally see that prayer as being answered because King Henry VIII ends up moving away from Catholicism and eventually promotes the translation of an English Bible. I can't remember if it was the Bishop's Bible or whatever they call it now, but there was a Bible that became available for people in English. And so, pretty cool story. Sad that he died so early, but his death, like a lot of martyrs' deaths, inspired many other people, and he gained people's sympathy, and it gained sympathy for the movement of Protestantism. The interesting thing was, Tyndale in his time would have been called a Lutheran. And the reason wasn't because he belonged to the Lutheran denomination, but it's because Martin Luther's books were becoming well-known, translated from German into English. And if anyone ever thought about this idea of going to the Bible as your main authority, believing that salvation comes by grace through faith alone, the papacy doesn't rule over you, well, that's Lutheran in the 1520s. And so it's interesting that he's called Lutheran, and almost anyone who shared those sympathies were called Lutheran in England back then. And it's later, we'll talk about, they become Calvinists because of the influence of Calvin's institutes. But William Tyndale's pretty awesome guy. And that biography is kind of like a standard biography on him. And the one called just William Tyndale, a biography, published by Yale. And if people are too lazy to read, there is a movie it's called God's Outlaw that you can look up. And I think it was probably made in the 80s, but I still think it's fun to watch, even though there's some corny music in it and stuff. And it's just the basic story of William Tyndale. It tries to be faithful to his life. And I'd recommend that. I think it's available on Amazon Prime.
I've never seen that Yale ND logo.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that Nota Bene? Maybe a subgroup within Yale? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I was also I may have already mentioned this, but The Tudors was a famous TV show that covered.
Oh, wait, Yale in that?
I don't think
Okay.
I don't remember. It would have been a pretty minor thing, but that's sort of if you want like a TV show representation of, and it's like HBO Showtime level of
Yeah.
quality, uh, that's the go-to. And I enjoyed watching that when it first came out.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, have you ever seen the BBC series, The Six Wives of King Henry VIII?
I don't think so. Is that worth a watch?
And I love that. Yeah, it's like a 6-part series. There's an episode for each of his wives. But it's also an easy way to kind of walk through his life. A lot of times you just need something to grasp onto when you're trying to learn about a figure or a movement. It's hard to know where to start. Well, with Henry, you can kind of grasp onto the flow of his 6 wives, and it gives you a framework to build onto with understanding him. But it was made a while back. It might have been made in the 70s, but it's really great acting, and that's the best part about it. Okay, that book, Fox's Book of Martyrs, we brought that up before, didn't we?
Yeah.
Now, the actual Fox's Book of Martyrs is gigantic. The last time it was published, I think, was 1969 by an editor named Townsend, and it's like 8 large volumes. It is an enormous book. So anytime you find Fox's Book of Martyrs today, that's not really it. It's a heavily, heavily abridged version marketed for modern people. And that book is also really important in Western history. Let me just explain a little bit. So what happens after Henry VIII dies is he's started his own church. And so it's considered Protestant. And but where does it go? What is it like? It's brand new. It's like a baby. You don't know what it's going to be like yet. And so after Henry VIII dies, his son, Edward VI, comes to the throne. But and he's heavily Protestant. So he's trying to take things in a Protestant direction, solidify, yes, we're in line with kind of some Lutheran things, but we have a lot of Catholicism in our country. And there's just this wrestling of finding their identity. But he doesn't live for super long. And after him, Mary the First comes to the throne, who was a daughter of Henry VIII. And she is famously known in Protestant history as Bloody Mary. And so she reigns from 1553 to 1558, and she's called Bloody Mary because she was known for killing Protestants, executing Protestants for various reasons. Now, I remember hearing that the total number she actually has executed is only 300. Now, I say that's obviously a lot. Each life is significant, but you'd kind of get the impression that she's trying to kill every Protestant she can when you read early Protestant histories, and so it's over 5 years. She executes 300 Protestants for different reasons, and so this guy John Fox is a pastor, and he's trying to develop this tradition of martyrs from the beginning, climaxing in the time of Bloody Mary, to build sympathy for Protestants, to show how to villainize those who would persecute. So he's just showing how over time the Catholic Church has become the bad guy. They persecute true believers in Christ who follow the Bible as their main authority. And so he would kind of write their histories. And, you can't, it is very touching. A lot of the entries are very touching and they're gripping. You can't help but think he was really trying to milk it for all it was worth. I can't say how much embellishing he did. I think he was a sincere man, but he writes the stories in a great way. It's like you're watching a really dramatic movie with every story that he writes. And so, but this book is what really pushes things in the direction of anti-Catholicism in a strong way. And it really it's carried through into America. Fox's Book of Martyrs becomes printed over and over again in various editions, and it helps Protestants feel some solidarity. It helps them know who they are. They know they're not Catholics because the Catholics are really bad people who just want to kill us. And I see that strain of anti-Catholicism come through all the way up to, and we talked about this briefly before, like when JFK was a presidential candidate, well, he's Catholic. We can't have a Catholic president. I know a lot of that began with Fox's Book of Martyrs. And so it's a pretty profound book.
And even when after he was assassinated, there were certain areas of the country that there were people sort of celebrating, or, they weren't, there wasn't the kind of more consensus emotions about it like there are today, where he's more celebrated. Same thing with Martin Luther King. He's celebrated by most people today, but at the time there were much more mixed feelings and much more contentious figures. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that specifically, but I also
what were you talking about when who was executed?
well, just those assassinations of, there was JFK was assassinated. His book.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I went back to the 1500s. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so, but I was also going to say the whole thing with martyrs goes back to the beginnings of Christianity, and then also even to the present day. You see that a lot of political movements and stuff happening in different countries, they're often a big part of the communication that the various groups do. It revolves around people who were unjustly killed. And so it's and it's not even just within Christianity, it's within a variety of religious and even non-religious movements.
Yes.
It's people really tend to gravitate, and they just have, there's so much emotional strength to somebody who's seen as a martyr that it can really sort of harden people's feelings and really bring people together in a way that few other things can.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a famous quote from Tertullian, the early church father from around the year 200. And it was, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. So, and then Christianity too, in a sense, begins with a martyr, Jesus himself. And there's something to that. We love to look at somebody who's victimized, who was innocent, and have sympathy for them. And it does create movements. Christianity, of course, goes on, and martyrs become central to Christian identity from the early church forward. But yeah, you're right. It happens. It's a human response. It happens all over the place. When there's somebody who's a victim and somebody who's the aggressor, well, people are going to tend to side with the victim and not the aggressor. And so John Fox was trying to paint the Roman Catholic Church as the aggressors. Now, I'll share something here. I guess I might as well say it here. So what comes after Bloody Mary is her sister, Queen Elizabeth, who's famous for her long reign. She's famous for her impact on church history. And she reigns from 1558 to 1603. And Elizabeth, over time, is struggling with what it means to be Protestant. She's not Catholic, but also pleasing the people in her kingdom. And so there's this thing called the Elizabethan settlement, which is just kind of like this way of trying to please both sides, Protestants and Catholics. And it's really where something called the 39 Articles comes out, which is like the Anglican statement of faith. Here's what we do believe. And that in a sense will create trouble, because there's something called the unholy middle. If you try to take the middle road, you end up displeasing people on both of the extremes. And that's what the Elizabethan settlement is. But here's the interesting fact while we're talking about this. Elizabeth actually has, over her career, 250 Catholics executed. And so she's kind of close to her sister, Mary I, who had 300 Protestants executed. Of course, that wasn't a short amount of time, but still, nobody calls Elizabeth Bloody Elizabeth. But she's almost, in terms of the body count, she's almost up to Bloody Mary. And so that's something that doesn't get talked about. I always thought the Catholics could have written their own book of martyrs about that time period from Elizabeth's reign. So here would be a good place, though, to explain the origins of what's called Puritanism. And if anyone thinks this is irrelevant, you have to remember, America was largely started by Puritans. I mean, we had a Puritan foundation, we could say.
And before we started recording, I told you, Massachusetts, Boston, we sort of started as a Puritan, um, colony, and Harvard was originally a Puritan institution before it switched over to the Unitarian. So I have a particular interest in the Puritans, and I think it's a really important part of American history that often doesn't get, a lot of people don't appreciate. So I'm really interested in this stuff and looking forward to this section.
Yeah, so it's relevant. So people tend to view the Puritans as these dour people who were only upset. There's a saying that a Puritan was somebody who was upset that somebody somewhere was having fun, or something like that. They just didn't want anyone to enjoy life, and they were miserable. But the reality is, and that's in that book, Worldly Saints, they were not that way. They were actually a very joyful people. And
I want to give another kind of analogy that's kind of like that I've heard, which is some people have analogized the Taliban and the sort of very strict interpretation of Islam that in some of the, global war on terror, some of the, uh, opponents of the U.S. that have, really understanding their culture, understanding their religion, banning of music, banning of dancing, stuff that just is hard to make sense of from our modern perspective. There's actually a lot of interesting parallels if you look back at the old laws that used to be on the books in Massachusetts, and we have stuff called blue laws of that some have even survived to today. So there's just kind of an interest. It's quite a I guess you could say strict lifestyle in some ways, and maybe we can get into that as we go.
Sure. And a lot of that has a lot more to do with just the worldview of the time rather than Puritanism in general. I mean, most people simply believed if something's true, then everyone else should believe it. There was not really much of a concept of religious freedom. Of course, that would come later. John Locke's work and stuff would open people's eyes to the idea that, hey, we actually could just believe whatever we want and let everyone go on their own path. But yeah, so I think the Puritans just adopted that. So they're like, hey, if it's wrong to keep Christmas, it's wrong to keep Christmas, and no one should keep it, and we should outlaw Christmas keeping, So it sounds funny, but it's actually, everyone thought that. Like, if something is true, then everyone should abide by it, and there should be no leeway. Anyway, so the way the Puritans begin, it's not like somebody said, hey, I'd like to start a Puritan movement today. It began in the mid-late 1500s during Bloody Mary's reign, which was like 1553 throughout the 1550s. A lot of Protestants leave England because they're like, I don't want to die. I want to live, and I want to be able to be with my family and serve the Lord in whatever way, as a pastor or just be a father, my family, whatever. And so a lot of them find refuge in Switzerland, where John Calvin was and his successor was. And while they're there, they learn, okay, you can actually systematize Christian theology from a Protestant perspective. We're learning it how John Calvin's teaching it. And so a bunch of English people are in Switzerland, in Geneva, learning to systematize Christianity from Calvin and the Institutes. When Bloody Mary dies, they all return to England, and they are on fire for John Calvin's teaching. These are called the Marian exiles. It's a hugely important group in history, but people don't talk about them. The Marian exiles who had gone to Geneva and now have come back to England, they're like, we've got to tell everyone how it works. They don't even know. We've learned all this great stuff in Geneva. We've learned about Calvinism and predestination. This is great stuff. And they're serious. They're very anti-Catholic. But what they're seeing is kind of like this middle road developing that Elizabeth is working on, of appeasing Protestants and Catholics. And they're like, what is this? There's no appeasing Catholics. And so one of the earliest controversies that develops into Puritanism is called the vestment controversy. And it's simply a couple of Marian exiles who come back to England from Geneva, start looking around, and they're like, why are the priests in our church wearing Catholic-looking vestments? This is ridiculous. We should just wear ordinary clothes. The priests aren't a separate class of people. We're all equal before God. And so they were trying to build up support to do away with church vestments. And it wasn't catching on. So they write this letter back to Geneva, asking another pastor who was their friend, Heinrich Bullinger, for his support, because he was a big name. And they said, look, there's people here wearing Catholic-looking vestments, priests wearing Catholic-looking vestments. We've got to put an end to it. Can you give us some support? We're trying to fight the fight here. And Bullinger's like, knock it off, guys. Who cares what people are wearing? He's not on board with them. But it doesn't stop them. They keep fighting. And just that little snapshot, it shows what the Puritan identity is. We're in England with this church that's trying to appease Catholics and Protestants, but we don't like that. We think it should be 100% Protestant, so we want to purify the Church of England of Catholic elements. That's why Puritans end up being called Puritans. They wanted to purify the Church of England. Now, over time, that no longer is the case. As you get decades into it, it's not so much that as the identifying factor. It is more of an entire movement and spirituality that develops. And so when you hear maybe a modern Protestant pastor say, I appreciate the Puritans, he's not saying, man, I really appreciate the efforts to cleanse the Church of England from Catholic elements. He's saying, I appreciate the spiritual perspective of these men in England who are part of that movement. And it's usually about things that are not related to Catholicism, anti-Catholicism. It's about prayer, one's relationship with God, how to fight temptation. They do become, in a sense, kind of an elite class of men, spiritually speaking. I heard somebody say one time about the Renaissance in Florence. They said, wow, I've studied that for a long time. Something was in the water back then. I don't know how all these people had so much talent in the same place. And it's like the same thing when you look at the Puritans. It's like, wow, where did this come from? Because that sounds kind of petty. The vestment controversy sounds petty. But later on, this movement becomes very well-rounded just in terms of knowing what to major on and what to minor on. And they're very valuable. So there is a whole modern movement among Christians, Protestant Christians, and it stretches across denominations of just appreciating what the men who are part of the Puritan movement produce. It's pretty valuable stuff. But yeah, we could start to move on and look at some of the other things that are available. So it's easy to buy Puritan works today because there is a big resurgence in them. So one of the big publishers is Reformation Heritage Books, and they publish like the 3 books on the left there. They're a really serious publisher, reproducing a lot of stuff that's been out of print for a long time, and then producing a lot of analysis of Puritanism. But they bind their books really well too, just like the Banner of Truth. So I never buy a book from them and think, well, I hope it doesn't fall apart. It's not going to. And so they're a pretty cool publisher. And the movement in the modern days to kind of go back and retrieve Puritanism and what they did began, I think, with this guy named J.I. Packer, who has a couple of paperbacks there, Puritan Papers. I only have 2 volumes. I think there's 5 more. And he starts to just draw out. He was in the Church of England in the mid-20th century and through to the end into the 21st century. But J.I. Packer was just going back and showing the value of what was produced by the Puritans. And that also is what helped the Banner of Truth begin as a publisher, which we referred to earlier by Ian Murray. He starts to see the same stuff. And a group which had been long forgotten because they were caricatured by Nathaniel Hawthorne, I think, the Puritans were ridiculed for a long time. They became well respected again. And they still are today among a lot of Protestant Christians, like I said, across denominational lines.
You're referring to Scarlet Letter?
Yeah, yep, the Scarlet Letter. And, in that book, too, you have somebody who's who's this victim and an aggressor, and the Puritans are made into the aggressors. And so they began to look ugly in the 19th century. And even before that, they were being made to look ugly and backwards. But the Scarlet Letter really did quite a bit to make them look like terrible people as a whole. And
you mentioned earlier about, pastors or people you look up to, and then they have some fall from grace. And that's kind of what the story centers on, right? Is he impregnates this woman and then she takes the blame. So there's almost sort of a proto-feminist element to it as well.
You're right. Yeah. And they are hypocrites, and I think that's where, just one little side note, I heard somebody say this, might have to be checked, but the idea that the Pilgrims, who were from the Puritan family, wore all black and white. I think that came from Nathaniel Hawthorne, that they refused to wear anything colorful. I don't recall for sure. I read that back in college, but somebody had said that. But in that book, Worldly Saints, which we passed, he points out they wore lots of colorful clothes. They were not these people that we only wear black. We're in mourning all the time. But yeah. So I think you see some of these other things we've talked about coming together with them. And so a lot of their stuff is pretty timeless. If you're a Christian, to read a Puritan sermon, they knew how to construct an argument. A lot of modern sermons, I hate to say it, people have no idea what they're doing when they get up to give a sermon. They don't realize they're supposed to have a point, and they're creating an argument to support that point. So the Puritans were still educated with a classical education model. There was a lot of Aristotelian thought through the lens of a guy named Peter Ramus, and they learned classical rhetoric, and they understood how to give a speech, and they knew how to give a sermon. So I think their sermons are model sermons for how people, whether you're giving a sermon or just a speech, like, they know how to construct it. They know how to divide it by points and subpoints to support the main point. And so that's a great set right there. It's not always easy to get that set. I got it for a good price, but I think it's out of print now. But it's just a general collection of Puritan sermons by various Puritans over that particular time period, the end of the Commonwealth up to 1689, just after the Glorious Revolution, and religious freedom begins to take a form in England. But that was a pretty big time in Puritan history, because it's hard to explain the 1600s in England. It's very confusing for people. We don't give an outline of it all. But there was a big event in 1662 in English history. So this is much farther ahead than Queen Elizabeth, and a lot has happened. Civil wars happened, the Commonwealth, beheading of a king, bringing another king back to the throne after. And in 1662, there's this thing called the Act of Uniformity, and it's where they say everyone must abide by the Book of Common Prayer written by Thomas Cranmer in the days of Queen Elizabeth. You must conduct your services according to this book, and your prayers have to be according to this book. Everything is according to the Book of Common Prayer. That's a no-no for a lot of these Puritan pastors, because it had a lot of Catholic elements in it. Though it was Protestant, it felt Catholic. And so in 1662, when the Act of Uniformity was passed, it was said, you cannot be a pastor of a church if you don't abide by the Book of Common Prayer. And pastors didn't say, okay, well, we'll do it. These men believe in right and wrong, black and white. So a bunch of pastors resigned their pastorate. And there's all these rules. You can't even live within 5 miles of your previous church. You can't preach anymore. And it was kind of a traumatic thing for the period. But what it showed was a lot of these men who were Puritan pastors at the time, it showed who was really a serious Puritan. If you were serious, you would be ejected from your church. There's about 2,000 pastors ejected from their church. These men were kind of well respected looking back, because they believed enough to allow their livelihood to be affected. And also a lot of great literature comes out at the time. They're still preaching, but it has to be done in secret. And this the Act of Uniformity doesn't last. I don't remember how many years it was. It might have just been 5 years or so. But it still should have separated the wheat from the chaff. And it's a pretty significant period looking back. A lot of men who were pastors wrote, so that sermons of the Great Ejection, those were the farewell sermons of many of the Puritan pastors in 1662 who said, farewell, church. We love being your pastor. We'll pray for you. God is working through this time. We don't want to lose heart. And they're pretty powerful and emotional sermons. But yeah, it's a pretty big event. But a lot of the men wrote books during that time too, and they produced a lot of material. I don't want to bore people with that, but it's pretty cool just to see that, how that all worked, and really how that stems from a long history of what's called English nonconformity, which you can go all the way back to like the Magna Carta in 1215 and see English people just don't like to conform. Other cultures can kind of appreciate conformity. A lot of Asian cultures do appreciate a degree of conformity, but England was not like that. And that's a strain you still see in American life today. Americans don't like to conform. We love to be independent. We don't like anyone to tell us what to do. And so that's something that people might appreciate about Puritanism. It's not a movement of conformity so much in its early days as it is of rebellion. And I think that's missed by people who casually think about it. So just a few things that are interesting here. I know this picture is a little blurry, and I apologize for that. Must have moved when I took the picture. That 3-volume set, kind of on the bottom left of this picture, it's the works of John Robinson. And if you can see, it said the Pilgrim Father. He was the pastor of the congregation up in the Netherlands that sent out the pilgrims who came over on the Mayflower. And you'd say, why were Puritans up in the Netherlands? Well, there was a group who thought, if we go up to the Netherlands, we'll have a little bit more religious freedom to celebrate Christianity, perform Christianity the way we feel like we should according to our conscience. And they do go up there. They do end up having some concerns up in the Netherlands. These English Puritans up in the Netherlands, they have some concerns about the worldliness of the culture there. So they leave one culture in England because it's too Catholic. They go up to the Netherlands and like, it's too worldly up here. So they begin to explore other options. And
I was actually just reading about that. I think what you're talking about, and there was something about how like the children were maybe learning they were sort of becoming acculturated to the Netherlands, and they felt like we're not going to be able to pass on this thing to the next generation.
Yes. Yeah, and that was very astute of them, because by the third generation, when one culture moves to another culture, by the third generation, there's no memory of the original culture. And I read a study about this, dealing with the exile of the Judeans in the biblical period to Babylon and then Persia, and how that generation that eventually came back to Israel would have never remembered it as Israel. But to get back to this period, and I've seen, so I was in a Chinese church in Dallas, Texas. I served there for 4 years. It was a great church, but it was full of people who came from China, Christians who came from China, and they would have their children here in America. But there was such a huge cultural disconnect between the children in that church and their own parents. They didn't get each other at all. And so they loved having Americans come into the church to teach their children. They were like, we can't teach our children. They're fully American. We're still Chinese. They called it fresh off the boat, fob. And so will you come teach our children? And we did. But you see that. So that would have happened. It's a track that the Puritans fell into. And so then they said,
did you just say a little bit more about your involvement in that church? Because must have been a pretty interesting experience.
Yeah, it was when I was going to Dallas Seminary from 2004 to 2008. And I really did want to be involved in serving at a church while I was in seminary, not just attending, so serving however I could. And before we moved to Dallas, I had a friend who was already at Dallas Seminary and had already become connected with that church as an intern. And he said, man, we just need help. So when we first moved there, we went to that church the very first Sunday, and we joined that church a couple of months after. And I mostly served, their pastor left soon after that. And so I had a chance to preach once a month in the English congregation. They also had a Mandarin congregation who had a separate service in Mandarin, but there was an English congregation, and I would preach in that once a month. And I taught the junior hires every Friday night. It was the most community I've ever seen in a church. They had a meal every single Sunday after their Sunday morning service. Everyone would stay. Everyone would eat. You'd always chip in to clean up. They were such a wonderful community of people. And I think some of that came from the fact that they were all Chinese in America. So there wasn't just their Christian connection, but their cultural connection. So they would have their celebration of Chinese New Year together at the church, and we would go to that and just do everything. We were just a part of that church, and that they were our church family. It's amazing to me. That's so long ago. All the kids I ministered to are grown up. They're lawyers. The kids are great, man. They I've served in a lot of regular American churches too. I've never seen so many kids from a youth group go and grow up and become professionals, getting their masters and PhDs, but they really excelled. And that was a excellent part of their culture. They came to America, not coasting. They were saying, we're here to try hard, and our kids are going to try hard. Those kids were pushed, and it's just a wonderful group of people. And a lot of things about that church I miss.
That's cool.
But it is unique. And so, yeah, but John Robinson was the pastor of the Mayflower congregation. That's his claim to fame. And those are just his works, everything he wrote that was published that still exists. And a lot of those are sermons, but I can't even remember what else is in there. I read some sermons and used to be more familiar with it. So as we go through the rest of these, there's just a combination of different kinds of writers. And just to give an example, like Thomas Adams, he stayed in the Anglican Church. So he wasn't a Puritan, but his works are deemed valuable, and they really are. They're very deep spiritually, very insightful, profound. He has a commentary on 2 Peter, which is enormous. And 2 Peter is a very small book of the Bible. It's like 2 pages. Thomas Adams wrote a commentary on 2 Peter, which we would see later in another part of the library. But it's just, I don't know. It's double column, tiny print, and a huge book. You're like, how do they do this? And none of it's boring. I mean, if you're a Christian, you're just gripped by it. You're like, holy cow, what is going on? Where did he get that from this verse? It really is there. And anyway, my point is, so a lot of these guys from the period have varied backgrounds, varied connections to Puritanism. Were they still in the Anglican Church? Were they outside of it? Were they called nonconformists, which is another movement? Were they congregational? You're just going to see a huge variety. But these books, I mean, I'd love if anyone who was watching, saw a book that they were interested in and wanted to look more deeply into it. There's a lot of depth here. I would recommend The Rare Jewel of Christian Contentment, which is a very thin book. It's hard to read that title there. I've met a lot of people who have read that book. It's by Jeremiah Burroughs. It's very blurry there. Really great book, small book on contentment, which is a problem a lot of people deal with, being discontent. Samuel Rutherford. So actually his works are about, I only have the letters of Rutherford here and then a collection of his quotes. But Samuel Rutherford plays a big role in even political philosophy. He wrote a book called Lex Rex, which is big in the political history, which means law is king, and not the king. The king's not king, but the law is king. And that really affects early founding fathers as well.
We have a lot of the sort of most recent yard sign campaign from especially the Democrats. I see them all the time around here. Law, are only. I didn't realize it came from Lex Rex. That's really interesting. But yeah, that's the big yard sign right now.
Yeah, and in his book Lex Rex, I mean, I heard, Francis Schaeffer, I remember, he made the point, he was a Christian philosopher in the 20th century. He made the point that book informed the founding fathers in a really big way. And he said it's the reason it's the reason that we don't have a king, and we will never have a king. And so, yeah, you still see that even happening today in 2025, the same argument that we don't have a king. I mean, you can still see that in like Republican, in the era of the Republic of Rome. King was a bad word back then, but he brings it with a Christian flavor. And now I was going to mention, as of right now, late summer 2025, it's not published yet, but Reformation Heritage Books is about to publish his complete works, maybe by the end of this year or next year. It's going to be 22 volumes. And so I think that's pretty awesome. And I'm not planning to buy a lot more large sets in my life because I don't have room or time left in my life to read them. But I do plan to get that one. And I'm really excited to see what he wrote. Now, the Letters of Rutherford is just his pastoral letters to people, and they are known for their emotional depth, their centeredness on Jesus as a focus of spirituality. And they're hard to read, though, for modern people because it's very flowery 17th century language. Let's just move up to this one, Practical Observations on Job. We've already come across quite a few old books on Job, but this set is 12 volumes long by Joseph Carroll, a Puritan pastor. He preached Job to his congregation, I think, for 23 years. And I cannot imagine hearing my pastor talk about the book of Job for that long. Now, it's not the only thing he preached, but he consistently came back to it over the course of 23 years and preached. Those are all sermons on Job. So he would just take a phrase sometimes, preach an entire sermon on it. And a lot of times there's wonderful depth to the sermon, great observations. But as a more modern person, I can't help but think, I don't know that that's what the author of Job was thinking when he wrote that phrase. You know, I think sometimes a lot more is read into it than is there. But nevertheless, the observations on spiritual life and on the way life works and on God are really, really good. That's a facsimile, unfortunately, though. So it's not great font or anything. It's pretty old. I think like the S's are printed like an F. You know, some people would be familiar with those old fonts, but you got to do what you got to do. And it's kind of more of a peculiarity than anything. I don't know if it's something that everyone needs to run out and get. I'll say that because it's pretty hefty. Thomas Brooks, I would say, if anyone is interested in Puritan spirituality, he's like one of the best, and everything he wrote is good. Great works on how to battle Satan's devices, temptation, and there's like book even above the 6-volume set called Smooth Stones, taken from ancient brooks, and it's just a collection of Thomas Brooks quotes put together by a man named Charles Spurgeon later. But the fact that Charles Spurgeon thought Thomas Brooks was so valuable, he just take a whole book to collect all of his great quotes in, you know, says something about how profound he is. But he just very well rounded, down to earth, still readable, doesn't feel distant, doesn't feel like he's writing in another language. Now, my favorite author from the period, though, is Richard Baxter. Those books are huge. I mean, if you could see them, they're very large. They're double column, small print, and these are just his practical works. He has a total output of over 2 million words in his published works. And so his practical works are published over and over because he has such depth to his writing. But he was a pastor. He endured the ejection of 1662. But I've never read anything, even a paragraph from Richard Baxter, where I didn't say, wow, it's almost like drinking from a fire hose. That book, A Christian Directory, it's been touted by J.I. Packer as the only book you need on Christian counseling. And you think that's crazy. How could a book from like the 1660s be the only book you would need on Christian counseling? But I'm like, if I knew that whole book, I would be a very adequate Christian counselor. And there actually is another book later on in my library where a modern psychiatrist took one of his books and just brought it into modern English about how to deal with depression and anxiety and published it. And it's really very helpful. I shared it with a therapist in my church, and she was like, "This is really good. I'm going to use this stuff." And so he was just incredibly insightful. I don't know how he was so insightful. One of the coolest books he wrote is called Dying Thoughts. Like when he was dying, he thought, "Oh, I've got to write down all my thoughts right now so I can benefit people." And so, I mean, just to have these last thoughts that a man can formulate while he's on his deathbed is very comforting. You know, we're all headed towards death. And he's like, "Hey guys, I'm here. I want to share with you what it's like as a strong Christian. You know, somebody's been a Christian my whole life. I've experienced life with Jesus, and now I'm at the end. Let me share my thoughts. This is a very unique time. You only go through it once." And also, so in those books, they have a title. I don't know why they publish them this way. It's not that volume 2 is an alarm to the unconverted. That's just the most famous book in that volume. In each of these books, besides the first one, there's like 20 something books inside of them. And so his most famous book probably is The Saints' Everlasting Rest. And it's just about heaven. Very long book, but like I said, if a Christian's reading it, you're not going to say, "Well, this is boring," or "This has nothing to say to me." The depth of thought, the practical value of it is unlike anything else. Now, The Reformed Pastor is a famous book too, and it doesn't mean he's reformed like he's from Switzerland and the Swiss Reformation, but it means a pastor who's been reformed on the inside. And that's still used by a lot of young pastors today. They find inspiration from it. It's one of the first points is, you wouldn't think this point needs to be made, but it's like, in order to be a pastor, the first thing is you have to be a Christian. And we'd say, what a dumb point. Like, of course a pastor's a Christian. That wasn't the case back then. Back then, it was really prestigious to be a pastor. And so your family would say, "Hey, we want our son to be a pastor. Son, you're going to be a pastor so that we can have some kind of prestige from your role." And you had all these unconverted people in pulpits just preaching whatever was popular. And Baxter's calling them out. He's like, "Hey, you got to be converted. And here are the signs that you're converted in your heart." And it's really very convicting, even for a Christian pastor today. You're like, wow, am I like that? I hope that I see that fruit in my life. But yeah, he was a very important figure of his time because of his pastoral ministry. He did play a huge role politically in things like some of these other men did, but it was just the value of his writings for others. And the total output was enormous. Somebody said he had diarrhea of the pen. He couldn't stop writing things. And
Could you
seeking stuff.
could you just give his dates and location roughly of like
Kidderminster is where he ministered. Let's see, what's his
where was that? Sorry, I missed that.
Kidderminster is what it's called. I don't think it's a very important town. Let's see. Let me see what his dates are. 1615 to 1691. I see them and I'm like, oh, those are in my brain. And yeah. So he lived throughout that really dynamic period of the 17th century where the Civil Wars happened and everything else. So that was just published by Oxford recently.
That's a great looking set.
Yeah, well, it looks great, but it's bound terribly with glue. Cut pages in glue, no sewed binding. I'm like, what are you thinking, guys? But that was his autobiography, and it was never really completed, not edited well. And so they tried to publish it earlier, but it was so confusing for people to read. And so Oxford, a few years ago, found an editor who could put it together well, and then published, like, the first 2 volumes are the autobiography, and the rest of it is like supplementary materials. So it kind of shows you he's a pretty important figure. I found it to be valuable. One of the interesting things I remember from the first volume was he was brought to faith in Jesus and became a Christian by a really zealous friend when he was young. And it was just amazing to him, changed his life. And then it wasn't, I don't remember how long after that, some years after that, the very friend who had led him to faith in Jesus became an apostate, left the faith,
Wow.
and just drank himself to death. And I think that's interesting because I've seen that before in my experience, where somebody's really zealous to evangelize others, lead them to faith in Christ. And then they do lead people to see their life change. But then that very same person ends up abandoning the faith and just living for other things. It's a really weird phenomenon. But I always think that's really hard if you're the person whose life was changed through that person's ministry to you. How do you process that? But I think it's a really strong testimony to that person's faith that they continue to believe, even though the one who led them to faith left the faith, if that makes sense.
Well, and then there's the other dynamic there, which is like, I think this is what you said, is they were both children, and like one child leading another child into.
He was young. I don't know. He might have been like in his teen years. So it wasn't like a small child, but yeah, go ahead.
I guess what's interesting, what's interesting to me about it, and I don't know the background of these people, but because some young people can be very educated in this stuff, but the idea of, somebody who's relatively unexperienced in life and maybe isn't highly educated like a pastor would be, I think maybe, at least I would normally associate somebody who's out there evangelizing as being like knowing the Bible really well and having a strong background in theology, but then you imagine like a child kind of encouraging another child to come to the faith, and that's kind of calls into question what exactly is the mechanism there, and what is the value of all that knowledge.
Yeah, you're right. And with Jesus, he wants people to come to him with the faith of a child, and so it's not where you don't have to have a lot of knowledge. And I like that, because who has time? One other, I'll mention a quote from Richard Baxter, not because this characterizes him, but to kind of warn people, because he is a man of his time. And so if you did just take Richard Baxter and read him to your congregation or something, if you were a pastor, you would get in trouble, because there would be some obviously politically incorrect things. So, let me say one thing first. I always remember one thing he said. He said, you should have your servant read books to you while you're getting dressed, so that you can make the best use of your time, and make sure you have them read Christian books so that they too are affected while they're reading to you. Maybe they'll become a Christian while they're reading a book to you. I thought it's interesting, in the days before audiobooks, you just used an actual human being to be your audiobook, but Baxter has this Christian twist on it. Like, let's make sure they're reading a Christian book so that they might be converted. So, it's interesting. But here's the quote that I've mentioned it in jest before, and people get offended. I've said, hey, Richard Baxter from the 1700s said, and he said this about women. He said, women are halfway between children and men. And that will help you understand them better. They're like a man, in that they have the ability to be rational, because men are rational, but they're often more emotional, and that's like a child. And you could say, hey, this is a 17th century perspective on gender. Is this interesting? People don't even think whether or not it's interesting, because that's offensive. That's terrible. Don't say that. But you come across things like that, and you certainly get a different perspective. And what I do like is just a raw, unedited perspective on other ages, not somebody going through saying, well, what can I get from this earlier figure in history that still conforms to our current values? I'm like, you learn wisdom by knowing how people actually were. How did people actually talk? And so that's just one interesting anecdote from his book. I have that page marked because I always think it's such a funny quote. We can talk about these other guys. We'll kind of move a little bit faster. Now, John Owen is a pretty important political figure. One of his biggest claims to fame was that he was Richard Cromwell's personal chaplain. Richard Cromwell was a major figure in the mid 1700s, a leader of the Commonwealth after the Civil War, and I think there's a movie about him people might be familiar with. I can't remember what it's called. But my point is, John Owen, here's what John Owen reveals in modern times. He writes in a way that feels incomprehensible because of its complexity, long phrases, floweriness. But at the same time, he writes with immense value. So people are always compelled. Modern people who appreciate this stuff are compelled to read John Owen, and they always joke that, you know, it takes them like an hour to get through 3 pages or something, and it really can. But I always question when people have John Owen books on their shelf. I'm like, how much have they really read? And I'll admit, I've only read volume 6, and I think I have volume 7. They're like half of the next volume. And the others I've just dabbled in. But Banner of Truth published a 16-volume set. But then they published, which I don't have, a 7-volume set, which is a commentary on the book of Hebrews in the Bible. And the book of Hebrews is just a sermon. It's like a first-century sermon. John Owen gets a hold of it, writes a 7-volume commentary on this sermon in the Bible, Hebrews. And again, it just shows the approach that they had. They would try to get as much out of a book as possible. And
I don't know.
He was very learned. He was about as learned as you could get in the time. He was very good with both Greek and Hebrew and beyond. And
so I looked him up, and I thought this was kind of interesting from AI that he was known as the Prince of the Puritans.
Yep. Very well respected of his time. And still is well respected today among people who are familiar with it. He's probably the most well respected guy. And, you know, he has another book on fellowshipping with God, and he just carefully walks through what it's like to fellowship with God the Father, what it's like to fellowship with God the Son, Jesus, what it's like to fellowship with the Holy Spirit, and then how to do that in prayer, and just finding every nook and cranny of it, but at the same time making it interesting. But there is like a little industry in the publishers of modernizing his books. Thomas Manton, he's one of my favorite writers. He does play a political role, though I can't remember everything involved in it. That's not my interest. Those are almost all sermons by Thomas Manton. And I got introduced to him when I wrote my master's thesis on the book of Jude, because he has a commentary on Jude. And it was just, every time I referenced it, it was convicting. It didn't produce a lot of value in terms of modern scholarship, but I did go to it just to see historical perspectives on the book of Jude. And so that set was published by Banner of Truth, and it was like on some really low sale price. I was so excited. And now I think it's like $450, but brand new or something. But when I got it, I think I got it for like $180 or something. And
do you know who this is on the logo?
George Whitefield, the evangelist. We'll come across him in a little bit. Have you heard, George Whitefield? Have you heard of him?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. He was we'll come across him soon. He's an early evangelical. After Puritanism dies out, that's like the birth of early evangelicalism.
And interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you have a lot of these Puritan paperbacks, and they seem to be sort of like, kind of, it's not clear why you're putting them in.
So that's a John Owen book.
Oh, it is? Okay.
The reason because that book is in volume 6, but that's a modernized and abridged version. And so the mortification of sin, which means the killing of sin, even the title is confusing to modern people. Why did this call it the killing of sin? That's right next to it is a little study guide that's published to go along with it. And so for a while, I was meeting with a man in my church, and we were reading a chapter of the book and going through the study guide together, because that's way more reasonable. Abridged, made easy to read, and it goes there because it's John Owen. Puritan Paperbacks is published by the Banner of Truth as a way to make Puritan works available to a wider audience. People don't want to buy large sets. They just want to read one book in a really cheap format. That's great. They used to sell those for like $5. Now they brag that they sell them for 10 because of inflation, but still 10 is pretty cheap for a book nowadays. But yeah, that's what those are.
Is this What's this thing with the staples?
That's the study guide that goes with the Mortification of Sin.
Oh, wow. So do most of the Puritan paperbacks come with a study guide?
No, that's just a unique one because that one is seen as especially valuable because that's a concern, of Christians. I don't want to sin, but I do want to. So how do I battle this? How do I wage war against my sinful desires to be selfish, to be impatient, to be lustful, and how do I do that in a way that is fueled by Jesus, fueled by scripture and a love for God and a love for other people? It's not by listing rules. That's a big Puritan no-no. They're never, you might think that because Puritans, we talk about the laws in New England and stuff, but spiritually speaking, the Puritans would think it was ridiculous to just live your life by a list of rules. They had rules, but that's not why you obeyed. You obeyed out of love for God and love for others that comes from your love for God. And so the mortification of sin is, how do I kill sin rooted in a motivation of my love for God?
But isn't part of the laws also that they're sort of a protective mechanism where you
Absolutely. Yeah, they have multiple functions of law. And so I'm just thinking spiritually right now. But yeah, you still have to implement law sure, as a protective measure to bring good to the society.
Well, I meant protective more in the sense of like you can mortify sin, but there's also the amount of temptation that's out there also affects how much you sort of have to fight against. So if there's like candy and fast food everywhere, your temptation to go and get some fast food meal or some candy or whatever is going to be increased versus if you outlaw, prohibition and with alcohol being an example, if you just get rid of it, if you ban it, bans on pornography that are becoming more popular, that's sort of seen as a protective mechanism against sin as well. So kind of attacking it from both sides.
You're right. So a great example of that is from this very period, the 1660s, Samuel Pepys. He's famous because his diary exists in full and it covers the entire 1660s. He was a naval official, but it's a personal diary. He wrote it in code, didn't want anyone to ever read it, but it was found and deciphered. And so he comes out of the Puritan era. He was raised by a Puritan father, but he's just an ordinary dude. And there's this phase in like the 1663, 1664 diaries where he keeps beating himself up because he can't stop going to plays. And he's like, I know I shouldn't be going to the playhouse because he was raised as a Puritan. And that was one of the rules he was taught. You don't go to the plays. There's too much debauchery present. Shakespeare was not seen as like high culture by the Puritans. He was seen as a bad dude. And so were other playwrights. And so you keep coming across Samuel Pepys like, I can't stop. Every night this week I've been going to watch a play. And so I guess a Puritan probably would come along and say, you shouldn't be going to these plays. They're teaching you bad manners, bad morals. But they would then say that shouldn't come from the rule itself. Your desire should come from, I want to live for God so much that I want to, I don't want to honor debauchery, the lack of morals in this play, the loose talk about sexuality or whatever it might be. And so because I love God so much, I don't want to go to the play. That would have been their approach. So there's a rule, but they want the motive to be right. And John Owen is really good at that. He's almost completely talking about the inner person. I don't remember Owen at all talking about rules in that book, but it's all about your inner relationship with God. Thomas Watson is a great guy, just saying that for people. He's just like Thomas Brooks. He's very easy to read. And that book, the Puritan paperback, The Doctrine of Repentance, is a really easy entry into Puritan writings. Talks about what true repentance is, 6 steps he walks through. And I don't have them all memorized, but like a brokenness for your sin. And so they're all about like who you are in the inside. And so the big question for Puritans is like, have I really repented of my sin, or am I just saying I've repented of my sin? Because that's essential to being a Christian. And so, yeah, he writes a book completely about the inner man, what it looks like. Have you wept over? Has your sin ever brought you to tears? Have you actually left it behind, or are you still doing it? Because if you're still doing it, how could you say you repented of it? And so, it's a great book, very short. And I know people today do like shorter books, which makes sense. And it's a highly recommended book.
There's an interesting area of law and criminal justice related to this in terms of both sentencing and also probation, where expression of contrition and sort of repentance is an element of people getting a reduced sentence or getting out on probation versus serving out their full sentence in prison. And so there's interesting kind of sort of elements of this that still remain in maybe a slightly different form today.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we want to know, who are you on the inside? And then how do you tell that? You can only look at clues on the outside about who somebody is on the inside. And so you're exactly right. It was kind of an obsession, even from these titles. Look, The Mischief of Sin. So those books, often they would write books called The Sinfulness of Sin. They would always write books with the same title oftentimes. And what they were trying to show is, look how terrible and ugly sin is. Don't you want it to be gone from your life? It's so destructive. It destroys marriages. It destroys relationships. It takes away your joy. And they would just show how sin is a villain. So The Mischief of Sin is doing that, just like other books will as well.
Can you talk a little bit more about how that tradition of naming books with the exact same title?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that. I think about how we talk about Hesiod's Works and Days, and then the Works and Days of John Fisher,
But that was more distant historically, where it's like they're drawing from something hundreds of years ago versus, sounds like what you're talking about is like their contemporaries.
Yeah, so like The Sinfulness of Sin, as far as I know, that title, which was shared at least by 3 books that I'm aware of, was a Puritan invention. But I think it was, once you do that, people kind of know what they're getting. It's going to be a different flavor, a different author. Maybe it's similar to reboots of movies, they're making Superman again. We know the basic story of Superman, but then there's a new Superman, a new take on it. And it maybe is analogous to that, so, but a lot of the books that are still valuable are books on what we call spiritual warfare, which is fighting the devil and his temptations, fighting our own flesh. They're all about fighting yourself. I remember John Owen, one of his main points in one of his books would have been abhorrent to people today. It was loathe yourself. Like, you need to hate and despise yourself. Can you imagine telling it to a modern person? They'd think you're insane. But the Puritans were like, I need to hate myself, meaning hate my self-centeredness. The part of me that is all about myself, because I want to be outwardly focused. And that's not who I am naturally. I want to become a different person other than the self-centered me. I want to become the me who is all about my creator. And I want to become the version of me who is all about overflowing with goodness towards others. And so I think it probably would take modern people off guard, to read some of the things they say. But if you put yourself in their shoes, it actually makes a lot of sense. And
I think they're
the original thing, but
yeah, I think one contemporary analogy is some of the discourse around implicit bias and recognizing your racism or recognizing your prejudice.
Yeah.
Kind of,
you see it.
Some people really get into that and really kind of, it's like, when do I know I'm no longer racist? And what is the, how do I know I'm fully cleansed of that? And what if there's still implicit bias?
Yeah.
So it's like there's a, that kind of purifying, cleansing process, and it can become like an obsession of like, and you can never really know your true heart, your true self.
Yes. I'm so glad you said that, because I think about this a lot. I think, and I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but just from casual observation, it seems like it is a unique thing in Western civilization, history of Western civilization, to be as self-critical as we are. But I see that coming from Jesus, because Jesus was often pointing out hypocrisy. And we've been glued to the Gospels, throughout for centuries. And Jesus is always inviting introspection. And you don't want to be a hypocrite. What are the motives of your heart? And one time he says to his disciples, casually in the middle of a much greater conversation, he says, and you guys being evil, he's like assuming his disciples are evil. And so there's that doctrine of original sin, which fully develops in Augustine. So this idea that, there's something bad inside of me. And if we said that plainly to a modern person, they would be offended. But the seeds of it are there just in what you said, the obsession with, am I racist? How do I find these negative elements within me? You don't see that in a lot of other cultures. A lot of Asian nations, like it or not, are racist. I know, because I've spent a lot of time with the various Asian people, and I don't see them often asking the question, am I racist? How do I stop this? That's like a Western thing. And so that's a great observation. And
The book I was thinking about is White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo, subtitle being Why Is It So Hard for White People to Talk About Racism?
yes,
That's 2018, and that was one of the very popular. There's also How to Be Anti-Racist with Ibram X. Kennedy, 2019. And another book came up when I was trying to remember the title in AI, called Me and White Supremacy by Layla F. Saad, 2020. I never heard of it, but it's a structured 28-day guided journal for personal reflection, and gets into systemic racism, conscious and unconscious. So,
yeah,
that distinguishing between conscious and unconscious bias or racism or other prejudices, that in particular, to me, I don't know if there's any books from these historical times that get into that conscious versus unconscious sin, but I think that's maybe an element that some people might not uh, immediately grasp, of how there's kind of this human depravity, and everybody, like, no matter how good somebody seems, everybody is depraved, everybody is sort of has that original sin.
yeah,
And so, because that's the foundational axiom, um they're sort of assumed to be these underlying sinful, that you always have to battle no matter how good you are. And to an extent, even in like Freud, who isn't coming from a religious underpinning, he's got the uh, libido, and he's got the sort of aggressive and sexual urges that are repressed, and that's a big part of his id, ego, superego,
yeah.
civilization, and it's just discontent. Um, so there's maybe that can help connect the dots for some people of like, and how some of this stuff still carries through to today in a more secularized form.
You're right. And that will come up again, when we get to like Cotton Mather's diary and the reasons Puritans kept diaries to keep an eye on their inner self and measure any kind of growth. Just like the journal that you just mentioned, they would keep diaries. But yeah, and
And I think there was a Jesuit. I was reading something about how there was a Jesuit practice of, and that's also confession, but there was some Jesuit practice of keeping a diary, and then somebody else would read it and kind of examine. Um, so yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking before we move on how I think it's pretty plausible that you can connect that modern trend with the books that you were mentioning on anti-racism and other things. It would be interesting how maybe those authors would respond if you could trace out like how they're carrying on a Puritan tradition of introspection, because I get the feeling that they wouldn't appreciate a lot of what the Puritans have to say. And so, but there's a connection there. I think a lot of the time we are connected to people who maybe we don't like, in the past, centuries past, but
Now,
nevertheless,
that's one of the interesting. Sorry, you want to finish that?
no, that was it. That was
Okay.
the end of my sentence.
I was just going to say, there is somewhat of a cultural contradiction in Massachusetts in that it is sort of, we were the first state to have universal health care, and there's a lot of more of a safety net and more of a communitarian ethos, and it is a commonwealth. So there's that element to it, but there's also, some would call it a libertinism um, and an allowance of a lot of things that other states wouldn't approve of. So there's an interesting kind of remnants of our Puritan heritage, and then also, and what we talked off camera about, the Puritans and then the Unitarians taking over Harvard, and how I believe that's a very important part of American intellectual history. There's still strands. You can sort of see strands of both, and like a sort of Puritan methodology sort of combined with a Unitarian axioms. So, the sense of sort of inner examination and inner work, doing the inner work.
Yeah, that's a lot of times we don't like to think. It's like the kid who is very similar to their father, or an adult child who's very similar to their father, but maybe they don't like their father. But it's like, but in a lot of ways you think like that because they trained you, they raised you, you sound like that when you talk, and it's like, you might not like it, but it's true. And I think that's how culture is a lot of the time. People might not like their roots, but you don't have any other roots. Those are your roots. And so, yeah. And maybe we'll get to more of that as we get further on. We could kind of wrap up. So the Puritans kind of wrap up this top shelf here, and we get a little bit outside of Puritanism with one figure, but I'll just say that John Flavel and George Swinnock sets are very good. George Swinnock is a little hard to read. Sounds, for some reason, like he's writing it in 100 years before he did. But still, John Flavel's known for his warmth in his writings and just his sensitivity towards Jesus. But probably the most interesting figure and most important figure on the shelf would be John Bunyan, who wrote the book that I don't know how to measure its impact, but the book called Pilgrim's Progress. He wrote it while he was in prison. And he was in prison because he was a Baptist, and he couldn't, at the time, it was required to have a license to preach. Baptists were not allowed to have licenses to preach because they were not approved. And so he ended up being in prison for many years. And while he was in prison, he wrote several books, but the most famous of which is called Pilgrim's Progress, which is an allegory of the Christian life about a man named Christian who starts in the city of destruction, which is symbolic of the world that will be judged one day. And he begins his journey outside of it and goes through many obstacles and challenges on his journey. And it's easy to make that into like a book or a movie. And it was made into like an animated movie maybe 5 years ago, and it worked really well. Children love to watch it. It's just a fun story and adventure. But when you have some insight, it is so easy to connect the dots and say, wow, that is what the Christian experience is like. The various people he comes across, a person named Talkative, who's just talking all the time, saying stupid things. He has people come across him who are like false teachers, but they look alluring, but and they sound good. But if I had listened to them, I would go the wrong way. And it's just so creative and well done that it's had a timeless value. They do put out updated English versions of it now, but it still is widely read and appreciated. And in America, it was like one of the most famous books. If people had books, they had Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. And so
I was just going to draw an analogy. We talked
ahead.
about City of God earlier, Augustine, earthly city, versus City of God, and then with Bunyan, City of Destruction, the celestial city.
Yeah. Yeah, the celestial city is where he's going. So in Bunyan, it's there are two different possible locations, and you travel from one to the other if you're a Christian, and it's really hard. It's not easy. You can't coast. But yeah, in Augustine, it was like two groups of people on the earth. You know, you had the city of God and the city of man. And there's a similarity there in that the city of man is destined for destruction. The city of God is destined to be eternal. It was like more a way in Augustine of how God deals with the various peoples, though. You know, he and we talked about that before, how he deals with the city of man when he brings calamity. It's a judgment on them. And how he deals with the city of God is it refines them when they experience calamity. And so, yeah, but still a different idea, these two different domains.
And I was also thinking Milton, Paradise Lost, and
Yeah.
that's also kind of the core story is kind of exploring them.
Yeah, and Milton, known as a Puritan. But you know, it's interesting. So he's really famous as an author, you know, and his book is timeless. But like, no Christian publishers who publish all these Puritan works that are being put out would never touch him, because, and I think the reason I don't know if you want to look it up, I think it was like that he was moving away from Trinitarianism, and that's like a huge deal to Christians. And so it's like once you move in that direction, nobody knows what to do with you. But yeah, so it's interesting. He's one of the most famous people from the period. He was a Puritan, meaning he didn't like the Catholic elements in the Anglican Church, but nobody likes him anymore because he seemed to be going off the rails. So, but yeah,
Yeah, it was.
Go ahead.
Actually, I don't think what I was going to say is directly related to what you asked. But what was your question again?
I was just wondering about John Milton, like what distinguished him from other Puritans. I don't know how I would ask.
Oh, was it Trinitarian? Did he move away?
Yeah, that would be maybe a good way to ask it. But yeah, you never hear these modern people who appreciate Puritans mention John Milton, though you'd think they would because he's so famous and well known, and he's just somebody that, yeah, once you move away from Trinitarianism and Christianity, pretty much everyone steps back from you. Catholics, Protestants, Eastern Orthodox, they're like, whoa,
Yeah, I did look it up, and it says, yes, the evidence we have, especially Milton's unpublished theological treatise De Doctrina Christiana, written 1650, 1660, published in 1823, shows that Milton moved away from Orthodox Trinitarianism towards a subordinationist or Unitarian view.
Yeah. So,
but
it's just
what I immediately thought of when
bring out.
Good.
Go ahead.
What I immediately thought when you originally asked that question about Trinitarianism is, wasn't Aristotle part of Milton's story, or there was some character that he brought into? I don't know. It was. I'll look it up while you go.
Okay. Yeah, take a look. I can just say, as we get to this point in the shelves, though, we do get to the end of the Puritan era, and you say, well, what would ever stop Puritanism? And the battle kind of stops because of the glorious or bloodless revolution in 1688, and King William comes to the throne. There's this tiredness of the fighting throughout the 17th century, with the civil wars and the constant bickering and back and forth. And this new idea begins to develop, like some seeds of thought about religious freedom. The Baptists are allowed to just exist and be their own church. You don't have to say these people can't exist. Congregationalists are fine. Nonconformists are fine. And so once you kind of remove the battle, there's not much of a reason to exist. And as a movement, and you can see that today too. So I remember I was raised listening to political shows on the radio. And I realized this even as a teenager, that hearing political talk show hosts, they had to keep the battle going. And I always thought, if these guys got their way and everything was just as they wanted to be, they'd be out of business. They have to have an enemy to be who they are. And so they'd had to talk about the opposing political party constantly, vilify them, talk about how terrible they were. Well, the Puritans kind of lose the whole battle. I don't mean they lost it, but I mean the battle goes away and a new battle comes on the scene. And that's where early evangelicalism comes onto the scene. What happens in England is, once everyone's kind of okay, you can be Anglican, you can be Presbyterian, you can be Baptist, you can be Congregational, whatever. Just be what you want to be and go to church on Sunday. This kind of religious nominalism seeps in, which is not the nominalism from the medieval period. It's a different kind of nominalism where you're a Christian in name only, but you aren't a Christian in your heart. And so a new problem arises, which is just complacent Christianity. And early evangelicalism comes on the scene, trying to show those people that they need to truly be converted in their heart, not just go to Anglican church on Sunday or whatever. And that's the new battle that picks up. And
it always seemed to me that there's a larger pattern in human societies where there's sort of a founding generation that's very passionate and very sort of true believers. And then as society becomes more stable and sort of ossifies into tradition, people become more lackadaisical and their belief sort of gets fossilized, or they're just sort of going through the motions. And then there's these great awakenings and revivals.
Yes, and that's what you see. That's the pattern. And we see it all the time in history. Once there's peace for a while and some degree of a prosperity, people just get fat and lazy, you could say. And they weren't that way when the battle was happening. And you see that in America, World War II, there was a great joining together, support of each other. And then after that, you have a time of prosperity and peace. But after that, it seems like the quality of our unitedness goes away and everyone becomes fragmented. And there's a call again, come on, we've got to rediscover who we are. And
here's the sinfulness of sin.
Okay. Yeah.
We were talking about
by
earlier.
Ralph Venning, that one.
So I was able to look up it wasn't Aristotle, it was Dante and Virgil, who just reading from AI. So in the Divine Comedy, Dante's journey takes him from the confusion and sin of the dark wood, symbol of the city of man, towards the beatific vision. Virgil, representing human reason, can guide him part of the way through hell, recognition of sin, and purgatory, purification, but must hand him over to Beatrice, divine revelation, for the ascent to paradise. This mirrors Augustine's concept, the earthly city, goods, reason, civic virtue can help, but only divine grace delivers you fully into the heavenly city. And there's the whole kind of interesting thing with Beatrice where Dante had this sort of love interest in his own real life, and she kind of came to represent that higher divine revelation.
Yeah.
So there's this really, just within the classics, there's several classics that all have this same basic heaven and hell and the journey between and the process and watching out for the dangers and not getting distracted.
Yeah. I think Dante is a good analogy with that. A lot of warning in there, but exhortation to make evil.
Milton was also blind and composed, and so he was sort of in a prison of a different sort. And I've always been fascinated by these people who whether they're in prison or they have some other thing like blindness where they're kind of forcibly isolated, and they do this great work in that isolation. There's something interesting about that.
Yeah, like Bunyan, that was his situation. He wasn't blind, but he had a blind daughter who had come to see him. And I always think how heartbreaking that would have been, because he could have gotten out of prison any time by just saying, I'll join with the established church and get a license to preach. But he had convictions as a Baptist and couldn't do that. So, yeah.
And I think there's also kind of an interesting element of, I think Jordan Peterson kind of represents maybe a historical analog where his fight over free speech and the pronoun thing, that's and sort of potentially going to jail, losing his license to practice, be a psychiatrist or psychologist, which is sort of like a license to preach, because they're sort of secularized pastors and preachers in a sense. So he sort of represents that tradition of pastors or priests who are active politically and kind of defenders of these core ideas. And I get the sense that most priests, pastors, and just religious people in general today, they don't have that fire in the belly. They're much more pacified and sort of passive about a lot of these issues, and they would never consider doing anything even remotely like what these people, really living out their faith and standing on what they believe in.
Yeah, you're right. And I think we've just been in a leisure culture for too long. We're so unfamiliar with discomfort that in our age, everyone does whatever they can to avoid discomfort. And it is kind of a tragedy. But these men were living more in a survival culture than a leisure culture. And they were a little bit more familiar with suffering.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is that transition period, between Puritanism, and it's not like anyone said, all right, Puritanism is done, early evangelicalism is beginning. But you had a little bit of time where there was that apathy developing among people. Everyone was just going to church because it was the thing to do. And that begins to call for a new movement. And that's where early evangelicalism comes from. And so what some people might be familiar with, or just like, it's a period called the Great Awakening in the mid 1700s, where it becomes really big in America, but also to a large degree in Britain as well. And there's these phenomenon called revivals that happen, and where entire communities are affected. You might hear the word revival and think, oh, is that when churches maybe have a special speaker come? He's a revivalist and he gets everyone excited and puts on a show. And it's like, no. And actually, when these things first started, they were unexplainable by most people. You'd have maybe an evangelist come to town and just begin to proclaim the gospel and invite people to be converted. And people were gripped by this, not just being entertained during a sermon, but their lives would be changed, and then entire communities would be changed, and this would be documented. And so we're getting up into a period where that's going to be the normal thing. These books here, just kind of that, like I said, that intermediary period, late Puritanism, but we could move up and just begin to talk about like John Wesley is going to be coming up, and he's going to be one of those big early evangelicals. So some of his family is written about it. His father is written about, and his mother is written about, because they're significant people.
Samuel and Susanna.
Yeah. It's funny. Now, I know this is a little early. I have them all in order of their birth year, whoever the book is about. So that's why I'm bringing him up. But thinking of John Wesley, who ends up being known as the founder of the Methodist Church, his parents are very unique in that his dad is like this lazy scoundrel and his mom is this amazing woman, and she has to do everything raising. I can't remember how many kids they had. It was like 17 kids. She raises these kids and they all become remarkable people. Dad can't hold a job. He's never home. as I have read about Dad, he just sounds kind of like what we would call a narcissist today, but more an extreme one, just obsessed with himself, playing the pity game all the time. Can't get along with anyone because he is the focus of his life, and also was really focused on writing a commentary on the book of Job in Latin, like in the 1700s. Like, what are you doing, man? And so anyway, just keep that in mind. We'll get to John Wesley here in a moment. I could comment on some books that were in between.
I was going to say that manna fishing one looks interesting.
Yeah, so it's a late Puritan manual on evangelism. So, Jesus invites his disciples to become fishers of men. They were fishermen, but he says, "Follow me, and I'll make you fishers of men," meaning somebody who goes out and catches people for the kingdom of God. And of course, that's what they did. And so, yeah, the Puritans didn't talk a lot about evangelism. That wasn't as much the problem, outside of just the pastor proclaiming the gospel to his church. It didn't feel like there were masses of unbelievers around, so you didn't have to start a local outreach ministry. It wasn't as easy to become an international missionary back then. They had them, but they were rare because it was hard to travel. And so that's a very unique book. And I read that a long time ago. I can't remember any details from it, though I could talk about evangelism for a long time. But it is interesting. But before that, I was going to mention just Matthew Henry is a really famous name among Christians today. So is his father, Philip Henry, and then Matthew Henry. They were nonconformist ministers. But I'll just say this, Matthew Henry is still famous because for whatever reason, his commentary on the Bible he has a commentary on the entire Bible. It's very large. It's like 6 large volumes. And like it always comes with free Bible software or Bible apps. If you download a Bible app, it'll always be like, check this passage out in the Matthew Henry commentary. And it is a very good commentary. But it's so old. It's just interesting to me that it's still a go-to book. Of course, it's not under copyright, but people still consider it to have great insight. And I found that when I'm writing a sermon and I'm having a problem maybe developing a devotional insight into a passage, I almost always, if I go to Matthew Henry, I'm like, oh, wow, that is a really great thought. Thank you for bringing that out. And so I'm just pointing out he's very well known for that. I don't have his commentary on my shelves. I would not bother putting his commentary on my shelves because it's so easily accessible everywhere. Those are just other works by Matthew Henry. He wrote a lot of other stuff too.
You use the Logos software?
I do, yeah. Yep, and I used to use some software called Bible Works, and then that went out of business in like 2018, and I called Logos. I always call it Logos.
Logos.
And I told them what happened, and they developed a package just for me as a Bible Works user, which had a lot more focus on biblical languages and grammar, and I paid them $1,500, which was a lot of money, but I use it every week. And so I count it as money well spent. But I'm sure if you got the free version of Logos, I'm sure the Matthew Henry commentary comes with it. Or so it would probably not cost much money if it did, because it's easily available. But yeah, he's a pretty cool guy, but it's just, I don't know. People still know his name. They don't really think about what period he was in or how he was fitting in to history, but they know his commentary. But yeah, so one of the most significant men is John Wesley, and from this period. And Tent Maker Publications was going out of business, and they had all their stuff on clearance. And I bought that 3-volume set. I've not read it yet. I really want to. I think about it all the time. Like, I need to read that book, but it's like I have to carve out probably 2 months to get through it. It's by Luke Tyerman, and Tyerman knew John Wesley. John Wesley is interesting because he lives in this period where evangelicalism is developing, and we talked way back at the beginning about what evangelicalism is. It's this movement that really focuses on the gospel, the euangelion, evangelicalism. And the euangelion is the Greek word for gospel, good news, the good news of Jesus. But they were really heavy on conversion. Coming out of the Puritans, they're like, yeah, we really need to focus on being inwardly converted, not just being baptized when we were a child, not just attending church and going through the motions or saying we're a Christian, but we have to have an inward change of heart. And we want to know that that's happened because we believe in Jesus. Our heart has changed. And so John Wesley struggles in his early life as a man in the Anglican Church. He wants so badly to be a Christian, to know that he's on his way to heaven someday, to know that his sins are forgiven, but he feels like he can't know that. And he's trying hard. He actually becomes a missionary and travels to Georgia from England to reach the Indians. And he wrote in his journal, I've come to reach the Indians for Christ, but who will reach me for Christ? This is a struggle, you know? He's like, I want to be saved and know that I'm a Christian. And later he goes back home as a young man, and he's famously one evening at a church. It's called the Aldersgate something church. I don't remember the name. And the pastor was reading the preface of Martin Luther's commentary on the book of Romans, the biblical book of Romans. And at some point, John Wesley hears the pastor reading Martin Luther's words about how salvation is a free gift. There's nothing you could do to earn it. It's already earned through Jesus. You just need to receive it by faith. And he says his heart was strangely warmed. He has this inward experience of knowing his sins are forgiven, no longer trying to work and earn favor with God. He gives up the whole endeavor. And so you can see how things have become warped since the Puritan era, because the Puritans believed that. But something happened in late Puritanism where that nominalism set in. So Wesley was experiencing that, but he experiences a conversion experience. And from that point forward, he begins to try to preach, because he is also ordained in the Anglican Church, but his message is too strong for people. He's telling people that they're sinners, and by this time, that's just inappropriate. You can't tell us that we're sinners. Don't tell us we're bad people. We are upstanding citizens in our community. We have lots of money. We have, we have servants. How dare you tell me I'm a sinner? So he got kicked out of the churches and began to preach outside. And anyway, he has a long career, which is hard to describe. I'm not going to describe his whole career. He lives for a very long time. I can't remember if he died when he was 90. Maybe he was close to it. But his whole career is taken up with pretty much outdoor preaching. And he's called a Methodist by people because in his early days, his search for a methodical Christianity that could be measured by measuring spiritual growth, how many times you pray today, that reputation stuck with him, that he was methodical in his approach to the Christian life. So they became called the Methodists, and they began at Oxford University. And so they were the Oxford Methodists. Of course, that was before his conversion experience. So once he has his conversion, he still takes that approach to the Christian life, measuring things, trying to make sure he's making the best use of his time, etc. And he gets to a point where he's sending out other preachers. He actually coordinates an entire ministry of sending out other evangelists to do outdoor preaching, and it becomes a really big deal. So he's a very significant figure. He never said, I want to start a new church. He just viewed himself as an Anglican. But over time, his followers, his disciples, were not really welcome in the Anglican Church, and they become the Methodists. And they were pretty much, the Methodists were always known as like the most serious conservative Christians for a long time. So when you get into the 1800s, to be a Methodist meant you were just this wild man of a Christian. Look out, you probably didn't drink alcohol at all. You yelled at people about their need to be saved, to be born again. And that's not the reputation they have today, but it was the reputation back then. And
Yeah, there's just a guy named Chad Wright on Joe Rogan recently, and he had some of these kind of characteristics. You were kind of making me think of him.
Yeah. Do you remember what his denominational affiliation was?
That's what I just was trying to look that up, and I guess he described being raised with influences from both Catholic and Protestant. His and AI. This is from AI. His spiritual narrative focuses on salvation, sanctification, and spiritual warfare,
Yeah.
common in broader evangelical and charismatic traditions. But I guess maybe that's not public. He's a retired Navy SEAL
Yeah.
and endurance.
Yeah, I saw that shared on social media quite a bit. I haven't looked into it myself or checked it out, but I probably should.
Yeah, I watched a little clip and he was kind of really getting into the whole thing about kind of depravity and like you're dead without Christ and you're sort of reborn.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of a pretty I I got the sense from Joe's reaction that it maybe wasn't landing, or maybe it was, who knows, but it was he was presenting it as this pretty extreme thing.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how, without grace you can't do anything yourself. It's
Mm.
all grace. And um so there were those elements to it of,
Yeah.
you can't cause yourself to convert. You can't cause yourself to believe. It's God's grace that causes. He was talking about the Bible and what causes you to sort of go from just seeing it as another book to it really kind of clicking and making sense and making you believe, or giving you a spiritual experience.
Yeah. And so yeah, and that's actually normal Christian doctrine from the early church forward, but it starts to become strange sounding at a certain point because it goes out of the public discourse. But it's like if you read any of these authors that we've looked at, even Thomas Aquinas, I mean, they're going to say that same exact thing. And it's so, yeah, but it can sound strange because we just fall into what we would call just our common sense. Well, I think a person could just decide on their own to be saved from within themselves. But according to Christians, that's the Pelagian heresy. So everything's done by God. You tell certain sinners to convert and be born again, but when it happens, they don't get to take the credit for that. And so it's
And we talked about that earlier. You brought that up with the self-help culture.
yeah, we did. Yep. And so we like to default to that. But yeah, it sounds like he was just preaching ordinary Christian doctrine from the Western tradition.
Yep.
So a similar figure from the period, George Whitefield. You had asked who was on the Banner of Truth logo, and I said it was George Whitefield. And I actually have a tie with the Banner of Truth logo on it with George Whitefield. And I had a waitress at Denny's one time ask me, "Who's on your tie?" I said, "George Whitefield. You know who he is?" Do you think she knew? She didn't know.
Did they give that to you for buying so many books?
What's that?
Did they get, you weren't kidding earlier when you said you have a lot of these Banner of Truth. It's like
Yeah.
half of the books
Yeah, they're awesome
in this section.
They're of such great value. So when she said she didn't know who George Whitefield was, I said, well, at one time in history, everyone knew who George Whitefield was in America and throughout Europe. And he was he was like the celebrity of his time throughout early, mid 1700s. So he and John Wesley were friends, but they diverged on one major point. George Whitefield was a huge Calvinist. And a lot of times Calvinists are said that to be people who don't evangelize because they think people can't decide on their own to come to faith. But George Whitefield was the biggest evangelist that there ever has been. I mean, he would get crowds of thousands of people in a day when there was no microphones. And I think I might have mentioned before, but I'll go to it now. He was from England, but he traveled between England and America preaching outdoors, following Wesley's example. And there was a time when he was in America and Benjamin Franklin was present, and he was astonished at the loudness of George Whitefield's voice and preaching. And so Benjamin Franklin's like, how many people are here? I'm going to see if I can figure it out. So he does some, I think he records this in his journal. He does some measuring of how many people are in a particular square area, and he walks it off while George Whitefield's preaching, paces, measures it all out. He estimated that 30,000 people were listening to George Whitefield, and I cannot imagine how you speak to 30,000 people. And he said you could hear him in the back. When he gets to the back, he said you could hear him clearly. And so this
I
was
think like Arrowhead Stadium and some of these really big stadiums,
uh-huh.
like football stadiums and the biggest college ones, I think they're like 100,000. So you're talking about like a small to medium sized football stadium of people.
Yeah. How did this happen? But it did. And people went to him. Now, he was a very dramatic preacher who had amazing delivery. And I think he shows how effective delivery can be. And I would certainly say, I think God had given him that gift and it was using it. The way you know that is because a lot of his sermons weren't written down, but some were. And those 4 volumes of George Whitefield's sermons there, you can read them and they're all good. But you don't think when you read them, wow, this would have gathered a crowd of 30,000 people. You're like, it's a good sermon. But what you're missing is the delivery. You don't have him saying it as he did. He was very dramatic in his speaking, and people talked about that, and that really drew people in. But that biography, the 2-volume biography there, I only read that one. I was so impressed with it by Arnold Dallimore. I found another one by a guy named Johnston, same as my last name. And it wasn't nearly as good. I read like the first third of the first volume. I was like, this is terrible writing. I don't recommend it. I mean, I'm sure he's a great guy who wrote it, but I don't know why it was necessary to write because Arnold Dallimore is very thorough and just tells a story of him. And I remember the most valuable thing, again, was about the end of Whitefield's life as he was an old man still preaching, and he was coming back to America for the last time to preach, and he had an assistant with him, and the assistant recorded everything about his experience with George Whitefield, like what he did throughout the day, how he talked to people, how he prepared his sermons. It was very peculiar to read a lot of it. But the cool thing about that is you saw that Whitefield, as famous as he was very sincere. This guy was with him for a year and recorded everything he could, was very personal about it. And there's never a time where he's like, hey, he did something off color. This was kind of odd. It was him observing Whitefield and his reflections on it and what he could learn from this mature Christian man. And so, anyway, he did a lot of stuff, started a big orphanage that was actually a lot of trouble for him in Georgia, and tried to raise money for it. That was always kind of a headache. And I think it teaches like focus on what you're good at. He was really good at preaching, probably not a great administrator. Well, I'll say this too about John Wesley and George Whitefield. They both were really good at what they did, but they were terrible husbands to their wives. And they just were not, they were so sold out for what they were doing in their ministry that they neglected their home life and neglected their wives. And that's a good lesson too. As great of an impact as they had, they were still failing in some pretty important areas. Now, I did say this, that George Whitefield and John Wesley differed, and I didn't finish that. George Whitefield was a big Calvinist, believing in God's complete sovereignty, that God has predestined everyone who's saved. That's great. But he believed God works through means, and he believed God works through the preaching of the gospel. So he said, if people are going to be saved, they need to hear the gospel. And so I'm going to go preach to them. So what it shows is that Calvinists are not passive people. They don't just sit back and say, well, God's going to save them if he's going to save them. I don't need to do anything. They say, hey, I'm going to go do something. God's going to use me, and I want him to use me. And that's a glorious thing to be involved in. So I'm going to go out. God's going to use me to proclaim the good news to people. They're going to believe, and I'm going to give God the credit for that. John Wesley was different. He was from an alternative tradition that developed in around 1600 called Arminianism. And Arminianism, I don't want to go too much into it, but it began with a man named Jacob Arminius, who didn't like John Calvin's successor's teaching, Theodore Beza. And he didn't like predestination being taught as it was. And he began to just shift the focus more to man's free will. And John Wesley liked that tradition better. So he focused a lot more on people's free will and didn't go as far as Pelagianism, saying that man could on his own come to God. He taught this new idea. John Wesley had a new spin on Arminianism, where he said there's this thing called prevenient grace, and it's available to everyone. And what that means is grace is the kindness of God, and it's a power from God. And he says all mankind has an inability to come to God on their own, but by God's grace, he's allowed all of them to have the ability to come to him by his power. And so if they come, it's because God allowed them to, not because it was within them. Now, that sounds maybe pedantic to some people, but he was still trying to work things so that God gets the credit, not people. People are bad. People are sinful. People are unable to come to God on their own. And the only problem that Calvinists have with Wesley's Arminianism is like, well, prevenient grace is not in the Bible. It's just kind of an idea that he developed. And so that's always been the sticking point between those two camps. But they still were both godly men, accomplished a lot, impacted the world, and really were the biggest names in early evangelicalism in terms of English origin, early evangelicalism.
Was there also
go ahead.
Was there also an element of predestination where it was assumed that it was a sort of minority of people who were predestined?
Yeah, because that was rooted in Jesus's teaching, where it seems like he says that there's this wide gate that leads to destruction, but a narrow gate that leads to life. You've got to strive to enter the narrow gate because there are few that find it. So there's always been an assumption that most people are rejecting God, choosing the path of unbelief, and that's their default. And so that warning causes people to be introspective. Wow, so if I'm going the default path, that's the road I'm on. I'd better not take the default path. I better take the narrow path of faith in Jesus, being his follower. And there is a time where the disciples ask him, Lord, are there few that will be saved? There's just going to be a few people saved. And that's where he exhorts them. Hey, you've got to go through the narrow gate. So there has been. Now, there are some other schools of thought that interpret those things differently. There are, from this period, there was developing a school of thought called post-millennialism. And it's the idea that actually Christianity is going to Christianize the world. And one day the world will be universally Christian, and then Jesus will return. That becomes a very popular way to think during this period and into the 1800s. I just saw earlier today a 7-minute clip that's going to be on Anderson Cooper tonight with a post-millennial pastor, Douglas Wilson. And his goal is to see the world Christianized. He said he thinks it will happen in the next 250 years. So my point is that's a different spin on what you said. And I don't know exactly how they interpret the words of Jesus, where he says it's a narrow gate, few people find it. He might be speaking of throughout history, that's been few people that find it. But later, most people experience the kingdom of God coming. I don't know. But it's interesting just to see how this stuff is still very much before our eyes.
Yeah, I was thinking about kind of biblical interpretation, hermeneutics, and something I've never heard sort of a word put to. And so I put into AI, and I didn't think the answer was that great, but maybe you have some thoughts on this. Basically, there's an approach to interpretation that's conservative, in the sense of conservative being, I'm only going to take what's very clearly said in the scripture as proof that I should believe one thing or another. And then the sort of adiaphora thing that you mentioned earlier, everything that isn't explicitly said is sort of up to the individual or up to the denomination to or up to the pastor to sort of decide on or not have a strong opinion on. And then there's other interpretations where it's you have to answer every question and you have to take and so you have to take very ambiguous or um analogies between things to try to figure out answers to questions that were never really explicitly spoken on in the Bible. And then there's in between that. So to me, a lot of these issues that we come across as we're talking about these different denominations, there's an element of to what extent is that key person who's systematizing or who's preaching, to where do they fall on that spectrum? Uh and sometimes it does feel like somebody's trying to shoehorn a certain idea into um a certain interpretation into things, or just for whatever reason they feel very certain about something where in the scripture a lot of people view it as quite ambiguous.
Yeah, and that there's a lot of thoughts that could be unpacked there. Where the people or the school of thought, as you said, that thinks we have to answer every single question, we have to have certainty about it all. Almost always in real life experience, that's more of an immature approach, and that's not just standing back being arbitrarily judgmental. It's that when people get more experience, not just studying on their own, but real life experience with fellow Christians and then Christians outside of your tradition, stuff like that. You start to realize, oh, I've got to major on the majors and minor on the minors. And then the question is, well, what are the majors? So each denomination has their statement of faith or their confession, which is where they say, to us, these are the majors. You've got to believe these things if you're part of our particular denomination. And those are almost always written by mature, experienced, godly people, you could say. And then, so yeah, but there are times where one group's going to disagree with another. I don't like that your confession requires that thing. That's too particular. Why would you require that? So I grew up in a tradition that required very particular end times perspectives, almost like you had to believe a particular timeline of end time events to be in that church. And it was a great church. I'm not ridiculing it, but when I got out of that and found a broader tradition, the Southern Baptist Convention, which is what my church is a part of, I was like, wow, this doctrinal statement is very mature and thoughtful. Like when it comes to end times, it just says the most basic stuff because it's allowing disagreement within the church. It's not going to regulate what you believe about the millennium, what you believe about the rapture, and these questions that come up. It just says you believe that Jesus will return bodily one day. He'll judge the living and the dead. The righteous will go to eternity in his presence. The unrighteous will be consigned eternally to hell. And it leaves it at that. It's like, yeah, every Christian believes that. So that's pretty safe. And so, yeah, it just gets to be like, well, so I mentioned Douglas Wilson. Of course, his church would go in a little bit of a different direction. They would require you to be post-millennial, believing that you need to evangelize the world. They think that's important. I would say, I don't know if that's clear enough in the Bible to know. It seems like the Bible says the opposite in some ways. And so like things are going to get worse as time goes on, not better. And so I don't know if that answers your question. It just kind of addresses some of the things you said, but
Yeah, just the spectrum of like how much do you try to like answer every question, and how do you deal with the ambiguity?
yeah. Yeah, but that is a struggle that I think every thoughtful Christian has, because you have a set of doctrines and beliefs, and some are unclear. And how hardcore are you going to be on those unclear ones? And I just know for myself too, I used to be really hardcore on some things that it's like, how would you have known that? And for a while you realize sometimes you have to say, I don't know. Some things are really clear, but some things you're like, man, I don't know. And I have people in my church who disagree on those things, but we all do know that we agree on the basics and
Um,
our doctrinal state. And
yeah, there's a famous, you probably know the verse where Jesus tells the disciples something about there shouldn't be disagreement among you,
Well, I
or
mean,
you should all be of one heart or something.
yeah, in John 17, he prays that they are united together. And it's pretty significant because it's his last recorded prayer before he goes to the cross. His prayers for his disciples, unity, that they would be one as he and the Father are one. And so it is important. You do want to have some degree of Christian unity. And that's why, although we have sharp disagreements with Catholics, for example, they do believe in the Trinitarian God, and like I say, everyone in the Catholic Church is not a Christian because they're in the Catholic Church. It's like, man, no, that's not the case. And so it's just understanding, what are the core essentials. And so I think, I don't know, most Protestant evangelicals are pretty friendly on that today. They didn't used to be, but I think most thoughtful ones are not eager to just write somebody off because of a minor doctrinal disagreement. Of course, you'll find plenty who do that, but like if you find some thoughtful people. So there's a guy on YouTube, Gavin Ortland. He's probably, I mean, I don't watch a ton of people on YouTube, but he's my favorite one to watch. And he has this thing called theological triage. And he wrote a book. It's about like knowing what hills to die on doctrinally. And how do you figure out what's a first level doctrine, and then what's second level, and what's tertiary, third level, and how would you sort those things out? What is essential to being a Christian? What are some things that we can disagree on, still be Christians, but they're significant enough to not be in the same church? And then the third level is, what could you be in the same church to disagree about? And it's really thoughtful. Have you heard of Gavin Ortland before?
No, I was going to ask how do you spell his last name?
Ortlund.
Okay, Lund.
And I can't remember the name of his channel, but if you type him in, he'll come up. He puts out a lot of content, and he's a fellow Baptist, but he interacts with all traditions, and is just always a part of the conversation. But he's really thoughtful, and he is so kind. Unlike a lot of YouTube content, he is the kindest, gentlest, and most knowledgeable, I think, from the same perspective as me, YouTuber in Christian YouTube. I mean, I love his heart. He's a great guy. But he talks a lot about
Truth Unites.
Truth unites. Yep. And so you see there, he does care to unite people, but he stands really strong in his convictions. So, I mean, he's incredibly strong. He doesn't waver, I mean, on unpopular doctrines. Like hell is eternity in hell is the most unpopular doctrine that there is. And he doesn't waver on that. He's like, that we're not allowed to disagree on that. That's just, like it or not, that's Christian doctrine. And so I have a lot of respect for him. And if anyone has questions on sorting out doctrines, I'd look him up on theological triage, and he has a lot of stuff on that.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out. I looked up a couple things we talked about earlier. One is the Doug Wilson interview. If people want to look that up, that's Pamela Brown at CNN. She did that interview. And then the Gospel of John verse from KJV is that they all may be one as thou, Father, art in me and I in thee, that they also may be one in us, and the world may believe that thou hast sent me.
Yeah, and then like what he says there, because he's saying like their unity will be a testimony to the fact that I'm genuinely sent by the Father. And so a lot of Christians don't think about that if they were unified, that would be a way to reach other people. People would say, wow, look at that family of people. And that in itself is attractive. But it also says when Christians are disunified, they're fighting with each other, that's the opposite of outreach. And people are like, ooh, what an ugly group. I don't want to go there. And I try to encourage my church in that all the time to remind them, like, hey, we don't want to fight over this. I mean, how are we inviting people to come in here if we're going to be fighting? That doesn't make any sense. So let's get along, let's collaborate and move in a good direction.
And it's sort of like harmony versus disharmony.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, the phone's ringing.
Is there anything else on this shelf you wanted to talk about?
Well, John Newton I'll just say he's famous for writing Amazing Grace. But his story is really cool. I mean, he starts off as a slave trader, super wicked guy, and has a conversion experience and becomes a pastor. And he was a strong Calvinist. And but at the same time, what I appreciated about him, he had strong Calvinist convictions, but he had a really tender heart. He loved people, wanted to evangelize. But he said at one point, I wouldn't walk across this room to turn somebody into a Calvinist, but I would to turn them into a Christian, you know? And so like he has a really mature perspective on his Calvinism. He didn't want to use that as a thing to fight about, but he had convictions. I would recommend that book, The Life of John Newton by Josiah Bull. It's a great biography of him, and I took a lot of notes on that, and probably need to go back through it. And then Tony Reinke wrote a modern analysis of John Newton on the Christian life, and that's profitable also. So a lot of the stuff the best stuff he writes in those 4 works is any of his personal letters to people. He has just such a pastor's heart, and it's contagious. You're like, man, I need to be that sensitive to people. I need to identify with people and even my enemies, and just be kind as I interact with them. And he's just really a kind man. So I guess
One kind of caught my eye also, the selfishness one.
yeah. So this period in the mid 1700s and beyond, I mean, in mid 1700s into the early 1800s, there is just a refinement from the Puritan era too, and how they talk about our problem as sinners and our need. And they begin to use very strong, pointed language that I appreciate. And that book is just a series of, I don't think they were sermons, they might have been, but a series of ways to address who you really are on the inside and how that changes through the gospel and through the work of Jesus. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to say about it, but we'll see more of that with like Jonathan Edwards when we get to American writers from this time. So I don't want to get too bogged down on some of these guys. You know, Andrew Fuller is pretty interesting. He was a big promoter of world missions. He was a strong Calvinist, but had to fight. There was this movement called hyper-Calvinism that was developing, which was a passivity toward doing anything. Hyper-Calvinism was the idea that we don't have to do anything because everything's foreordained. So it's actually wrong to try to do anything, to try to reach people with the gospel. If you send out missionaries, that means you're not trusting God. It's really a strange way of thinking. Andrew Fuller fought against that, and he was friends with William Carey, who's comes right after that. William Carey is known as the father of modern missions, meaning he started what we call the modern missions movement in Protestantism. So as you see missionaries around the globe who are Protestant, the methods that are used today, the approach that is used, it all began with William Carey. And I don't think he thought he was starting something new. He was retrieving kind of the Apostle Paul's model from the book of Acts. And there's been missions throughout all of church history. But once you get into the industrial era and things are beginning to develop, travel becomes more of a reality. New methods of everything is becoming available. Food preservation, travel from England to India is possible for ordinary people. Missions becomes a lot more on people's minds. And then the romanticism of the period causes people to just feel more sentimental about others. There's more of an awareness of the people around the globe. So as Protestants in England are learning about the plight of people around the world, they're saying, oh, these people don't know about Jesus. We've got to send people there. So Britain had expanded into India, and William Carey wants to go there, not for business purposes, not as part of the East India Company. He wants to go there as a missionary. And so he raises money, gets support, and his story has a lot of tragedy in it, but he is a man of endurance. And so he accomplishes quite a bit in India, gets a printing press going, translates the Bible into their language, prints them, makes them available, begins all kinds of ministries to reach the people. He was famous for ending this practice called sati. And a lot of people talk about this with William Carey. So at the time in India, if a woman's husband died, they would have the funeral pyre and they would tell her, hey, you need to die too to go with your husband. You need to burn to death. And he saw this as they don't want to take care of this woman. They just think she's a burden now. She's not working like her husband did. So they're trying to kill her. And so he does all this work to end that practice, to make sure that widows are taken care of and they're not thrown into a fire when their husband dies, you know. And he had a good heart. The tragedy came with his wife. He might have felt the strong call to go to India. She did not. She went crazy. Literally, she lost her mind in India, because if you can imagine taking a woman from a cultured upbringing in that era, the sheltered upbringing, and transporting her to go live in India. And they had children that died. She goes crazy. He's trying his hardest to do what he believes is the right thing. And I think he was doing the right thing. It's just such a hard thing to kind of grasp. And he accomplishes so much. He has a lasting legacy. So that's reality. I love to know the full reality of things. I don't want just the polished William Carey. He's this great man. Everything went perfectly in the end. It was a hard struggle, like life on planet Earth is. And so good.
You had mentioned, I think, with some of these, somebody in these earlier shelves where they weren't great husbands.
Yeah,
like
John Wesley and George Whitefield.
And I was wondering if you have any books or just and even just thoughts on, like, there's an element, what you're getting at with Carey is there's also an element of there's sort of like a phrase of pastor's wife, where it's kind of like a calling, or it's kind of like a special, very intense role, kind of like a first lady almost.
Yeah, it
And
is.
there's some women that are suited for that and some that aren't. And so it sounds like there's both an element of suitability, and then there's also an element of being a bad husband and being a bad father. And so I was wondering if you had any books on that, and or if you just had any thoughts or kind of frameworks on that.
It's interesting. Just the other day, I had asked AI while I was driving. I said, is there a book about John Wesley as a husband? And there really wasn't anything specifically on him as a husband. I talked about Luke Tyerman's biography, 3 volumes long, but he was such a fan of Wesley, he kind of sugarcoats that whole thing. I don't have anything on that. Well, there's like an academic book on George Whitefield up there by Oxford, which doesn't hesitate to show some of his flaws. But I don't know that there was anything in there that focuses on like why he was a bad husband. But I think with Wesley, he had a bad father. I mentioned he was neglectful and narcissistic. That was his example. I think he kind of follows through with that. Plus, he's just eccentric. And I had mentioned before, when you are eccentric, that opens up potential to be really successful, because you will not hit the pause button where normal people will. And you'll do things that you'll take these risks that other people don't take. So these men are eccentric. And with eccentricity, I think often comes being great in some ways, but also being really bad in some ways on a personal level. And so I don't know. Yeah, William Carey, no doubt, was not a great husband. And did he do great things in other ways? Absolutely.
I'm talking less about descriptive stuff and more about prescriptive, in terms of books that talk about pastors' wives and talk about pastor marriages and like.
There is a ton of stuff written about that today. There's not a lot written about that historically. I think that is more recognized now than it was in the past. And I don't know how the role of the pastor's wife has changed over time. I think with just the culture of evangelical churches, things are more community oriented around the particular church. So the pastor's wife does have a lot of pressure in that particular community. Whereas maybe in Puritan times or early evangelical times, the whole community in the town was close. You know what I mean? There might have been more of an equality in the village or the town. But in a church community, it's a small, tight-knit community. And so any little thing that happens becomes known by everyone, good or bad. And I think just that dynamic can have put a lot of pressure on pastors' wives. So I'm of course married to a pastor's wife, and she does a great job. And I think just watching her, I don't know that she would say she was wired to be a pastor's wife, or ever thought about it, but she does a great job. And it is a unique set of pressures. But I don't have there. I know this. There are books written on it. Um, and I think I have a pamphlet on it, which we will never see because it's in the pamphlet section and you wouldn't know which one it was. But yeah, people would just have to look it up. I don't have a quick recommendation on it. But yeah.
So like when you first met your wife, were you thinking about like, it sounds like you weren't thinking like, would she be a good pastor's wife, or like, that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in your early adult years, you don't do a lot of thinking like that you would have done if you were older. And yeah, I just thought, man, our story is pretty weird. I mean, just to insert very quickly. So we both went to the same college. We knew each other toward the end of our college experience and became friends through mutual friends, but we didn't really date ever. And I graduated on an off semester, went back home to Michigan, and I thought, I should have married a girl. I was just at a college with thousands of great Christian women, and now I'm back home, and there's a very small selection of women to marry. And I thought, that Ashley girl, she was really pretty. She loved God. She was fun to talk to. I thought I should have gotten together with her. What was I thinking? So I had her number. She was still at school, and I started calling her. And I called her every day, and she told me to stop calling her every day. But I normally would have listened to that and been like, okay, I'll stand off. But I was really motivated. So I started calling her every other day. And over 3 months, I slowly, over the phone, convinced her to marry me. And and by 8 months, we were getting married.
Wow.
And so it was a very different approach. And I don't remember ever thinking, is she pastor's wife material? I didn't even know what that would have meant because I wasn't a pastor. And I was
Wait, but you didn't have the self-consciousness of like wanting to be a pastor? I thought that was already.
No, I knew that. I did know that I wanted to be a pastor, but I didn't know the dynamic of what it is for a woman to be a pastor's wife, or what that mattered, because that's something you kind of really learn from experience.
Okay.
Now, this is what I would have known back then, and this is what's relevant to William Carey. I don't know that I would have counseled William Carey to go and become a missionary. The reason is I would have said, your first calling is to your wife. You're married to her. You're two people have become one flesh, and you're her husband. You are to be protecting her and providing for her and encouraging her and affirming her. And so if she doesn't feel like she's up to it, well, you shouldn't be taking her, And if you got there and she can't handle it, you should be coming home. That's what I would have counseled. Now, he didn't ask me, and that's fine. Yeah, I didn't live back then. But I think if my wife would have told me, I am not called to be a pastor's wife, I don't have that desire, that's not how I'm built, I think I would have said, okay, well, that's a problem. But I think she was I knew pretty early on she wasn't that way. She was just a top quality, willing person to do whatever God put before her. And so that was part of what drew me to her in the first place. So that thought never went through my mind. But knowing what I know now through the pressures and experience that you have from life, it's like you would have wanted to prepare her, say, it's not easy, the pressures that are on you. But at the same time, we've had good churches, and it's not like some women feel like they're harshly judged or they're held to a higher standard. And I don't think she's ever felt like that. We have had great people, and it's just the normal anguish of ministry that she has to see up close. Like you get to see, like when somebody says, I'm leaving the church, I've left the faith. I know everything that happened in that, and it can be very ugly. Other people just say, oh, so-and-so left the church, that's weird. She has to see all that, and That's just not easy to just be exposed to all the time. I try to protect her, not tell her every little thing that happens. And I think that helps. But anyway, yeah, it's important though. And these men should have hit the brakes and said, I need to not just minister to the crowds, but minister to my wife. And so like I've counseled somebody recently who wanted to take a particular job, but is a high stress job. And I said to that person, how's your wife feel about it? He said, she does not want me to do this at all. She is scared if I do this. I said, well, look, then you shouldn't do it. That's your answer. You're looking for answers on life direction. That's the answer. I said, maybe later she'll be okay with it. Maybe a year or two down the road, she'll be in a different place spiritually. She'll feel like that she's equipped for that. But I said, that may never come. And you have to be okay with that. You got to learn to be content because God's in charge of all this. And so, yeah, I don't know why they didn't have that perspective, because that comes from scripture very clearly, but different people have different blind spots. And those guys had some blind spots, but they also did really impactful things that have changed the world since their time.
Yeah, it's I guess it seems to me that some more conservative interpretations of marriage look at kind of the wife as more of a helpmate and kind of should go along with whatever the husband is kind of the head of the household. And so maybe that was the kind of
Yes.
ideology. And it sounds like you're more, you're not quite as into that kind of thinking, and more about it's sort of a team, and both people need to be on the same page and kind of in agreement.
Yeah, I think I do think that the husband is the head of the household. Maybe that's from scripture. And so it's like I don't get to pick something else. But at the same time, being the head means you're responsible. And so what it tells you in scripture is it says directly, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church. That's a huge demand, because how did Christ love the church? He died for it. So it's like you're called to sacrifice for your wife, for her goodness and her well-being. And so I would say, if I'm called to be the leader of my home, and the way that I lead is through sacrificial love, then that's what I have to do to lead. You don't lead by bossing somebody around. That's a misunderstanding of what the most famous passage is saying in Ephesians chapter 5. So I often have to do marriage counseling, and you'll see that attitude from maybe a man who is vaguely familiar with scripture. Why isn't my wife following me, doing what I want to do? And I'm like, she doesn't have to do that, because you're not sacrificing for her. If you would sacrificially love her, then sure, it is her role to affirm your leadership. But she can't affirm your leadership if you're not loving her as you're called to. And so, first of all, what are you going to sacrifice for her goodness and her well-being? What's her love language? Are you loving her according to her love language? What are her unmet needs? How can you meet them? And so, yeah, so you can actually combine both. But I would say this: these men that we're talking about, I think they saw things that I didn't see in good ways, absolutely. But the thing that I think they missed, that modern Christians are more attuned to, is that the whole sacrificial love perspective. I think it was more of the man does what he wants and you just follow along. And that's kind of how Whitefield was. He's like, hey, I travel the world to preach the gospel, and that's what you're going to do. He says to his wife, you don't get the house. You don't get to settle down. We don't settle down. We move around all the time. She didn't like that. She was hoping for a very different life. And so it's like, once he married his wife, George Whitefield married his wife, he should have said, my wife's not built to travel the world like I am. So this is a different phase of life now. I can still do great things without that, but my first calling is to love her sacrificially.
Yeah, what this issue kind of came up in my parenting group a couple months ago, where I was talking about safetyism and kind of how American culture has become more and more safety oriented over the decades. And I think that's one of the interesting aspect of colonial times, was just the kind of survival mode, and even just going across the ocean and how many people died. during that process. There's a famous quote, I guess I didn't know it came from the Shrek movie, but it always I thought was a funny quote. It's some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And it comes up in military ethics and, the, I think it's Aquinas who wrote the famous kind of military ethics and Christian military ethics of jus ad bello, justice towards war and then in war. And, a military commander has to decide whether a military objective is worth sacrificing a certain number of soldiers. And, the famous example of D-Day, you're sort of having to decide, you're sending a lot of these people to their death on those beaches, but you're deciding that sacrifice or that taking that risk is worth the larger thing. And so I think what's kind of the trade-off here, and that's part of what I think is complicated about these decisions, is that when you're a leader of a group, you have to decide what sacrifice you should make for yourself, but also what sacrifices should other people make, and you're sort of dragging them into that, both as a husband and as a father. And so that's where I guess it seems more ambiguous of, are these guys not willing to sacrifice themselves and that's the problem? Or is it that they've decided that the trade-off is worth it? And is that their decision to make, to say, I'm willing to put my wife and children into danger because of this thing that I think is so important that it's worth doing that.
Yeah, it's an anguishing decision to think about from a Christian perspective, because they want to do something of eternal value. They want to, and they do end up doing that, but it's very often in the 19th century that these men would go overseas with their wives and their wives would die. Oftentimes they go through several wives out there dying of malaria and other things. Interestingly, there is a book that we'll see later, but I'll just mention it right now, by a woman named Faith Cook. And she grew up as a child of missionaries who were in China. And I can't remember the name of the book. It's relatively short, but it's her biography as a child. And there's a strange practice of missionaries in the 20th century, 19th and 20th century, where missionaries would go overseas, they'd have children, and they would put their children in a boarding school. And they would just barely see their kids. Their kids would be trained up in the boarding school elsewhere. Kids were not exposed to their parents because their parents were busy being missionaries. And she wrote this book about how she's a strong Christian. She writes a lot of books that are published by Banner of Truth. But she says this is a terrible practice. This should not have been. It was not good for any of us. We needed our parents. We were there with all these missionary kids in China at a boarding school, and we were like a bunch of orphans. And it felt like our parents didn't care about us. We'd see our parents weeks out of the year, and that'd be it. And I look back and I'm like, that's crazy. What were they doing? That's like a primary calling in your life as a parent, is to raise your children. You don't say, I'm doing something more important. It's like, that is the more important work. There's nothing that's more important than that, biblically speaking. And so there's just those weird blind spots you see. But then it makes me think, well, wait a minute. What are some things that maybe I think are totally justified and normal, but another generation would look at me and say, you're crazy. How are you doing this? And so I don't want to just look and point my finger, say, what a bunch of dummies. I want to say, man, that's what human beings do. And I'm a human being. I might be doing the same thing. And so that's when you're like, God, show me, what those things are, those failures I might be engaged in. And I just am clueless to it because it's normal in our culture.
I looked up the book. I think it's Troublesome but Cared For, A Story of God's Grace, 1993.
Is that it? I wonder.
Recounts her childhood as the daughter of British missionaries.
Oh, okay. What's it called again?
Troublesome but cared for, a story of
Okay.
God's grace.
Title changed. Look at something else, but
Her early life in China during the 1930s, 40s, while her parents served as missionaries, experience
yeah,
of
that's
orthodox
certainly it.
faith.
I thought the title sounded different. But yeah, she's a great author, really good writer, and has a lot of books published by the Banner of Truth. Usually she writes a lot of mini biographies. Like she'll write a book that has like 10 mini biographies in it of people who suffered, and I love how honest she is. She'll write a book. Here's a bunch of people who suffered as Christians, and she won't hesitate to tell you, like, some people suffered and things never turned around for them. It got really bad. And this is how life is. So be prepared, you know. And really cool lady.
Apparently, she wrote a biography of John Bunyan called Fearless
Well,
Pilgrim.
I had that. Yeah, it was over in my Bunyan collection. It has a kind of a really odd cover. But and I still haven't read it. I saw that she wrote that. She's such a good author that I was like, I've got to get that so I can read it someday, but I haven't read it. So yeah, I see this strange cover. It's like Bunyan in a museum and a guy standing in front. There's actually a whole thing happening on the cover if you unfold it, like children are running past. I don't know what the publisher was trying to say with the title, but I doubt Faith Cook designed the cover. It's a publisher called Evangelical Press. So I think it's a British publisher. I don't know.
Do you know what the story is with this drawing?
Well, that particular edition of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress is just full of woodcuts. That's uh that's Christian, the main character, and right behind him, his burden has fallen off of his back. When he arrives at the cross on his journey, this is his moment of salvation. So he realizes, I don't have to carry this burden anymore. I could let it go and go freely on my journey. And that's a symbol of his sins. I don't have to carry my sin with me and feel guilty and worry. Have I done enough good to outweigh my bad? He says, it's all forgiven by Jesus. He lets go of the burden, and that's rolling behind him. So it's like the same picture as a couple books down on the lectures on Pilgrim's Progress. And so it's kind of a high point in the book, the biggest high point outside of him arriving at the celestial city at the end.